When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 51, Ning Hai Magical Doctor. After going into Flowing Snake, the Audi stopped in front of a stone house that Yimo thought to be interesting due to its unique design. It had a half-circular shape looking similar to the tents in Mongolia, and although there were multiple windows, they were tightly fitted between the stones on the wall. Zhuo Aigua didn't let Xiaoyu and Xiaolei go in with him and just asked Yimo to follow him. The space inside the room wasn't small. There were more than 20 people in it, and each and every one of them looked ferocious as they were surrounded by killer's qi. Even those who didn't understand qi or qi, one, could tell these people would kill if they had to. Other than the two armed men besides the long-haired man sitting at the top with a face full of ferocity, everyone else had either swords or custom-made knives. Seeing Zhui Aigua and Yimo walk in, two ferocious-looking youth demanded to search Yimo and Zhui Aigua before the long-haired leader even said anything. However, when these two approached Yimo grabbed one with each hand and threw them aside like harmless chickens. The two flew straight out the door like cannonballs in perfect formation. Seeing this, all the people in the room raised up the blades in their hands, waiting for the command of the long-haired man at the top. The man sitting in the top seat saw Yimo defend himself effortlessly, and shock flashed across his eyes. However, he immediately got over it and waved his hand, signaling his men not to be impulsive. After a brief moment, he simply said to the two people beside him, "You two leave first, Rock and Shadow stay behind." At this moment, there was only Zhui Aigua and Yimo in the room, together with the long-haired man and two of his subordinates. That leader knew that this youth was obviously someone not to be messed with, and although he greatly overpowered Yimo in numbers, it didn't necessarily mean that they would be a match for him. Since a normal person couldn't just throw out two bulky men so casually, he might as well be more forgiving, and he wasn't planning on devouring Zhui Aigua anyway. The long-haired man looked at Zhui Aigua and saluted with his fist. "Boss Zhui, it's a pleasure to see you. May I ask who this is?" He chose his words carefully as he turned his head toward Yimo. Zhui Aigua knew exactly what was going on. This person was afraid of Yimo, not him. Aigua immediately waved his hand and said, "Chairman Fong, don't worry, he is my friend. He doesn't like to talk much and was just afraid something would happen to me, so he came alone. I have already brought the item that you seek. What about your end of the deal, Chairman Fong?" The long-haired youth looked scrupulously at Yimo once and procured a wooden box from a leather bag. As soon as the wooden box was taken out, Yimo felt an unusual qi. This definitely wasn't something normal and actually had a sliver of pure spirit qi. Yimo's eyes shimmered. He had the instinct that this thing would be useful for him. "Show me your item first." The long-haired man held the wooden box and looked at Zhui Aigua. Before Zhui Aigua could speak, Yimo suddenly waved his hand, and the wooden box from the long-haired man flew by itself and landed right in Yimo's hands. This immediately scared the long-haired man, and he stood up abruptly. However, his shocked expression was immediately concealed. Now, his eyes not only looked at Yimo scrupulously but also with a deep fear and reverence. It wasn't only the long-haired man, but the two other people behind him, as well as Zhui Aigua, who looked at Yimo in disbelief. What mutant ability was this? He simply waved his hands and was able to grab something from 6 to 7 meters away. Yimo wasn't fazed by the shocked eyes around him. He just reached his hands and opened the box, and inside, there was a black piece of vine. As Yimo picked up the vine, a faint spirit wave emanated from it. Purple heart vine? Yimo immediately understood that this was a section of the root of a purple heart vine. Seeing this here on Earth shocked Yimo, as it was a spiritual plant, and he knew that the spirit qi on Earth was scarce. He was already surprised when he had found the silver heart grass, much less this section of the purple heart vine. Unfortunately, there was only this tiny amount. If only there were more, Brother Yi. You? Zhui Aigua was so shocked by Yimo's telekinetic ability that he stuttered while he tried to make sense of what had just happened. Before, Yimo was able to beat many enemies down swiftly just by himself, which meant, in Zhui Aigua's eyes, that he had great ability. However, this telekinetic power could no longer be called a great ability. This was too outrageous. If Brother Zhui, this thing will be useful to me. I was wondering if you would be willing to compromise. If it had been billions of USD, Yimo would just ignore it, however. Although this thing could be found easily where he came from, the probability to find it on Earth was minuscule. If it hadn't been for his good fortune, he wouldn't have been able to find it in his lifetime. Joaigua didn't seem to have come back into reality from Yimo's actions moments before. Now, he heard Yimo's words, which immediately woke him up. He said in a hurry, "Since Brother Yi likes it, then just take it. This dark purple root is indeed rarely seen. I only managed to find it in Flowing Snake, and only this small piece." Yimo heard Joaigua calling the purple heart vine as a dark purple root but didn't correct him. Perhaps that was what it was called here. After Joaigua had said his piece, he took out an envelope and gave it to the long-haired man. "This is the check, take it." The long-haired man reacted and immediately walked in front of Yimo, saluting with his fists, and said, "I'm Fong Nan. Right now, I'm a small leader of a small clan. I haven't asked for your honorable name yet, elder brother." He could already tell that Yimo wasn't an ordinary person and wanted to create a connection with him. Although Yimo was definitely younger than him, he still called Yimo elder brother. Yimo looked at this long-haired man. He wondered where he had obtained this plant and planned to ask him later. Besides, he had decided to live in Flowing Snake for a period of time. So it was necessary to have a good connection with the local snakes here. "I'm Yimo. I plan to live at Flowing Snake for a period of time," Yimo said. Great. If Brother Yi needs to deal with any trivial things, just come to me, Fong Nan. I'll give this dark purple root as a greeting present for Brother Yi." "Brother Jua, sorry, please take this check back." Fong Nan pushed the check back to Joaigua. Joaigua wasn't amused and pushed the check right back to Fong Nan. "We've already agreed to this. This is my present to Brother Yi. How can I not pay for it?" Seeing the two was getting into an argument, Yimo waved his and said, "Chairman Fong, just take the check. You have a lot of brothers with you, and you need it for expenditure. By the way, Brother Jua, what need did you have for this dark purple root?" Joaigua sighed and said, "For some unknown reason, when my son turned 8, he suddenly got sick, which left him mentally disabled. During the past couple of years, I don't know how many hospitals I have been to and how many specialists I have seen, but none of them had any clue as to how to treat him. It was until some old Chinese doctor told me to use a dark purple root to make a beverage to drink every day for 3 years, and it might cure the problem. I used countless ways until I finally found out that Chairman Fong had a piece here. So I rushed over here. Originally, my big uncle saw a magical doctor at Ninghai, but when I made my way over, that doctor had disappeared. I thought that if that magical doctor could cure my big uncle's disease, then he could definitely cure my son's disease." Sigh. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky enough. Furthermore, this dark purple root may not necessarily cure my son's disease. The Chinese doctor just said maybe. Anyway, it doesn't matter if Brother Yi takes it. "Ninghai?" Yimo repeated to make sure he didn't hear wrongly. He thought that since he just came over from Ninghai, maybe Joaigua was talking about the old man that he had saved last time. "Yes, Ninghai. They met him at Likang Hospital. My big uncle had his disease for many years, and many specialists made the same conclusions, yet, that magical doctor still managed to save my big uncle. Unfortunately, it was a heavenly fortune to encounter him once. It is too hard to find him again," Joaigua said, as he was looking down gloomily. Meanwhile, Yimo was already sure that this magical doctor he talked about was none other than himself. Chapter 52, Far-Off Living Place. Yimo said after a moment of silence, "Brother Joy, if you trust me, leave me an address. After my business here is over, I will go to your place to have a look, and perhaps I can cure him. However, I need to tell you that the dark purple root cannot cure your son's disease. I don't know where that old Chinese doctor heard it from, but it is definitely bullshit." Joaigua yelped in surprise and grabbed Yimo's hands. "Brother Yi, can you really help cure my son?" Yimo nodded and said, "It shouldn't be a big problem." "Of course, I believe you, of course." The stuttering Joaigua took out an exquisite name card and gave it to Yimo. "This is my home address and contact number. Please, brother." He didn't think that Yimo was lying and believed that Yimo wasn't the type of person to brag either, much less after seeing Yimo's magical performance today. Although he hadn't been with Yimo for long, he felt that Yimo was a trustworthy person and a good friend. Yimo looked at the name card and nodded. "However, I can't go to Beijing now. It would probably have to wait until a year from now." Yimo knew that he would be probably throwing himself into a trap going to Beijing now. "Don't worry about it, as long as Brother Yi remembers, it's fine. Zhuoigwa didn't seem the slightest displeased at all, instead, he was euphoric. Even if the dark purple root could cure his son, it needed at least 2 to 3 years. On the other side, even if EMO said that he couldn't cure now, it meant that as long as he went there, it probably should be solved. Zhuoigwa knew which was the better choice. As for why EMO didn't go with him now, he didn't think too much about it. EMO was a magical person, he had his own errands to deal with. Plus, this wasn't his first day in the world. EMO had to run to the borderline of the country, meaning that he had his troubles. As a friend, one didn't need to ask about everything. Brother Yi, I'll immediately order people to set up a feast to welcome you too. Fong Nan's happiness wasn't about doing the business deal today, but being able to meet someone like EMO was definitely something to celebrate, and most importantly, he would be staying for some time. Just when Xiao Lei was panicking after waiting for so long, EMO and Zhuoigwa came out, followed by a bulky, long-haired man, after the meal. Xiao Lei could tell that both the guests and the host were happy. Whether it was Zhuoigwa or that ferocious-looking man, they were all very respectful towards EMO, and this respect came from the bottom of their heart. Zhuoigwa was the manager of a big Beijing entrepreneurship and was a wealthy man, but this big man didn't seem like the nice type. However, he was also extremely respectful toward EMO. Although she had a lot of questions to ask, Xiao Lei knew that she wasn't familiar enough with EMO, thus, she asked Xiaoyu a load of questions, but Xiaoyu didn't know anything either. Their living places were organized by Fong Nan, however, EMO went out after dinner. As for where, no one knew, except for Zhuoigwa, who had a vague clue. EMO went to the base of those 13 thugs, but to EMO's disappointment, it was empty. He really didn't know how these people didn't have any savings after doing zero capital business for so long, which broke EMO's wish of getting rich. Fong Nan came to EMO and the others' living place early in the morning. Right now, Fong Nan's Pu Dao clan was one of the 3 great clans of Flowing Snake. The worst of the 3 great clans was the 13 Turbos. But now, the 13 Turbos were no more. Thus, Pu Dao clan became one of the 2 biggest clans in Flowing Snake, because of Fong Nan taking good care of Zhuoigwa and the others. They were very safe in Flowing Snake, and no one dared to harass them. The second day, Zhuoigwa bid EMO farewell as he was leaving Flowing Snake. I'll send a few brothers to help you get to the big roads. Seeing that Zhuoigwa and the others were leaving, Fong Nan told them that he would send some of his men to help Zhuoigwa going back safely. EMO didn't stop him. The 13 Turbos who blocked the road were already destroyed by him, so even without someone sending them, Zhuoigwa and company would be in no danger. However, since Fong Nan took the initiative to send them, EMO didn't say anything. Xiao Lei walked in front of EMO and mumbled, EMO, could you leave me your phone number? I would like to be able to thank you for saving my life when you come to Beijing. Although she mumbled at the start, she became more confident at the end. After all, she was a journalist. EMO smiled and said, thanks, but it won't be necessary. In fact, I don't even have a phone, so I don't have a number to give you. You don't need to worry about such small things. Xiao Lei became dazed. From her perspective, EMO wouldn't reject a beautiful lady like her who asked his number. No man would reject a pretty woman's invitation, and yet, EMO did. She didn't believe that EMO didn't have a phone. In these days, who wouldn't have a phone? Seeing Xiao Lei's awkwardness, although Zhuoigwa knew that EMO really didn't have a phone. He didn't correct her misunderstanding and only said, let's go. Otherwise, we won't make it to the plain de Xianshan today. Helpless, Xiao Lei could only endure the rejection and left with Zhuoigwa. As for a place to cultivate, since there was Fong Nan's help, EMO didn't need Zhuoigwa's help anymore. The place Fong Nan arranged for EMO was a pagoda nearly 10 kilometers away from Flowing Snake. Initially, this place sheltered a wandering monk who knew Fong Nan, and it was built with Fong Nan's support. However, 3 years before, this monk suddenly disappeared, leaving behind this pagoda. If EMO didn't ask for such a rural place, Fong Nan would arrange a luxurious place for EMO. That day, Fong Nan got a few clan members to clean up the pagoda, while EMO just moved in. His main purpose was to grow the silver heart grass and research where the purple heart vine came from. According to Fong Nan, 7 years before, when he had been running for his life, he had found the body of a Tibetan Lama, in a valley near the border of Yu. On the body, he had discovered the wooden box and felt that this thing wasn't ordinary, so he had kept it, but only afterward did he realize that it was a dark purple root inside. In the end, Fong Nan had buried the body of the llama nearby since he got the precious plant. Guillermo asked for a map from Fong Nan with the exact location of where he buried the llama as he wanted to see for himself. Since this llama had a purple heart vine, he probably had something else with him as well, so there was no harm in checking it. The pagoda at which Guillermo lived wasn't small. It was more than 50 square meters, but more importantly, Guillermo opened up some land around the pagoda which he prepared to grow the silver heart grass. Guillermo didn't dare to plant all 39 seeds at once because he didn't know if this place was suitable for growing the grass, and if this place wasn't and he damaged all his seeds, he would be devastated. Although he wasn't sure if he were the only one to possess silver heartgrass seeds, Guillermo knew that even if there were some elsewhere, he wouldn't necessarily be able to find them. He planted only 19 seeds and then took care of their surroundings by making some protections. Afterward, Guillermo prepared to go into the forest. After all, the seeds needed a month to germinate, and he didn't make any progress in his cultivation right now, so he wanted to check the place where Fong Nan buried the llama. After notifying Fong Nan, Guillermo left Flowing Snake and headed to the place where Fong Nan was running for his life before. Right now, the most important thing for him was to improve his strength. Chapter 53, The Results of the Song Family's Investigation. The Song family of Beijing was definitely one of the most powerful families in China. In fact, they were also a member of the 5 greatest families of China. However, right now the atmosphere inside the Song family's compound wasn't comfortable for no other reason than that the only son of the leader of the family, Song Qiming, had died from a car crash, allegedly speeding through the night. Nevertheless, everyone in the Song family knew that Song Shaowen's death had nothing to do with speeding. Even if he had been in a rush and had been forced to be speeding along the way, he wouldn't be driving to a barren place like the Qinong Cliff. Furthermore, what would make him drive his car on the Fongjin Highway at midnight? Besides, how did the people of the Song family not know about Song Shaowen character? He was the typical person afraid of troubles. So if he had something that required him to go past Fongjin Highway, he would only go during the day and definitely not at 3 to 4 a.m. What are the results of the investigation? As the elder of the Song family wasn't here, Song Qiming's words represented the authority of the Song family. Although he was calm looking on the surface, the veins on his hands were about to burst out, showing his rage. His only son was assassinated like this. Who had the guts to touch a member of the Song family? A middle-aged man stood up and said, "Leader, we have the results. Shaowen went to Yifeng a week ago but only stayed there for 1 day. Afterward, he left Yifeng and was probably headed to Ninghai with Afei and Wang Chuan." However, there wasn't any video recording of Shaowen's car on the highway of Ningfeng, or rather, it could be said that all the traffic cameras were shut down during the time Shaowen entered and left Ninghai. I sent people to investigate Ninghai, and Shaowen had indeed asked people to shut down the cameras there. The only reason Shaowen would go to Ninghai would be for that Ning Qingxue. However, Ning Qingxue didn't leave Ninghai and went to Yu State 2 days later, yet at the same time, Yimo, the one who married Ning Qingxue, disappeared the same night without a trace. Afterward, I completely examined the remnants of the car, but Yimo's body wasn't there, so either he had left the car midway, or he was never inside to begin with. According to the cameras at the Qinong Cliff Highway, Shaowen's BMW was driving properly but suddenly charged off the road and fell onto the cliff. Could someone have drugged the driver? A 50-or-so-year-old man on the side asked, but the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "It can't be." According to the roadside cameras, Shaowen's car had been driving normally everywhere else, except for the part in Ninghai where the cameras were turned off. No anomaly occurred until this happened suddenly at the Qinong Cliff. Do you know where Yimo is now? Song Qiming asked another question, but the middle-aged only man shook his head and said, "Currently, we don't know his whereabouts, but we did find a surveillance system in Yimo and Ning Qingshue's house. However, the content had been deleted, and we are in the process of recovering it." At this moment a 20-year-old or so man rushed inside while holding an USB in his hand, which he passed to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle, hi, the content has been recovered. Check it immediately." Before the middle-aged man even spoke, Song Qiming said coldly. The USB was inserted into the computer, and the huge screen showed Yimo's life, as well as the scene in which Song Shaowen and his henchmen left with Yimo, so it does have something to do with him. The 50-or-so-year-old man looked at the fast-forwarded images and said in a fury. He didn't even think about who ran into someone else's house in the middle of the night. He was just angry that Song Shaowen died after leaving there. It seems that BTCH of the Ning family didn't know at the time, so she probably deleted this afterward. a skinny man sitting below Song Chiming said, even if she didn't know, this is related to her. There's no way that our Song family is going to let her go so easily, Uncle Hai, who was responsible for the investigation, said. Song Chiming's face was very bleak, but he waved his hand and said, I won't let the Ning family go like that, but it's not just about Ning Qingxue, I will destroy the entire Ning family forever. Don't touch the Ning family for now. Capture that useless man of the Yi family first. It would be best to take him back to Beijing secretly. I will let him know that it isn't so easy to kill a member of the Song family. He caught his breath before speaking again. Song Hai, you will be responsible for investigating where Yimo went and try to bring him back to Beijing in the shortest time possible. If that can't be done, then bring his head back as a sacrifice in front of Shaoan. Also, you need to investigate how Yimo made Shaoan drive off the cliff. Yes, leader. Song Hai replied straightforwardly. That 50-or-so-year-old man frowned and said, this Yimo is rather strange. He married the girl from Ning family. But why does he always sit under the tree? Is he able to cultivate qi? I heard a lot of ancient martial arts families like to sit and cultivate qi. If he really does have an ancient martial arts master, then this might be troublesome. Uncle Shen, I don't think this is possible. Yimo is a disabled man, even the Yi family didn't want him. Would a legendary ancient martial arts cultivator see any potential in him? Besides, even if he was picked up by someone, why was there not a single image of his master in that month of recording? Uncle Shen, I think you're thinking too much, Song Hai said. The man called Uncle Shen nodded and said, it'd be best if this were the case. If he really did have an ancient martial art cultivator supporting him, then even if we're one of the 5 greatest families, it would probably be very unlikely for us to take revenge. The day that the Song family took away the recording from Ning Hai, Ning Qingxue knew it and immediately felt a burning sensation in her heart as she regretted not destroying that disc. She didn't think that the Song family would really come here to investigate, and it was implausible to believe that the Song family would not be able to recover the details. The only way was to contact Yimo immediately and notify him that the Song family knew about the truth. However, she didn't have or know any way to contact Yimo. After giving it plenty of thought, Ning Qingxue decided to tell her mom and said that she wanted to find Yimo, which surprised her mother immensely. She didn't think that so much had actually happened during her short trip, and even Song Shaoan's death was related to the Ning family. Qingxue, right now it's not about finding Yimo, but about how we are going to deal with Song family's revenge. Clearly, with Song Chiming's character, there's no way he'd let this pass, especially you. Ning Qingxue's mother had a great insight to this. Ning Qingxue shook her head and said, I owe Yimo for this, and now I have dragged you down as well. I'm really useless, and I'm too naive sometimes. I'm sorry, mother. Her mother sighed and said, although our family has separated from the Ning family, the Song family can't deal with us that easily. Qingxue, don't worry, first tell me exactly what happened between you and Yimo. Chapter 54, The Leisurely Person in the Forest. Although Fong Nan gave him an approximate direction, Fong Nan couldn't remember it too clearly after all these years, and even though Fong Nan asked if he should come with him to help find it, Yimo knew that it would take a long time to find. Besides, the 13 turbos were just newly exterminated, so the resources of Flowing Snake needed to be redistributed, and there were many things Fong Nan needed to do. As such, he didn't allow Fong Nan to come with him. Plus, he would probably be faster by himself in the forest anyway. Yimo had been searching in this endless forest for 3 days. Yet he still hadn't found where Fong Nan buried the llama. However, he did cross paths with danger many times. In only one day, he had met a wild cheetah, 2 wild wolves and 20 different types of venomous snakes. The most crucial information that Fong Nan gave him were 2 evergreen trees in the surrounding, yet these past few days, Yimo hadn't been able to find even one, much less 2. However, what Yimo lacked the least was patience. Although it was the depth of the forest, he decided to look farther and deeper the 4th day. However, he needed to fill his stomach before he went in. As Yimo roasted a wild rabbit, he was organizing in his head the places he had already looked over, when a few clear gunshots interrupted his thought process. As Yimo raised his head, he saw a robust man that was around 30 years old, who stumbled over and was holding a triple-edged military knife on his hand. The man was covered in wounds, his clothes were ragged and torn, but from what Yimo saw, the heaviest injury was the gunshot on his waist. Although this shot was near the side, blood had already dyed red his ragged clothes. At the same time Yimo saw this man, he also saw Yimo and became immediately shocked. He didn't think that he could find someone leisurely roasting a wild rabbit this deep inside the forest. Even with him running for his life, his starved stomach still couldn't resist but make a sound. Guillermo looked at this fleeing man and immediately felt a familiar chi from him, which also had a feeling of a killer's chi to it as well, similar to Wang Su, the one he had met at Su Jingwen's birthday party. They should be from the same group. Guillermo immediately formed a conclusion in his head. However, he didn't know who would be chasing him like this. Just when Guillermo was thinking about Wang Su, more hurried footsteps could be heard behind the man, and soon, 3 men equipped with guns appeared in front of Guillermo. The heavily injured man looked apologetically at Guillermo but didn't say anything. The 3 men stopped after seeing the injured man had stopped. They also looked at Guillermo, who was roasting a rabbit by the fire, with surprise. After all, not anyone could roast rabbits in a wild forest like this. This place wasn't safe. Even if you wanted to roast something, you would choose a quieter place, not here, where there were nowhere to hide in case of danger. None of the 5 people here said a word, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Only the sound and the smell of Guillermo roasting his rabbit were still lingering in the air. The 3 looked at each other and nodded. Then the slightly darker man said, "Friend, there's no business for you here. How about you move aside? We just want to capture the man who escaped here." The accent was a bit weird. Guillermo stared weirdly at the man who talked and was just about to say, "This place isn't your home. Why should I move?" But the other man suddenly raised his gun and threatened to shoot Guillermo. However, before his fingers even pulled the trigger, a few hardly discernible sounds fluttered through the air, interrupting his movement. Suddenly appeared on all 3 of them a red dot in the middle of their forehead, and then, blood gushed out from it. The 3 of them looked at Guillermo with their eyes wide open in disbelief as they collapsed on the ground. They didn't realize how anything could happen this fast, as this was, at most, a single breath of time. Guillermo didn't like to kill people, but he was merciless to those who would threaten his life. The nails in his hands were only here to prevent someone pointing a gun at him ever again. The heavily injured man stared, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what had just taken place. The 3 who hunted him for so long were so easily killed by a man leisurely roasting a rabbit. It wasn't surprising that he dared to roast rabbits here. He was an unbelievable being. "The rabbit is ready. Do you want some?" Guillermo looked at the man who didn't speak for a long time and smiled plainly. He had a good impression of Wang Su, and since this man most likely was connected to Wang Su, it didn't matter if he invited him to some food. Okay, thank you. I'm Guoqi, thanks for saving my life just then." Guoqi saluted with his fist as his face became calmer. Guillermo waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing. Fate brought this encounter. I'm Guillermo." After slicing half of the rabbit, he took a few herbs from his backpack and crushed it before sprinkling it on top of it. Guoqi was confused as he watched the scene that didn't seem to be very hygienic. Although he had finished with the herb, Guillermo didn't give that part of the rabbit to Guoqi. Instead, he said, "Come over, I'll check your wounds." Hearing Guillermo's words and seeing what Guillermo did before, Guoqi seemed to have understood that Guillermo was fumbling with herbs for his wounds, so he quickly walked over. When Guoqi walked in front of him, Guillermo raised his hand and, as he used his palm to hit the opposite side of Guoqi's gun wound, a bullet flew out like a comet, landing far away in the woods. Meanwhile, Guoqi didn't even feel a pinch of pain as the bullet from his waist was taken out and was shocked. How is this person so powerful? This was his first time seeing a bullet being taken out like this. As though he did not see Guoqi's shock, Guillermo passed over the half of the rabbit in his hand, took out 2 more herbs and gave them to Guoqi. "Chew on the herbs and spread it on your gun wound and then eat this rabbit. You should be fine after that." After he had finished, Guillermo didn't pay any more attention to Guoqi and started to eat his own half of the rabbit. Meanwhile, Guoqi was fascinated to discover that not only did his wounds not hurt anymore, but there was also a feeling of coolness, and started to wonder what kind of herb could have effects so potent. Immediately, Guillermo became extremely mysterious in his eyes. This was no longer gratitude, but an unknown feeling of reverence. In a forest full of danger, he not only leisurely roasted rabbits, but he could heal his gun wound so easily and even took out his bullet just with a palm. This person appeared so mighty as he killed the U Special Forces without blinking. "He definitely wasn't you," so Guoqi immediately said. "The 3 people before should be you. Our squad was ambushed by them on a mission, and apart from me, there are 2 team members who have died and another 3 survivors trapped in a cave. But I think they are probably in their hands at this point. Meanwhile, I escaped to find support." Guillermo frowned and didn't say anything. He knew what Guoqi meant, but he wasn't a soldier. As for a team that was beaten like this by you, Emo was contemptuous. Although he didn't want to help, Emo had already a very bad impression of you since, as soon as he came to Flowing Snake, he was blockaded by a group of them. Even though he killed them all, in the end, he was still disgusted by them. Although I really want to help you, I have things to do here, I'm searching for something. Emo stood up and was prepared to leave. He didn't know Guichi at all, and he saved his life just then. Besides, he had things to do. If it were convenient, then he wouldn't mind, but if he had to go out of his way to help, then he would feel that it was troublesome. Chapter 56, Shi Wanqing, Captain, that bomb just exploded, but why nothing else followed after that, and what was that gunshot afterward? Did we get reinforcements? I don't know what's going on, I'll go outside and have a look. You guys stay here. Wanqing, are you alright? I'm fine, but leave me a grenade. The woman called Wanqing who spoke last had a pale face. The other two people knew what she had meant. Ammunitions were getting low, and if she couldn't defend herself anymore, she would commit suicide while taking as many lives with her as possible. Captain Lu, are you guys alright? Guichi started yelling as soon as he came in. It sounded like Brother Gua. Right, it is Brother Gua. Did we get reinforcements? Are the U-Devils finally finished? The youth with a machine gun in his hand asked, surprised. Fangwei, you're right, it is Guichi. How did he get in? Wasn't he? No way. The woman who was they referred as Captain shook her head halfway. What's going on, Guichi? Captain Lu asked as soon as she saw Guichi coming to the entrance of the cave. Guichi saw the three people in the cave and was relieved as he noticed Shi Wanqing was still able to hold herself against the cave wall. I have requested for reinforcements, and we have already finished off all the U-Devils outside. Are you guys alright? We're fine, it's just that Wanqing was shot in the thigh. By the way, which squad saved us? Captain Lu looked at Guichi with suspicion, thinking, which team could come here this quickly? Even reinforcements couldn't get here so fast. Was it Wolf Howl's people? No, I met a friend in the forest just then. He saved me and helped me deal with the 20 or so U-Devils outside. Guichi caught on with his breath and said, what? You're saying one person killed more than 20 special ops? And this person is a friend you just met? Oh, Guichi, you do know how to kid. Captain Lu exclaimed immediately. Shi Wanqing and Fangwei also looked at Guichi with suspicion. If they didn't deeply understand Guichi as a person, they would even think that Guichi had betrayed them. Guichi hurriedly said, Captain Lu, this is real. However, that friend ambushed them. He didn't fight them head-on, but he killed them off one by one in the shadows. I followed behind him and saw very clearly. He was only discovered by the last few, and they opened fire. Fangwei then came to the realization and said, I heard those U-Devils open fire at the end, so that's what it was. Even if he ambushed them, this ability is definitely absurdly strong. Let's go, Guichi, show me this friend of yours. Wanqing, I'll help carry you, Captain Lu said to the woman behind her who was injured and didn't care if she would agree or not. She just carried her on her back. Wanqing has a gunshot wound. But my friend can cure it in a matter of minutes. Look, I was shot here this morning, and now it has a scab already. It has only been a few hours. He really is amazing. Fortunately, I had the chance to meet him when I was running away, but you wouldn't even believe what he was doing at that time. Guichi spoke those words quickly. That's amazing, it really did form a scab. Fangwei had been so amazed by the wound at Guichi's waist that he couldn't help but exclaimed. After a while, he remembered about Guichi's last part and asked, by the way, Guichi, what was he doing when you met him? Guichi smiled and said, he was leisurely roasting a rabbit in the middle of nowhere. He even gave me half of it after casually taking care of 3 men in a flash and healing my wound. He is definitely the strongest senpai I have met before. There are actually people this strong. I have to make him become my master, but he must be quite old. Sigh, if only Lu Chen and Yunnan were still here. Fanwei's eyes became glum, hearing Fangwei talk about Lu Chen and Yunnan. These few people all fell into silence, and suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy. What? A pile. After walking out of the cave, those few people immediately saw the 24 people Emo killed stacked into a pile, but Emo wasn't here. He actually killed that many. He is way too f-king amazing. I must bow down to him as my master. Fan Wei exclaimed once again, don't bother trying. Brother Yi is a powerful person out of this world, do you really think he's going to take you in? Brother Yi! Brother Yi! After finishing, what she called out, you all came out? Then you can leave, I still have some things to do, so I won't be staying anymore. Yi Mo suddenly appeared from somewhere and smiled plainly. Guo Qi was stunned for a moment and immediately said, elder brother Yi, you're leaving? Oh, let me introduce, this is the captain of the Eagle Hunter, Luo Lin, the woman on her back is called Qi Wanqing, and this is Fang Wei, he really admires you. Captain, this is the Yi Mo I told you of that helped us. Yi Mo, hello, my name is Lu Lin, I'm really grateful for you this time. I never expected you to be this young. I thought you would be at least 30 or 40. Luo Lin hurried to extend a hand and shake with Yi Mo. The gratitude in her eyes was evident. Big brother Yi, you really are so strong and so young. My name is Fang Wei, would you take me as your disciple? Fang Wei's eyes shot out intense beams as he looked at Yi Mo with admiration. Yi Mo waved his hand and said, I only got them through ambushes, I'm only half learned myself, how can I take disciples? Don't bring up this anymore. Qi Wanqing looked at Yi Mo, and her eyes brightened up. The reason she wanted to join the army and even got into the Eagle Hunter squad through her hard work was because of her admiration for the strength of soldiers. Furthermore, her grandpa was a soldier, and her father was a soldier, however, her father didn't have a son and only had her as a daughter. She even had an argument with her father over some things and didn't want to stay home, so she used Hua Mulan 1 as her idol and joined the military. If Yi Mo was really as powerful as Guo Qi had said, then he was a partner that she could approve. Usually, she had been very cold to people. Firstly, it was because she was too beautiful, so if she wasn't cold in the army, then there would be too many flies flying around her. Secondly, she felt that there was not a single person that deserved her admiration in the army, although her instructors were unyielding. They couldn't finish off more than 20 enemies all by themselves, even with an ambush tactic. Of course, her cold personality was mainly due to family reasons and her upbringing. The only one she slightly admired was Su Shi. He came to her squad to teach them for a few days, and he really was strong, however, he left a few days after. Yi Mo, who was in front of her eyes, seemed a bit different from Su Shi, and yet, she didn't know exactly how, it was just a vague feeling. Elder brother Yi, this is my squad member Qi Wanqing. She is wounded in the leg, could you perhaps treat it for her? Guo Qi looked desperately at Yi Mo. Yi Mo looked at the woman on Lu Lin's back. She was just a bit over 20. Her hair was very short, and her face was beautiful and picturesque like a drawing, however, she was a little pale, probably due to the loss of blood. Yi Mo shook his head and thought that this type of girl should be staying at home. Why would she come to the country border forest to fight? Note 1. Hua Mulan was a female general in ancient China who fought for her country disguised as a man. Disney made a movie out of her story. Another famous woman was Joan of Arc, or Jeanne d'Arc in French, who kept her hair short in men's soldiers' clothing through her military campaigns. Chapter 57, Treatment, Put her down, I'll have a look. Yi Mo had already noticed the gunshot wound in Qi Wanqing's leg. However, Lu Lin carried Qi Wanqing some distance away and put her down in an obscure brush before saying, Please, Mr. Yi, while we deal with the bodies, could you help treat Wanqing? There are some spoils of war that we need to collect. She didn't wait for Yi Mo's answer and left. Yi Mo nodded. This Captain Lu did things fast and was very straightforward. She didn't even ask how he was going to treat her or even if he could treat her, and she didn't have the intention of asking Qi Wanqing either. Lu Lin left. Qi Wanqing looked down at the position of the wound on her leg and then looked at Yi Mo. She felt a bit awkward. After all, this posture wasn't the best, she believed Guo Qi's words. Since he said this Yi Mo could cure her, then he definitely could. However, the wound was on her thigh, and she hoped that he didn't plan on taking off her pants. Yi Mo looked at Qi Wanqing's wound and frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't cure her, but this position was a bit awkward. What if he put his hands there and this woman started rambling? He really hated doing things that were arduous yet possibly punishing, and seeing this woman's cold complexion, she really might start protesting. As she noticed that Yi Mo was looking at her wound and frowned without talking, Qi Wanqing immediately understood what was going on, and immediately, her impression of Yi Mo improved. She used a voice that was so low that even she could barely hear, Yi. Big brother Yi, you can treat me, it's okay. Yi Mo was stunned for a moment and didn't know how to reply. He didn't think that she would take the initiative to ask him to treat her. He started to have a better impression of Qi Wanqing, who seemed cold on the outside but wasn't that indifferent on the inside. The reason he felt it was troublesome was that Qi Wanqing's wound was strapped tight by her camo suit, unlike Gui Qi, who was wearing ragged clothes. He only needed a palm to force out the bullet. However, Qi Wanqing's wound was strapped very tight by her camo suit. Now that Qi Wanqing said she didn't mind and asked him to treat her, he immediately had a good feeling towards her and thought that she was a very genuine girl. Thinking about this, he also smiled. In fact, your wound isn't something troublesome. However, there are only two ways. First, you take off your pants, and I'll help you treat it. The other way would be to poke a hole in your pants. Look, no need, I'll take it off. I didn't bring another pair, Qi Wanqing said, and took off her clothes in her own accord. Since she had agreed, she wouldn't be hesitant. Yi Mo's good impression towards this straightforward girl rose once again. Seeing her difficulty in moving, he hurried over and said, "Let me." "Thank you." From the first time Qi Wanqing set eyes on Yi Mo, she had felt that he was a pretty good person. Besides, when she saw his hesitation at the position of her wound and how his eyes never left that spot, she felt more trust toward Yi Mo and actually let him take off her pants. Although Yi Mo's hand didn't touch her skin directly, she could still feel the warmth of his hands, feeling a heartfelt comfort. Yi Mo didn't take her pants off completely and just took it down to her wound and strapped it up. However, Qi Wanqing felt this way to be more intimate, and her face immediately became flushed. As she didn't dare to look at Yi Mo's movements again, she turned her head, deep in thought. Qi Wanqing's youthful white skin struck a chord with Yi Mo. Her underwear seemed to be white checkered. However, Yi Mo didn't dare to look and focused his mind on the task. At the same time, Yi Mo palmed on Qi Wanqing's thigh, and a bullet flew out in a small spurt of blood. Afterward, Yi Mo took out a few herbs and chewed it a few times before applying it to her wound. With the help of his qi, the medicinal power was quickly digested into the wound. Finally, he took out the dressing from his bag and strapped it to Qi Wanqing's wound, and pulled up her pants. The whole process took barely a few minutes. The reason he chewed the herbs instead of letting her doing it was that he was afraid that she would be too slow, and since girls needed some face, it wasn't good if she had her pants off for too long. Qi Wanqing only realized that he was done when Yi Mo pulled up her pants. She didn't even see the entire process. "Brother Yi, have you finished treating me already?" Qi Wanqing's blush hadn't retreated and was a little dazed. It's done. You will probably be completely fine tomorrow morning. Yi Mo smiled and said a few words. He used his qi to help her heal her wound, so she should recuperate faster than Gui Qi. It really doesn't hurt. There's also a feeling of coolness. Thank you, Brother Yi, you really are amazing. For the first time, Qi Wanqing felt that there was such a thing as magic in the world, and her previous awkwardness had long disappeared. Which doctor could do what Yi Mo did just then? Taking out a bullet in a few minutes and treating a gunshot wound so easily. Thank you, Brother Yi. Qi Wanqing also felt Yi Mo wasn't a normal person, just like Gui Qi had said. Brother Yi, do you mind if I ask you what you do for a living? This was actually the first time Qi Wanqing asked about a man and felt her face burning up, but she desperately wanted to know. She also knew that it was fate to be able to meet someone like Yi Mo. Not everyone could meet someone with such ability. Yi Mo opened his mouth but swallowed the words "let's go." Qi Wanqing asked him something like that meant that she didn't have the intentions of leaving right now, so he could only casually say, "I don't have a stable job now, they're all temporary. As for what I do, if I'm lucky, I can earn quite a lot, but when I'm not, I had been kicked out by the city management once, Yi Mo wasn't lying. He helped treat people, sell at roadside stalls, sell charms, and even help people deal with gangs. Qi Wanqing looked at Yi Mo in disbelief. She couldn't believe that someone like Yi Mo didn't have a job and was even doing casual jobs. Brother Yi, thank you for saving my life. Qi Wanqing couldn't even finish before she was interrupted by Yi Mo. Yi Mo smiled as he interrupted her. Even if I didn't help with your wound, you would have been fine. I didn't save your life. Qi Wanqing smiled sweetly, which stunned Yi Mo as he stared at her. He didn't think that the cold-looking Qi Wanqing could have such an attractive smile. Seeing that Yi Mo seemed to be entranced while looking at her, Qi Wanqing actually felt joyful and hurriedly said, Brother Yi, I'm not talking about this. If you didn't come, the rest of the squad and I wouldn't even be able to live and perhaps would have been our pet. I'm really grateful to you. Yemo nodded as he knew that Qi Wanqing was speaking the truth. He contemplated for a while and responded, actually, I feel that a girl like you aren't suitable for the army, but of course, this is just my view. Unexpectedly, Qi Wanqing nodded and said, Brother Yi, you're right. Originally, I admired the military lifestyle. So I have worked very hard myself until I finally entered the Eagle Hunter Squad. However, judging from now, perhaps I'm really not suited to live in the military. After thinking for a while, Qi Wanqing continued once again, Brother Yi, I want to request your help for something. Chapter 58. Found the place, Yemo smiled and said, Tell me, as long as it's convenient and not troublesome, I'm willing to help you. He felt good toward Qi Wanqing, so if he could help her, he wouldn't mind spending some of his time for her. I have a cousin that opened a company in the Jiangnan province at the city of Luotsang, but she doesn't have enough people right now. Would you have the time to go work at her company? It's actually really simple. You just need to survey the factory, and that's about it, Qi Wanqing said, beaming with joy. She suddenly realized that she had smiled more in these 20 or 30 minutes than she did for an entire year. Yemo immediately understood that this little girl was trying to help him out, but was scared that his dignity wouldn't allow him to accept, so she told it, masking it as a favor from him. Otherwise, how could there be such good thing? He didn't need to do anything and would just receive money. That would be too good to be true. This was a very meticulous girl, however, she didn't understand him well enough and was afraid of hurting his self-esteem. He smiled slightly as he gave her an answer, Thank you. Qi Wanqing. If I want to look for a job, I will definitely go to your cousin's company. To be honest, I really don't know how to do anything anyway. Yemo couldn't just reject Qi Wanqing's goodwill so straightforwardly. Even if he had wanted to work at her cousin's factory, he couldn't do so around this time. He still needed to grow his silver heartgrass. Until it was fully ripe, he would not leave. You don't need to do anything. As she said that, Qi Wanqing realized that her words were too obvious and quickly added, You just need to walk around in the factory. Wait, Brother Yi, I'll give you my number. You should save it in your phone just in case. Qi Wanqing was prepared to give her number to Yemo, who simply replied, Sorry, I don't have a phone. Qi Wanqing was stunned. Who didn't have a phone these days? But looking at Yemo's appearance and the fact that he didn't have a job, perhaps he couldn't afford one. Seeing Qi Wanqing's troubled look, Yemo smiled and said, You just need to tell me once, and I will be able to remember. Qi Wanqing looked at Yemo with an air showing that she didn't really believe Yemo's words. Even if he remembered now, he would still forget later. She thought Yemo was just embarrassed to reject her, however, this didn't trouble her and immediately thought of a way. She took out an exquisite hairbrush from her pocket and used a small knife to carve out some numbers on it before giving it to Yemo. Finally, she was relieved. Yemo took her brush that still had a faint aroma and looked at it. He smiled and said, This number is really unique. Thank you, Qi Wanqing. If there is a time when I need a job, I will call this number for sure. Qi Wanqing seemed very delighted to see that Yemo accepted it, and immediately, she said, Brother Yi, could you not call me that way? It sounds weird to me. Just call me Wanqing from now on, or my dad calls me Xiao Chang, you could call me that way too. Okay, Wanqing, Yemo said helplessly. He just heard her teammates call her Qi Wanqing. As she heard Yemo calling her Wanqing, Qi Wanqing seemed jubilant. She completely forgot about going back and instead continued her questioning. Brother Yi, I heard from Guo Qi that you were trying to find something around here. Did you find it? Yemo shook his head and said, Not yet, but it should be nearby. There should be 2 evergreen trees and a valley. I think the valley might be this place, but I haven't seen any evergreen yet. Evergreen? I know. When we hid inside the valley, I saw a place with 2 evergreens. It isn't too far from here. Brother Yi, I'll take you there. Qi Wanqing suddenly felt pleased that she was able to help Yemo. Before Yemo could say anything, Lu Lin's voice resounded not far from where they were, and Qi Wanqing replied to her, Sister Lin, I have some business with Brother Yi, I'll be back soon. Her voice sounded crisp and touching. Lu Lin was astonished, since when did Qi Wanqing have such a cheerful spirit? Her tone was full of joy. Wasn't she always really cold? Did they? Lu Lin shook her head and turned away. She couldn't understand Shi Wanqing's change no matter what. Shi Wanqing also stood up a bit shakily, but Guillermo caught her and said, "I'll carry you." Guillermo didn't have any ulterior motives, he just wanted to reach that place faster and see what that llama left behind. If he really could find large amounts of purple heart vine, it would be crucial to him. Thank you, Brother Yi. Shi Wanqing laid on Yimo's back without any protest. For her, since he had already seen her without her pants. Carrying her wasn't such a big deal, she wasn't a shy girl, and Yimo highly approved of Shi Wanqing for that. He didn't know if all soldiers were so frank. There were 2 twirls of softness on his back, and although it was very comfortable, Yimo didn't think about doing anything else at all. Captain Lu, did Brother Yi carry Shi Wanqing on her back? Did I see wrong? Fang Wei stared at Yimo and Shi Wanqing with his eyes wide open. He rubbed his eyes. Shi Wanqing, who always didn't like talking to male squad members and was even constantly cold, actually let a man who she saw for the first time carry her on his back. This was too absurd. You didn't see wrong, now hurry up and pack up these guns. They must have some business and will be back soon, Lu Lin said coldly. Guoqi also saw Yimo and Shi Wanqing disappear and nodded. Brother Yi is a heroic man, although Wanqing is cold to people. Perhaps it's because she hadn't met the right one for her yet, and who knows, it might be Brother Yi. They are a very good match. Brother Yi, do you think I'm too unreserved? Shi Wanqing, who laid on Yimo's back, suddenly said. Yimo almost stumbled and immediately said, "No, I really like your unrestrained personality. You are very frank about everything." Shi Wanqing hesitated. Brother Yi, I'm usually really cold when I'm with my teammates. I don't really like to talk, and it's even possible that I didn't speak as much in a month with them. Than what I have said to you since we met. Ever since my parents divorced, I joined the army under my family's influence, and due to my father, I have a natural sense of rejection toward men. I don't know why, but, Brother Yi, I feel a sense of nature and freedom on you. Those are things I have always longed, therefore, it might be why I didn't have the feeling of rejection toward you. I'm not usually so unrestrained as you might have imagined, so, after finishing her sentence, Shi Wanqing looked worriedly at Yimo, afraid that Yimo wouldn't like her personality. Yimo smiled as he had understood what Shi Wanqing meant. She could sense the feeling of nature and freedom on him. This could only mean that she had a spiritual root, one, making Yimo look at her through another lens. On this earth scarce of spirit chi, a place where cultivation resources were close to none, it was indeed hard to have a spiritual root. Live according to your own will, there's no need to compromise yourself for others. If you like them, you like them, if you don't, you don't. It's here. There really are 2 evergreens here. Yimo had just seen the 2 evergreens while talking to Shi Wanqing. Note 1. The spiritual root is the determining factor on whether you can cultivate and how fast you can cultivate. It allows the person to be naturally connected to the spirit chi in the world. Chapter 59, Tibetan Characters. Right, it is here. Shi Wanqing was also happy. It was as though she helped Yimo do something remarkable. Yimo put Shi Wanqing down and walked in between the 2 evergreen trees, and indeed, he found a lump on the ground. He found a wooden stick and carefully picked open the soil. There were a dead person's bones surrounded by a few rocks, and beside him was a plastic bag that was covered very tightly. However, many places in the plastic bag were starting to corrode. Yimo slowly picked the plastic bag with the stick and looked beside the bones, but found nothing else. The Lama must have placed this plastic bag in his clothes around the chest. And after the body had started to corrode, it fell off. Therefore, Fang Nan couldn't see it at the time. He slowly picked open the plastic bag and inside was a map made out of the skin of a goat that was also starting to rot. However, this goatskin map seemed to have been specially made. Although it was rotting, the content on it could still be read clearly. Yimo stared carefully at the goatskin map for a while, and what looked like to be a desert appeared to have been drawn on it. There were even some characters that Yimo didn't recognize. Just when Yimo was troubled over the map of the desert and those strange characters, a faint aroma traveled into his nose, and a few strands of hair fell on his neck, making him a bit itchy. Yimo immediately realized that Shi Wanqing was looking at this map from behind him. Yimo moved aside and said with a troubled face, "I don't know these characters, and now I can't even move the map, or it would probably shatter into pieces." Because Yimo moved aside, Shi Wanqing immediately realized her intimate position. She was a bit awkward when she heard Yimo's words and hurriedly say, "Brother Yi, I know these characters. They're Tibetan characters. My grandfather stayed in Tibet for a long time before he taught me these words." "Wan Qing, do you really understand these words? Hurry and tell me." Yimo was planning on to remember these words completely. But now that Qi Wanqing knew, he was immediately delighted. "The characters on there are incomplete, but I can read a few: Ku Lake, Taklamakan, Luobiu, and Holy Door. However, I think that Taklamakan is probably referring to the biggest desert in our country, the Taklamakan Desert. This desert is also called the Sea of Death, and it is situated in southern Xinjiang in the Darim Basin. This map should be pointing there, and the route really looks like to be leading to the Darim Basin." Qi Wanqing interpreted all the characters on the map. However, due to the fractured nature of the map, the interpretation wasn't complete. However, she added in her own understanding, after hearing her words. Yimo mumbled to himself, "So that's where it leads. Looking at the direction on the map, it really does guide to that place." "Got it, thank you, Wanqing." Qi Wanqing smiled sweetly and said, "Actually, I'm really happy that I could help you do some things. You don't need to thank me, I didn't really thank you before as well." "Oh, that's true." Yimo laughed and put the map and plastic back into the ditch and buried the bones again. When Yimo carried Qi Wanqing back again, Guoqi and the others had already organized the battle loots. Qi Wanqing suddenly felt that the eyes with which her teammates looked at her were a bit different. She wanted to explain things but didn't know how to explain. Yimo put Qi Wanqing down and said, "I need to go, let's separate here." "Huh, Brother Yi, you are leaving?" Hearing that Yimo was leaving them, Qi Wanqing suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Lu Lin looked at Qi Wanqing and suddenly said to Yimo, "Yimo, once you leave, I will need to carry Wanqing, but when I can't, she will need Feng Wei and Guoqi to carry her." "What's that got to do with me?" Yimo just trailed off, feeling Qi Wanqing's imploring look. He remembered how she had helped him this time, and how without her, even if he could remember the characters, he wouldn't know where to find someone who can translate for him. He didn't have much to do now, so he might as well go with them for a bit longer. Thinking about this, Yimo said, "Fine, in that case, I'll go with you guys for a bit longer." "Wanqing, come on, let's move." "Master, you call her in such an intimate way." Feng Wei walked over cheekily and said. Yimo swiped his hand and said, "Stop, I never told you that I was going to take you in as my disciple." Hearing that Yimo was willing to go with her a bit longer, Qi Wanqing rejoiced and hummed in approval before immediately laying on Yimo's back without any hesitation. "Sigh, Wanqing, at least be a bit more reserved. Look at you, you just got on straight away, what can I say about you?" Lu Lin looked at her with a shaming glare. Yimo quickly said, "Captain Lu, don't say random things, there's nothing between us. I only just knew her just like you guys." Qi Wanqing was blushing and didn't dare to talk. She asked herself what she was doing just then. However, Yimo was the first person of the opposite sex other than her father that gave her a good feeling. She had been in the military for 3 years, so what sort of elites haven't she seen? Yet, never had anyone been able to leave her any impression, but today, this Yimo, who she saw for the first time, was able to leave an impression in her heart. Although she was very cold to people, she wasn't a reserved person due to her family influence. She wasn't good at masquerading her emotions. Or maybe she simply didn't want to, so if she felt good about someone, then she did, and if she didn't, she didn't. If she didn't have this personality, she wouldn't have had a big argument with her family and left for the military herself. Therefore, she was very happy that Yimo stayed. If Sister Lin didn't make him stop, she would have found a way to do so herself. When she was in university, her grandmother told her, "Do not miss the opportunity only to regret it in the future." Yimo's eyes were clear and didn't have those obscure intentions that she didn't like. The main thing was that Yimo saved her, and he seemed to be really strong. For Qi Wanqing, Yimo was a pearl hidden amongst the grass. Since she discovered him, there was no reason to reject the idea of pursuit. Although he seemed really desolate now, one day, he would soar high into the sky. Of course, this wasn't the main reason that she had a good feeling toward Yimo. It was mainly that Yimo had something on him that she longed for, this serenity, freedom, and this unexplainable spiritual cleanliness. She liked that feeling on him. It was something that couldn't be expressed with words. Knowing Qi Wanqing's cold personality, Guoqi didn't joke around with her even after Lu Lin said it. Guo Qi was very respectful towards Yemo. In his eyes, Yemo was truly a man with great ability who kept a low profile. The forest between the borders of China and Yu was massive. Other than Captain Lu, who only carried Yemo's bag and felt that it was light, Guo Qi and Feng Wei were all carrying tens of guns and the bone ashes of the two other squad members and were slightly struggling. They only walked for an hour or so before it was dusk and decided to camp for one night before leaving. Because Lu Lin and the others were ambushed, they had lost a lot of things while escaping, so now, only Yemo had a tent in his bag. This tent could only be given to Lu Lin and Shi Wanqing. Yemo and the other two could only sleep outside. However, Guo Qi and Feng Nan were obviously experienced in outdoor survival. Soon, they cleared out a big patch of space and even set up a wooden tent. Chapter 60, Green-Eyed Small Snake, Elder Brother Yi. The tent is a bit shabby, but it's ready. At night Xiang Feng and I will be responsible for night duties. How about you go in and have a rest first? Guo Qi came out and said. Yemo smiled and said, no need, you can leave the night guard duty to me. I like it outside at night. By the way, Brother Guo, you're older than me, so just call me Yemo from now on. Yemo felt that Guo Qi was a good person and valued team spirit, which made him want to be friends with him. He didn't like those heartless people. Okay, then I won't be too polite to you. However, you don't need to call me Brother Guo as well. The people in the army call me De Qi. You can also call me that too. It's my honor to know you as a friend, no, I mean brother. What do you think, Brother Yi? Guo Qi was a frank person and didn't hesitate. Yemo nodded and said, this is great. Thinking that Yemo was roasting rabbits in the forest leisurely, Guo Qi didn't insist. After all these days, he indeed was tired and went to rest with Feng Wei. Inside the tent, Lu Lin looked at the contemplative Qi Wanqing and asked, Wanqing, what do you think of this Yemo? Ha! Qi Wanqing, who was still immersed in her own thought, was caught off guard. But after her surprised exclamation, she quickly caught on and remained silent for a while before saying, I think Brother Yi is a good person. He's really powerful and has some kind of. Qi Wanqing repeated that for a long time but still didn't finish articulating the words, some kind of feeling I long for. Wanqing, you've come to the military for about 3 years and, of course, I know why you came, but when women get older they need to find some place to belong to, yet you've never shown a good face to any men in the military. 3 years ago, you were trying to avoid your father trying to marry you, or perhaps it was due to your mother. However, it has been 3 years already. Are you really prepared to be like this for your entire life? Sometimes, when fortune comes, you must not reject it, Lu Lin sighed. After a few moments, she continued, that year, I just finished high school and was 19 years old, at the prime of my youth. I just started work at the state literacy department where I met him. He was a handsome man. Not just me, but the other girls in our department liked him. However, he was really nice to me. He asked me out multiple times and, half a year later, he even proposed to me. At that time, I was just 19 years old, and I didn't know what to do when a 27-year-old man proposed to me. Although I liked him very much, I could only tell him I was still so young and asked him to wait. Half a year later, on my 20th birthday, he proposed to me once again. I still wanted to wait because I really felt I was still young and didn't dare to form a family. However, from that day on, I never saw him again. He had left. I waited for another year but still haven't heard any news of him. At that time, I thought, as long as he appeared, I was willing to marry him immediately. However, he never appeared again, and I no longer had the will of working there again, so I came to the military. Wanqing, sometimes, there is only one chance. If you lose it, there will be no more. There's no wrong in trusting me. I've seen all sorts of people in the military. Yemo doesn't seem like a sly person. His eyes aren't dodgy, he's just a little poor. With your family wealth, would you really care if he was wealthy or poor? Besides, there is the adage of not looking down on a youth who is poor. I think that if you really liked wealthy families, you wouldn't have rejected your family's will that time and came to the military. Lu Lin sighed contemplatively as if remembering what happened those years ago. Sister Lin, my feelings toward Brother Yi aren't what you say it is. My feelings are, sigh, I don't know how to explain it. I'll go check on Brother Yi. After saying that, Qi Wanqing was preparing to walk out of the tent. Wanqing, you can walk on your leg now? Lu Lin pointed at Qi Wanqing's leg and said in surprise, yes, actually after Brother Yi treated me, it wasn't long before I could walk. It was just that it would hurt after some time. Speaking up to hear. Qi Wanqing seemed to have thought of something and didn't dare to continue speaking as she rushed outside. She suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face as though she had been caught out. Seeing Qi Wanqing running out of the tent, Lu Lin seemed to be lost in thought. Wanqing looked like herself all those years ago, but Yemo didn't seem like the man she met at all. At this moment, Yemo was sitting on a rock not far away, contemplating. He was using his spirit sense to make out the map he saw today. Yemo had thought of the lines on the map countless times. Gathered with the words Qi Wanqing helped him interpret today, it was indeed the Taklamakan Desert, although he hadn't been there yet. He had analyzed the map of China closely and roughly knew the main regions. However, he really had no idea where the Ku Lake was, and even what that holy door was supposed to be. He knew clearly about the purple heart vine. It was a spirit wood that was used in many of the pills used during the Qi gathering state. Although it didn't have strict growth conditions, it would definitely not grow in the desert because the most important condition for the growth of these types of spirit wood was water. The Taklamakan Desert was the biggest desert in China, and its average yearly precipitation was less than 100 millimeters. During the worst years, there were barely a few millimeters of water. Although Yemo was deep in thought, he knew immediately when Qi Wanqing came out. He smiled and thought that even though the girl looked cold, she seemed to be growing on him. Just when Qi Wanqing didn't know how to speak to Yemo, she saw him turning around, smiling at her, which relieved her as she quickly walked up to him. However, when Qi Wanqing walked behind Yemo, her face suddenly changed. A gray snake with a pair of eyes that flashed green lights was actually charging toward Yemo from behind him. Not good. Qi Wanqing heard that triangular-headed snakes were poisonous. However, this snake was not only triangular-headed but a sharp triangular. Without even thinking, Qi Wanqing jumped toward Yemo's back. The moment the green-eyed, triangular-headed snake attacked, Yemo felt it. If Qi Wanqing didn't charge over, he had a way to avoid it, but now if he wanted to drag Qi Wanqing out of the way too, that would be impossible. The green-eyed snake almost arrived at the same time as Qi Wanqing. She was just behind Yemo, while this green-eyed snake came from a few meters away, yet they would arrive at the same time. From this, it could be seen how fast this snake was. The gray snake accurately bit Qi Wanqing's back, which shocked Yemo, but he wasn't too worried as he thought that he could cure a poisonous snake bite. He turned and carried Qi Wanqing in his arms. Yemo saw the green-eyed snake posed not far away, wanting to attack a second time and appeared to be targeting him this time. Anger surged up in Yemo as he raised his hand and 3 metal nails flew out, slip, slip. Unfortunately, none of the nails managed to pierce the snake's head, 2 of them glided off from its skin, and only 1 managed to scratch out a bloody gash. The green-eyed snake seemed to recognize that this person wasn't easy to mess with and slithered away, disappearing almost immediately. Not good. This wasn't just a simple snake. Yemo realized it as Qi Wanqing's face had already become gray. Such intense poison. Yemo knew things were growing dire. At this moment, Lu Lin and Guo Qi were already coming his way. Seeing the situation, they all knew that a venomous snake had bitten Qi Wanqing. Chapter 61, was it just to repay a debt of gratitude? I will save her, you guys take care, this type of snake wouldn't attack you. Then, Yemo took Qi Wanqing and rushed into the tent. Yemo knew that it wasn't a snake, it was called a bear cockroach. It looked like a snake, but it had 4 legs, and its eyes had a green glow in the dark, just like a wolf. Bear cockroaches were not only extremely fast, but ordinary people couldn't see them at all. Besides, their skin was abnormally tough, and normal attacks wouldn't do any damage to them at all. Moreover, the crucial point was that the bear cockroach was extremely venomous and couldn't compare to any other normal venom. The adult bear cockroach would eventually grow a pair of wings. So this one was obviously still in its adolescent state. However, what surprised Yemo the most was to actually find a bear cockroach on this earth scarce of spirit Qi. The bear cockroach wouldn't attack normal humans. They are only sensitive to plants and things that contain spirit Qi because this type of animal only loved to devour anything containing spirit Qi. Yemo immediately pulled down Qi Wanqing's top, but at this moment, he really didn't have time to worry about other things. Qi Wanqing had 2 holes from the bite on her back. The black Qi had formed a line going up, making it oddly clear on Qi Wanqing's back. Yemo used his cultivated Qi to push out the venomous blood before taking out some herbs and using his cultivated Qi to help her digest the herbs. The poison was finally under control, but Yemo knew that this was only a temporary measure. If the venom couldn't be completely removed, Qi Wanqing still wouldn't be able to survive even for an hour, but what could treat her? Yimo turned Qi Wanqing over, allowing her to lay in his arms while he was worried, thinking of a way to treat her. Qi Wanqing was still unconscious, and although the gray on her face didn't get any deeper, it was still quite obvious. Bear cockroaches liked to devour spirit plants, and the people they bit were not only poisoned but would also lose their essence. It was just like life essence. If a person's life essence completely dissipated, they wouldn't be able to live long even if the poison was cured. Qi Wanqing's case was a typical example of life force gradually dissipating. Even if he forced all the poison out of her body, she wouldn't be able to live. If it was in the cultivation realm, then any spirit pills could cure her, but here, there weren't even spirit herbs, much less spirit pills. Regardless of whether or not she helped him, Qi Wanqing was bitten because of him. If Yimo couldn't save her, his heart wouldn't be at rest. Besides, he had a good impression of Qi Wanqing. If only there were a spirit herb. If there was one, he could use it to recover her life essence, but unfortunately, his silver heartgrass was gone, and the ones he just grew hadn't even germinated yet. After a brief moment, he remembered the section of purple heartvine he had obtained recently and thought that he might still be able to cure Qi Wanqing using it. Thinking that his lucky meeting with a small section of a purple heartvine was going to be eaten by Qi Wanqing, Yimo was a bit unwilling to give it up. After all, if the silver heartgrass couldn't be successfully grown, this vine would be of great use to him. However, thinking about how Qi Wanqing was in this state because of him, Yimo still decided to use the purple heartvine. Anyway, could he really watch her die and not save her when he had the means to? If Zhua Igwa didn't mind giving this plant to him, why couldn't he? Yimo, give it to others? Was he, Yimo, a status higher than others? Thinking about this, Yimo felt ashamed of himself. Just when Yimo took out the purple heart vine and was thinking of a way to turn it into a serum for Qi Wanqing, he suddenly remembered that he had only eaten the silver heartgrass for around a month. There would definitely still be some of the medicinal powers of the silver heartgrass remaining in his blood. Plus, even if it wasn't the case, he was a cultivator, and there were constantly spirit Qi in his blood, so it might even have a better effect than the purple heart vine. After all, Qi Wanqing couldn't straight up digest the purple heart vine, and she still needed Yimo's help in digestion, which was too troublesome. Thinking about this, Yimo slit his wrist without hesitation and directed the flow of blood toward Qi Wanqing's mouth. At the same time, he used his cultivated Qi to help Qi Wanqing digest the medicinal powers of his blood. Qi Wanqing's face gradually returned to normal with visible speed. The black lines withdrew along the original track and spurted out from the wound on her back. The black blood was gradually flowing out of the wound until it started turning red. Yimo felt relieved that it had worked. It seemed that the medicinal powers of the silver heartgrass were not completely digested by his body. Qi Wanqing suddenly felt a weird taste and opened her eyes. However, she saw Yimo's wrist trickling blood, and it was directly flowing into her mouth. It scared Qi Wanqing and made her scream as she hurriedly pushed Yimo's wrist away. As Yimo saw that Qi Wanqing was awake, and the venom of the bear cockroach had been cured, he also stopped the blood from flowing from his wrist. "Brother Yi, you made me drink your..." Qi Wanqing didn't dare to finish her sentence in shock. Yimo smiled and said, "It's alright, I often go to the hospital to donate blood. You had lost some blood, so it was necessary for me to donate some blood to you, so you don't need to worry about it. Perhaps I will need blood one day, and you can donate some for me as well." Yimo made it sound simple. It would be too complicated to tell her that there was some part of the silver heartgrass remaining in his blood. Besides, she probably wouldn't understand these things that involved life essence and spirit Qi. Although Qi Wanqing didn't react to the situation in time, she knew that being bitten by a snake shouldn't result in loss of blood. Furthermore, even if it was blood donation, it shouldn't be donated in such a way. She felt touched by Yimo donating blood to her. However, she forgot that she received this wound due to Yimo. "Thank you, Brother Yi, I..." Qi Wanqing moved a little and now realized that she was still in Yimo's arms. Her face immediately grew hot. Yimo also realized the situation and hurriedly put Qi Wanqing down. "You're fine now, rest up for a while. That thing is very poisonous, I'll go look for it later." Yimo had a reason to search for that bear cockroach. Since there was a bear cockroach here, it meant that there might be some spirit herbs nearby, and besides, it was too rare to find a bear cockroach on Earth. This thing only usually appeared near places of dense spirit chi. However, Earth's spirit chi was relatively scarce. Seeing that Chi Wanqing's complexion returned to normal, Yemo reminded her, "Don't do something so dangerous next time." "Did you know that I almost wasn't able to save you this time?" Yemo's meaning was that this all could have been avoided. If Chi Wanqing didn't charge over, the bear cockroach wouldn't have been able to land an attack on him. But if he had said this, it would seem a bit hurtful. After all, Chi Wanqing was trying to save him and didn't know that Yemo could dodge it. "No, if it happened again, I would still stop it. If you are poisoned, then it's all over, but if I am, you might still be able to save me." Although Chi Wanqing's voice was low, it was very firm. Yemo was stunned for a moment and felt touched. Then, he immediately said, "Nincompoop. If you are poisoned, I may not be able to save you. Today was very dangerous, you need to remember that next time." "What if I couldn't save you?" Chi Wanqing shook her head. "Brother Yi, I don't understand these things. You saved me, I just don't want you to be bitten from the bottom of my heart. Even if you can't save me, I would still do it if something similar happened again." As if scared of Yemo's reproach, her voice was getting smaller and smaller. Yemo sighed as he thought that this girl was really giving people a headache. He even doubted if he made the right choice in staying longer with them. Chi Wanqing's feelings towards him didn't seem to be as simple as repaying gratitude. Chapter 62. Why be used by her? When Yemo and Chi Wanqing came out, Lu Lin and the others had been worried sick waiting. They were relieved after seeing both coming out. The six-man squad had already lost 2 members. If they lost Chi Wanqing here as well, it would be tragic. Besides, Chi Wanqing's identity wasn't ordinary. If something happened, Lu Lin's superior wouldn't be able to shoulder the consequences, much less Lu Lin. Luckily, they were fine now. "Captain Lu, you guys rest for a bit first, I'm going to leave for a while." Yemo didn't wait for the others' reply and just went straight into the forest since he was interested in this bear cockroach. Usually, where the bear cockroach appeared, there were things like spirit herbs, and even if he couldn't find spirit herbs, it would still be good to capture this bear cockroach. Although bear cockroaches weren't spiritual beasts, it could bond with a master because it possessed some self-awareness. Unlike other wild beasts that could only be kept as trained animals, although this bear cockroach was useless to him, he could capture it and give it to Chi Wanqing. Chi Wanqing almost lost her life trying to save him just then. It was appropriate to find her a pet. "Brother Yi, wait for me, I'll go with you." Chi Wanqing grabbed a torch and suddenly followed him. Guo Qi was just about to stop Chi Wanqing but was pulled by Lu Lin. "Didn't you see that Chi Wanqing's is quite stuck to Yemo? Her cold personality is because of her family, but Yemo isn't an ordinary person, so he should be able to take care of Chi Wanqing. Don't stop her." Lu Lin paused for a moment then continued. "If someone like Yemo could join our Eagle Hunter squad, there wouldn't be a squad in the entire army that could triumph against us." Guo Qi shook his head. "You said it yourself that he isn't an ordinary person, so I'm certain that he definitely won't join the army. Furthermore, I feel like he isn't someone who likes to be restrained, and perhaps only freedom is best suited for him." After pausing for a moment, Guo Qi continued, "He may seem to wear simple clothes and is very casual in his mannerism, however, I believe that he is a proud person. Although his pride isn't like ordinary people's pride which is shown on their face or hidden in their hearts, it is natural, he neither flaunts it nor conceals it. Perhaps even the wealthiest of second-generation youngsters clad in their best designer garments would feel inferior, like a mere side character, standing next to him. Brother Fong, how are you even able to get someone as strong as him to help us?" Fong Wei asked with admiration. Ever since Yemo saved him, he had a great admiration for him and constantly wanted to become his disciple. Guo Qi smiled and simply answered, "I just said that we're all Chinese people," and just like that he agreed. "Brother Yi, wait for me." Chi Wanqing called out and followed. Yemo stopped and looked at Chi Wanqing. "Why did you come over? This place is quite dark, and the moon isn't especially bright tonight. So it is still quite dangerous here. I'm going out to find something, but I'm coming back later." "Your wound just healed, why did you come over? Hurry and go back." Brother Yi, I guess that you definitely won't join our squad afterwards, so, when you leave, I wouldn't know when I would be able to see you again. I want to stay with you for a little while longer." Perhaps due to never having any friends of the opposite sex, Chi Wanqing was greatly dependent on Yemo, who had saved her life twice in a single day. Yemo was astonished for a moment. He felt that Qi Wanqing was over-reliant on him, which didn't suit her identity as a soldier. Perhaps she went to the army due to other reasons. But he didn't want to ask about that at this point. He just wanted to say, "Idiot, I can come back and see you later." But when the words came to his mouth, he stopped. Would he really come back to see her after he left? That was impossible. His and Qi Wanqing's path were completely different. They had no intersections in life. How could they see each other again? Thinking about this, Yi Mo sighed and said, "Fine, follow me then." After all, if he really captured the bear cockroach, he was going to give it to Qi Wanqing, and he had to make the ownership bond with Qi Wanqing. "Thanks, brother Yi." Then, she excitedly grabbed Yi Mo's arm, and Yi Mo simply shook his head. Qi Wanqing was obviously still a naive girl. So it should have been really hard for her to come to the army and keep a cold face on every day. Perhaps, school life was the most suitable for her. "How many years have you been in the army? Why don't you go to school anymore?" Yi Mo asked. "In my second year of university, my grandpa forced me to marry a person I didn't like. I refused, but that person came to my school, and when I tried to speak about it to my father, he actually agreed with grandpa. So, I ran out secretly to find Uncle Jiang and joined the army. I never went back again," Qi Wanqing said dejectedly. Yi Mo was speechless. Why did these people all like to use marriage to strengthen their power? No matter where it was. These things continued to happen, but you can't stay in the army for your whole life, can you? When you go back, you will still be forced into decisions by your dad and granddad, Yi Mo said. "I don't want to go back. My mom often comes to see me, and she also helped me open." Qi Wanqing shut her mouth just in time. She almost said that the company she wanted Yi Mo to go earlier was hers and not her cousin. Then, she suddenly asked, "Brother Yi, someone as outstanding as you should have a girlfriend already, right?" Yi Mo smiled as he said, "I'm a jobless wandering person. How can I be outstanding? Girlfriend? I don't have one, but I do have a wife, hee hee." "Ah, you're married?" Qi Wanqing suddenly felt hollow in her heart. A sudden sense of loss that just couldn't be described. Yi Mo didn't notice Qi Wanqing's state and explained, "She should be about the same as you. She didn't want to marry someone else, so she faked her marriage to me. I'm just helping her out. If one day you want me to help you, I would be happy to do so." Yi Mo laughed at himself. "What? Brother Yi, you have a fake marriage, and that woman is using you? How could there be such a bad woman?" Qi Wanqing immediately felt indignant upon hearing this. A woman would even use someone like Brother Yi, she thought, and said, "Brother Yi, why would you let yourself be used by her? Just ignore such women. Why be used by her?" Yi Mo's complexion suddenly seemed gloomy. He thought about his poor master Luo Ying and didn't know how she was doing now. As long as there was the slightest sliver of Luo Ying's image, he was willing to be used. The reason he helped Ning Qingxue might be hidden in the depth of his heart, but he hoped that if one day his master was in trouble, there would be someone like him willing to help her. "Sorry, Brother Yi, I won't ask you." Qi Wanqing saw Yi Mo's look of melancholy and immediately understood that he must have had some special reason to do so. Yi Mo was surprised as he bent over and looked at a mushroom that was partly consumed. There really was spirit herbs here. Although the mushrooms weren't spirit herbs, they still contained small amounts of spirit qi which seemed to have attracted the bear cockroach. "What's wrong, Brother Yi?" Qi Wanqing saw Yi Mo stop and asked, "Don't say a word, I can already see it." Yi Mo's spirit sense locked onto the bear cockroach a few meters away. It had also obviously noticed Yi Mo, however, it didn't move, as it seemed to be sure that Yi Mo wouldn't be able to discover him no matter what and therefore wasn't scared. Chapter 63, Departure. "Wanqing, come to my left side." Yi Mo made Qi Wanqing move to his left side because the right side was where the bear cockroach was hiding. This guy was hiding under a rock with his eyes staring at Yi Mo and Qi Wanqing. Not only did he not escape, but he was instead trying to find an opportunity to attack Yi Mo. Of course, Qi Wanqing didn't know what Yi Mo had meant, but since Yi Mo told her to go left, she immediately went on the other side. Yi Mo knew that the bear cockroach was sly, so he pulled Qi Wanqing, pretending not to see it moving past by its side. The bear cockroach saw Yi Mo showing his back, so it slowly moved closer toward him and was prepared to suddenly attack him when he was the closest possible to its position. "Why being so careful?" Qi Wanqing asked quietly. Yi Mo didn't answer but suddenly turned and made a grabbing move with his hands in midair. His movements were extremely fast. So much so that Qi Wanqing wasn't even able to react. With a sharp shriek, the bear cockroach that jumped and attacked Yemo was caught in his hands in midair, as though it had placed itself there. If Yemo didn't use some Qi in his hands, he really wouldn't have been able to catch this fast creature. Feeling the intense struggle of the bear cockroach, Yemo immediately said, "Wanqing, hurry up and bite open the tip of your finger. Quick, this thing is really strong." The bear cockroach knew it was tricked and struggled more fiercely. If he didn't catch it with his own hands, Yemo definitely wouldn't have thought that it could have such power, and this was only a young bear cockroach. Qi Wanqing saw the green eye and immediately felt scared. Cold sweat trickled down her body. She wasn't really scared about herself, but about Yemo getting bitten. However, hearing Yemo's yell, she quickly reacted and, although she didn't know the reason why, she still quickly bit open her finger. Meanwhile, Yemo took out a knife and slit open a gash in the middle of its head. As blood trickled out, Yemo held Qi Wanqing's finger and dropped the blood from her fingertip into the gash. His hands continuously made different hand signs, as though he was using some magical art on the little snake-like creature. Qi Wanqing looked at Yemo's actions in shock and didn't dare to speak. She could already see the sweat beads trickle from Yemo's forehead and wanted to wipe them for Yemo, but she was scared that she would interrupt him, especially since she had no idea what Yemo was doing. His hand gestures seemed mysterious, as though it was mystical. However, Qi Wanqing believed in him. The struggling bear cockroach gradually calmed down before eventually stopping. After being dropped by Yemo, it immediately ran towards Qi Wanqing's feet, but not only that, it even used its sharp head and rubbed itself against Qi Wanqing's shoe as though a sign of intimacy. Qi Wanqing was just staring tensely at Yemo and didn't expect this snake to run over so suddenly and was evidently frightened. Luckily, Yemo's voice resounded in time. "Now, it has been subdued by me, but because you don't have a spirit sense, you can only make it understand you through words. Don't worry, it won't attack anyone unless you give the order to." Yemo knew Qi Wanqing wasn't a cultivator and, therefore, didn't have a spirit sense, so although he made the bear cockroach sign a slave pact with her, she could only command it through words. It would take a long time for her to be able to command it only with her will. "Huh, Brother Yi, how do you know something like this? It sounds weird and mystical." As Qi Wanqing saw that the bear cockroach really didn't seem to have the intention to attack her, she was finally able to calm her heart. Yemo smiled and said, "This is the method used amongst common people, and I have learned a bit of it. However, you can't train every animal with this. It's only doable for a few special animals, and this bear cockroach is one of them." Bear cockroach? Qi Wanqing didn't think that this snake-looking thing had such a strange name. "I'll call it Little Wolf from now on. It won't bite others, right?" Qi Wanqing suddenly found it interesting but was still worried about the ferocity of the bear cockroach. Not everyone could save someone bitten by that creature like Yemo did with her. It won't. Yemo knew that even without taming it, it wouldn't bite ordinary people, as it was mostly attracted to Qi. Much less after signing the slave pact with her. He thought for a moment and continued, "From now on, you just need to feed it some bamboo shoots, or you can allow it to find food itself. Most people wouldn't even be able to shadow of the bear cockroach anyway." Yemo and Qi Wanqing returned to the campsite, and when the others saw the creature, they were amazed that Yemo was able to capture such a strong pet for Qi Wanqing. They kept observing the bear cockroach, and eventually, Lu Lin suggested that Qi Wanqing should make a small linen bag to keep the bear cockroach close to her. Originally, Yemo was planning to leave after accompanying them out of the forest. However, because of Qi Wanqing, Yemo didn't even mention leaving once but simply continued to follow the group. Although Qi Wanqing really liked staying on Yemo's back, she had completely recovered now and felt embarrassed to continue staying on his back, so she got off and walked herself. In the next few days, Yemo would teach some techniques to Feng Wei each day and, later on, what Qi and Lu Lin also came to learn. The things Yemo taught were all easy to learn and very practical. He even taught them some simple breathing techniques. Although they wouldn't be able to cultivate Qi with this, if they persisted for some time, they would be able to produce some inner force. "Sister Qi, why don't you come and learn?" That night, after Guiqi had set up a simple place for them to stay and the time to learn from Yemo was coming, since Feng Wei saw that Qi Wanqing wasn't coming, he invited her. Lu Lin smacked Feng Wei on the head. "Wanqing will be taught privately by Yemo. What are you blabbering about?" Qi Wanqing, who was just playing with Little Wolf, immediately blushed. She looked at Yemo once but didn't even try to explain anything. Yemo smiled faintly but didn't rebuke Lu Lin's words. However, he didn't have the intentions of teaching Qi Wanqing privately. Maybe if there were a pen and some paper, he would probably write some breathing techniques for her. But since there weren't any, he gave up on the thought. Yemo had a great impression of Qi Wanqing since she was willing to risk her life to save him. Besides, even though Qi Wanqing was in the army, she seemed to stick to him quite heavily. However, only Yemo knew that nothing would happen between him and Qi Wanqing, as he already had Luoying in his heart, and no matter how extraordinary other girls were, they wouldn't be able to capture his heart. The only reason he caught a bear cockroach for her was to repay her for saving his life. Nevertheless, the bear cockroach was quite an important thing to Yemo now, since after all, his power wasn't quite high right now, and a lot of people were stronger than him. With the help of bear cockroach, he would be much safer. However, in order to repay Qi Wanqing's goodwill, he still gave it to her. On the 11th day, this temporary team had finally encountered people who had come to meet the squad. Therefore, Yemo was going to bid them farewell. Brother Yi, if you have time, you really need to remember to help my cousin at Luotsang. Qi Wanqing couldn't let him go the most and felt as though she lost something when Yemo left. However, she didn't have any valid reason to make him stay. She could only hope that Yemo would go to the company her mother gave her, and perhaps she would find an opportunity to leave the army and go back there too. Yemo felt helpless as he saw Qi Wanqing's expectant look. He couldn't bear to disappoint her, so he could only nod to agree. However, he knew that after separating with them this time, it would probably be very hard for them to see each other again, because he needed at least a few years' time to cultivate his silver heartgrass. Seeing Yemo's back gradually disappear into the forest, Qi Wanqing suddenly felt a deep sense of loss and disappointment in her heart. Her mood reached rock bottom once again. Chapter 64, Yemo's Rage. When Yemo went back to Flowing Snake by himself, his speed was a lot faster, even adding the time when he had to go out of his way to collect some herbs. He only spent 3 days to get back to his temporary residence in Flowing Snake. However, the scene that entered his eyes as he arrived infuriated him. It had only been 20 days, but his place had been ruined. The walls were broken everywhere, but the most important part was the patch of land where he had plowed to grow his silver heartgrass was utterly destroyed. Crack! Yemo kicked a large rock with his feet and, using his chi, the rock was actually shattered into countless pieces. His most valuable possession was the silver heartgrass, and he had tried to cultivate 19 seeds here. However, this place had been decimated just like this. What was Fong Nan doing? Just when Yemo was prepared to look for an explanation from Fong Nan, a person quickly ran over. This individual had seen Yemo standing in front of the ragged pagoda and hurried over and respectfully said, "Brother Yi, Brother Nan made me wait here for you. You're finally back." This was a youth in his 20s, and Yemo still remembered him. He was called Rock and was the one who stood behind Fong Nan when Yemo first went to see him. Yemo suppressed the anger inside his heart. The silver heartgrass was more important than anything, but now, half of it was gone. How could he not be angry? However, he wasn't a person to go into a tantrum before fully understanding the situation, but someone will pay with his life for his silver heartgrass. Seeing the dark look on Yemo's face, he quickly said, "Brother Yi, after you left, Brother Nan and another big gang in Flowing Snake, the Yu Gang, fought over the distribution of benefits of those left behind by the 13 turbos. Originally, Brother Nan wouldn't be afraid of the Yu Gang. However, the Yu Gang went against the rules and rallied with the Fei Gang to ambush our Pu Dao clan. Brother Nan was heavily wounded and taken here by our brothers to recover. However, he was still attacked by the Yu and Fei Gang. In the end, only a few brothers and Nong brother made it out. Nong brother told me to wait here for Brother Yi to apologize to you." Yemo listened through Rock's words with a pale face, not replying for a long time. He understood that if Fong Nan didn't come here, perhaps his silver heartgrass wouldn't have been destroyed, so maybe Fong Nan was using this method to force Yemo to help him out. If Fong Nan was actually trying to make Yemo angry at the Yu Gang so he would destroy them, then he really wouldn't mind annihilating Pu Dao clan too. Yemo walked into the yard. That patch of land was trampled all over, but Yemo still managed to find a few seeds. Seeing those seeds made Yemo calmer. However, he realized that even if that event didn't happen, he wouldn't be able to grow the silver heartgrass here because the few seeds he had found were all rotten and didn't have any signs of germination. It seemed that this silver heartgrass could only be cultivated in certain places. He didn't even know why the place he had been living at before could grow a silver heartgrass. take me to Fong Nan. Yemo turned around and said coldly to Rock. His face had returned to complete calm. Fong Nan was extremely devastated right now and was hiding in a far-off cave. Including Rock, only 6 people were remaining. As he saw Yemo walking in, Fong Nan struggled to get up with a face filled with guilt. From Yemo's attitude toward the place, he could see how important it was for him, yet not only was he unable to guard it, but the place was also destroyed because of him. If something similar were to happen again, he would never allow his brothers to take him there to hide. Seeing Fong Nan struggling to get up with guilt in his eyes, Yemo only waved his hand. This isn't your fault, let me have a look at your wound first. Fong Nan had been injured during a gunfight. Although he was shot twice, it was not a problem for Yemo to heal him at all, and, in less than half an hour, he had already treated Fong Nan's wounds completely. I'm going to have a look around Flowing Snake to see who destroyed my stuff. You can rest up here in the meantime, you will be able to return to Flowing Snake at night. When he saw that Fong Nan was better, Yemo stood up and, as he was about to leave, the tone he expressed himself with made everyone who heard him frigid. Fong Nan immediately said, Brother Yi, this thing was caused by me, so even if I die, I can't let you go to Flowing Snake while I sleep here. Yemo smiled faintly, in that case, you can come with me. To him, these gangs formed by desperados really didn't have nothing to do with him. There wouldn't be a problem even if Fong Nan came with him. Flowing Snake, inside the semicircle stone house that originally belonged to Fong Nan, the Yu Gang and the Fei Gang that had encircled the border of China were also here. The big boss of the Yu Gang spoke in a fluent Chinese. I've long despised that Fong Nan from the Pudao clan. Although we didn't manage to kill him, we kicked him out of Flowing Snake this time, which makes me feel at ease. We were really fortunate to have Boss Pooh this time. Come, with this glass, I now represent the Yu Gang to toast in your honor. Alright, but we will also be living in Flowing Snake in the future, and we hope Supreme Chancellor Wang will help us out a little. The boss of the Fei Gang sitting on the opposite side of the Yu Gang with black skin. Although he was speaking Chinese, he was stuttering a little. He obviously knew that he wouldn't be able to live at Flowing Snake if he couldn't even speak Chinese. Supreme Chancellor Wang smiled and replied, No worries, no worries. We each take half of the land and business left behind by Fong Nan since it is what we had already agreed beforehand. This Supreme Chancellor Wang was the leader of the Yu Gang, Wang Xian. He didn't like to be referred to as gang leader and instead preferred the title Supreme Chancellor. Under such discussions, the atmosphere in the room was extremely cheerful. Thud. Thud. However, 2 discordant sounds disrupted the scene as 2 bodies fell on the table where the 2 gang leaders had just drunk a toast. These were the bodies of the 2 guards outside. In that instant, the entire room became deadly silent, yet quickly the tens of people in the room reacted and started flourishing their weapons, preparing for the upcoming battle. Who are you? Why did you kill my men for no reason? Supreme Chancellor Wang had his hands on his pistol. No matter what, this person killed his men, so he was going to make him pay for it. Yemo sneered and scanned the people in the room. There were about 40 to 50 people, with more than 10 people with a black skin and 2 were white. After taking a glance at the people in the room, he simply asked, Did you destroy the temple I was living at? He actually came for a broken-down pagoda? The face of Supreme Chancellor Wang darkened and pulled out his hand as he yelled, Brothers, fire! Finish the son of ABTCH. Chapter 65, What is really cruel? Thud. 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 4 consecutive sounds of broken bones could be heard as the 4 quickest men who charged at Yemo were kicked flying. It would be extremely hard to tell which one received the first kick, and even those with good eyes were only able to see a few blurred kicks. The rest of the men who wanted to charge up were knocked by these 4 people and crashed into the stone wall. Everyone else froze, wondering how the man could be so strong as the damages dealt were already so big. A youth behind the leader of the Yu Gang reacted quickly by taking out a gun with the intent to shoot at Yemo. However, a light gust of wind blew past him and, before his fingers could even touch the trigger, there was a bloody hole on his forehead as he collapsed on the ground and died with his eyes wide open in silence. At this moment, no one even dared to make the slightest move. This man came to the door and killed 5 people in a few breaths of time, and this didn't even include the 2 he had killed at the door before. He killed that many people, but they didn't even see him move once. The leader of the Yu Gang finally caught on the situation. He realized that this young man was a dangerous one and was definitely one of these special masters, so he hurriedly said, Friend, there must be a misunderstanding between us. although we damaged that pagoda. We really didn't know that place was yours. Please, I'm willing to pay double for your losses. Yemo sneered and raised his hand. The two black men from the Yu gang who wanted to open fire had suddenly a hole appearing in each of their foreheads as they fell to their death. Meanwhile, the pistols in their hands flew out a long distance away. This time, Wang Xian managed to catch a glimpse of his movement. The young man barely raised his hands, but this simple movement resulted in 2 immediate deaths. The objects he shot out seemed to be faster than bullets. This person was too strong. Pay for my losses? Can you even afford it? Besides, you hurt my friend Fong Nan and killed his men. Even if you could afford it, I'll make you go back to where you came from today. Yemo didn't waste any more time talking as the metal nails in his hands flew out like hail. There were a lot of people, and Yemo's spirit sense wasn't powerful enough right now. If everyone attacked him at the same time, his spirit sense wouldn't be able to cover it all, and he might be injured. Since he was planning to fight anyway, he might as well get rid of a few men before they could react. Brothers, kill him. In an extremely short period of time, more than 10 people had already died. After that yell, Wang Xian hid behind the others and looked for a window from which he could escape from. Wang Xian had initially thought that this stone house was grandiose. But because of the situation they were in right now, it became the place he loathed the most. If it had been some other house, there would probably have been a back door or a hidden passage in case of an emergency like this. However, not only there weren't a single door he could use to escape, but the windows inside that stone house were so tight that it would be extremely complicated for a man to go through. His only choice was to try pulling out one of the windows, but even after a long time, he still wasn't able to move it. Blood was spewed, and the sound of gunshots and knives clashing into each other was resounding all over the stone house. The scene quickly erupted into pandemonium. However, Yemo guarded the door and didn't let a single person escape. Although Yemo had a spirit sense and he attacked very fast, usually killing those with guns first while dodging the flying knives, there were simply too many people attacking him. His spirit sense couldn't cover it all, and he wasn't able to avoid one bullet that lodged itself in his leg. However, at the same time he had been shot, the shooter was killed by Yemo. Although the gun wound wasn't serious enough to threaten his life, it seriously annoyed Yemo, and the metal nails started to fly out even faster. A few minutes later, the rustling noise in the room stopped. Other than Wang Xian, who was still trying to pick the window open. Even the leader of the Yu gang was laying on the ground, dead. The stone house was full of bodies, and yet, there weren't much bloodstains. This was because Yemo always took care of them with one nail. Yemo took out the bullet lodged in his leg and treated his wound. Then, he stared coldly at Wang Xian near the window and said, "I don't think you need to try anymore. Do you think you can still escape now?" Hearing Yemo's words, Wang Xian suddenly looked behind him. Immediately, his hands and feet went cold. A single thought lingered in his mind: what sort of person did I offend? More than 40 people against one, but none of them lived. Well, it's more like other than him. Everyone else had been killed. It took him a long time before he could even say another word. "Please, have mercy on me. I'm willing to give you everything I have, and I am also willing to be your subordinate." Wang Xian had killed countless people, but when it was his turn, he finally realized death was such a scary thing. "Fong Nan, I'll leave this to you. You can deal with this one." Yemo turned back to leave. Fong Nan and a few of his henchmen were waiting outside nervously, and when he heard Yemo calling out to him, he asked his men to help him go inside. At this moment, Yemo had already left. Fong Nan looked at the scene in the room and couldn't close his mouth for a long time. The room was full of bodies, except for Wang Xian, who was shaking right now. Fong Nan suddenly felt a cold shiver down his back as he thought, "What is cruel? This is really cruel." He had killed countless people but had never killed this much by himself, and yet, Yemo left calmly as though nothing had happened. For him, murder was as simple as breathing. No wonder he scared so much someone as ruthless as Wang Xian that he couldn't stop shivering. When he killed, it was the brawls between gangs. It appeared to be very scary with blood flying around, but they were mostly light wounds, and not a lot of people died. There never had been someone who could kill the opponent's entire gang. However, Yemo had killed all of these people and yet still appeared like usual, as though he had just killed a few chickens. His face remained expressionless. Then, Fong Nan suddenly thought of the day when Yemo came to this place with him, and sweat ran down his back. If he had just acted a little tougher that day and had some bad intentions, there wouldn't be a Fong Nan in this world. Fong Nan had never seen someone so strong. At the same time, he had never seen someone so ruthless. Luckily, he respected Yemo from the bottom of his heart and had tried to be friends with him, otherwise. Fong Nan didn't even dare to think about it. Leader Fong, have mercy, I'm willing to give you all of my assets. I just want you to spare my life. Wang Xian's plea interrupted Fong Nan's contemplation. Immediately kill this bastard and clean up the bodies in the room. Rock, immediately come with me to see Brother Yi. Fong Nan left the things here to his men as he only wanted to check on Yemo. Brother Yi. Fong Nan was carried by two men as he came to Yemo and called out to him respectfully. Originally, Yemo was just someone strong and mysterious in Fong Nan's eyes, who deserved his respect, but now, Yemo was more someone he feared, Fong Nan. Yemo seemed to be deep in thought. Brother Yi, I'm here. Fong Nan hurriedly replied. Thinking of a moment, Yemo said, originally, I was planning to live here for a while. But I didn't think that some things wouldn't go according to plan. So, I will simply leave. Brother Yi, you're leaving? I can immediately help you build back the place that was destroyed, Fong Nan quickly said. He thought that Yemo was leaving because the pagoda was destroyed. Yemo waved his hand. Fong Nan, right now, you decide what happens in Flowing Snake. I know what you do to make a living, but don't cross the line. As for blocking the road and robbing, don't do it if you can. Business is easy at the national border, however, I hope you won't do any drug business. These sorts of things harm only yourself and the others. This is all I have to say, perhaps I will come back one day. After finishing, Yemo turned to leave without the slightest hesitation. He didn't want to stay at a place where the silver heartgrass couldn't grow. Even if he had to hide from the Song family, he wouldn't do it at the price of inhibiting the progress of his cultivation. Fong Nan was a decent person and helped him out quite a lot, but if he couldn't even control Flowing Snake in its current state, then he wouldn't have the right to stay here. After Yemo walked out a long distance, Fong Nan finally awoke and said, Brother Yi, I definitely will do as you say. Yemo didn't ask him for someone to escort him back, so he didn't dare to make that decision himself. Chapter 66. Where did he go? Ning Qingxue had already bought the place where Yemo used to live before. She felt that staying in Yu State was a torment and wanted to find Yemo, but she had no idea where he went. Ning Qingxue, who could no longer remain in Yu State, returned to Ninghai, and although she came back to the small yard once again and the place didn't change, the person wasn't there anymore. Sue didn't know that the property had been bought by Ning Qingxue and still lived in her original room. However, recently, there were people constantly questioning her and investigating the surrounding, and eventually, they even took away all the surveillance computers. Sue had a feeling that this was related to Yemo. Thinking back to the time she spent with Yemo together, she just remembered that she didn't even know what Yemo did. Sue, who just opened the door and was prepared to go out shopping, suddenly saw Ning Qingxue standing at the doorway by herself. She was stunned for a moment and asked subconsciously, What are you doing here? Ning Qingxue knew that Sue held a negative opinion of her, but she didn't feel that Sue was wrong. In her opinion, her understanding of Yemo was even less than Sue. I'm living here because the rental period isn't over. Ning Qingxue didn't want to let her know that she had bought the house. If she did say it, then Sue would probably move out of here immediately. However, Ning Qingxue wanted things to be the same as they had been before, yet, she knew this was impossible. Even if everything else was the same as the original, Yemo was no longer here. Sue wanted to say something to Ning Qingxue, but she didn't know what Yemo and Ning Qingxue's relationship was like. Besides, Yemo did pay for a year's rent here, so she didn't say anything in the end. However, she didn't want to stay any longer, so she left to pick up some groceries. Ning Qingxue went back to the room, looking at the place that looked exactly the same as before, which left her with an indescribable feeling of sadness. That bed, she was even laying down with Yemo and took photos on it. She had even tried to go farther into the act, which had even been noticed by Li Mume at the time. Was that feeling before her true intentions? After sitting on the bed for a while, Ning Qingxue cleaned up the room, leaving everything exactly where they were. However, Yemo's small medical case was still in her luggage. For her, that was perhaps the last thing that Yemo left behind. She opened up Yemo's medical case again, and finally, she couldn't resist to take out Yemo's letter anymore. She had always resisted the temptation of opening it, but this time, after coming back to the place where she had lived with Yemo, the temptation was too strong for her. As soon as she opened it, a beautiful yet strong handwriting entered her eyes. Ning Qingxue didn't think Imo's handwriting would look so bold as if it would come out of the paper. Hello Shishio, I left this letter for you before I left. Originally, there were some things I wanted to give you, but you hadn't been to school lately. Coming here, I was a lonely person, and you were my only friend. I was kicked out of my family and my original father-in-law had broken off the engagement in front of everyone. The only friend that hadn't left me was you, so I consider you as my true friend. In fact, the thing I'm most grateful for was that day when you woke me up. If you hadn't done it, perhaps I would never have been able to wake up ever again. Sigh, I don't have a place to live anymore for these past few days, so it's inconvenient to write, but when I have found a place to settle down again, I'll write another letter to you. This is it for now. The letter stopped suddenly, but Ning Qingxue knew that the reason Emo didn't have a place to live was because of her and felt even gloomier. He was a lonely person, but she had hurt him even more. Now, she was also a lonely person. Ning Qingxue packed up the things and left the room. Sue had come back but went to wash the veggies and didn't talk to Ning Qingxue anymore. Ning Qingxue walked to the flower pots where Emo grew flowers in the backyard. She wanted to care for this place and grow some flowers too. A fresh bud made Ning Qingxue look at it for a long time. The place where his small bud grew was the place where the silver heart grass grew before. Ning Qingxue remembered that the grass with a silver color in the middle was cherished greatly by Emo, but also remembered that after the grass had disappeared, Emo was gone as well. Was this bud that grass from before? Ning Qingxue once again carefully fenced up the surrounding of this grass, creating a protection that looked exactly like the one Emo made before. No matter whether this grass was the same one Emo grew before, Ning Qingxue decided she would care for it because its place was the same as that plant from before. Sue had cooked food and when she saw that Ning Qingxue was still taking care of the flowers in the garden, she felt intrigued. Was her relationship with Emo really more than ordinary? Otherwise, why would their interests be so similar? I've already cooked some food, how about you eat here as well? Sue had prepared food and said to Ning Qingxue, who was still doing gardening, "Thank you, I'm not very hungry," Ning Qingxue replied, but suddenly after thinking for a while, she asked, "Sue, did Emo eat with you frequently?" Emo? Sue didn't know why Ning Qingxue would ask this, but she still answered, "He only ate once with me and said that he was going to invite me out to eat. But now, he still hasn't invited me and left without a notice. By the way, Ning Qingxue, what's your relationship with Emo?" Ning Qingxue could say another word. Yeah, what was her relationship with Emo? They were no longer engaged since the marriage was a fake. She had no relationship with Emo at all now, so what was she doing here? After a week, Sue astoundingly discovered that Ning Qingxue's lifestyle was shocking similar to Emo's. They were both very shy, and almost never went out. Furthermore, they had a similarity, which was their love of growing flowers. Ning Qingxue often watched beside the flower pots, and when she did, it was usually the whole day and actually didn't feel bored. The only difference was when Emo lived here before. There was basically no one who came, but after Ning Qingxue lived here, that Li Mumei came quite a few times, and even someone called Su Jingwen came. Su Jingwen's beauty also gave Su Wei a little shock. She didn't know why there were suddenly so many beautiful women coming. In a private mansion of the Song family in Beijing, the manager of external matters, Song Hai, was immersed in staring at a map. A few days ago, he received a report saying that a youth looking strikingly similar to Emo went into the town of Fengtang and went on a bus leaving toward Qi City. However, according to the driver, that person got off before even reaching Qi City. The place he got off was approximately in the Guixian mountain range. However, the trail was cut off here once again. What Song Hai was staring at right now was the map of the Guixian mountain range. This place was full of forests and mountains. If Emo was really hiding there, it would be quite troublesome to find him. Ring, ring, Song Hai's phone rang and broke his train of thought. Song Hai frowned. He had exhausted himself mentally recently trying to find Emo, and a phone call at this time made him feel uncomfortable. What is it? Song Hai picked up the phone and asked impatiently, "Master Hai." Ning Qingxue from the Ning family had come to Ning Hai and moved into Emo's previous home. What do we do now? Master Hai, please enlighten us. The phone came from the people he sent to Ning Hai in order to watch out for Emo. However, he didn't think that they would be surveilling Ning Qingxue instead of Yimo. Song Hai rubbed his head and replied after a while, "Keep an eye on her but don't make any move yet. If there still isn't any news in a few days, find a few hoodlums and take her away." "Yes, Master Hai," a very straightforward voice responded. Song Hai put down the phone and sneered as he talked to himself, "I won't touch the Ning family for now, but can I touch you, Ning Qingxue? You will see what happens next." Notes: 1. As a reminder, Zhai means the habit of staying home constantly and not going out. You can find a similar term in a few Japanese novels. Hikikomori. Chapter 67, Injury. Ning Qingxue woke up later than Su Wei each day. But when Ning Qingxue woke up this morning to clean herself, she discovered that Su Wei didn't go to work, so she couldn't help but to ask, "Su Wei, you're not working today? Today's a rest day, Qingxue, don't you get bored looking at those flowers all day long?" Due to having the experience of living together for a week, Su Wei and Ning Qingxue gradually got to know each other, so Su Wei wasn't as cold as she had been at the start. Ning Qingxue shook her head, "Nope, I feel great looking at them growing each day." Su Wei was amazed for a moment as she really couldn't understand Ning Qingxue's actions, since even when Yimo was growing these flowers, he wasn't as much into this as her. At most, he spent some time of the day to look after it, and the rest of the time, he spent it on other things. Su Wei, who was just about to say something, was frightened by the door that was suddenly bumped open and dropped the tub in her hands. Two ferocious-looking men charged in but were surprised to see the frightened Su Wei, as they didn't expect that the person living with Ning Qingxue didn't go to work that day. However, their surprise was gone in a flash, and they didn't look at her anymore. "BTCH, you deceived us and stole my money, and now you're hiding here. Come, go back with me." One man was going to pull Ning Qingxue, who wanted to dodge. But she didn't expect this man to take out a wooden stick with the intent to swing it toward a flower pot. Meanwhile, he was still yelling, "How dare you stole my money and hide here to grow flowers? I'm going to smash all of them." "No!" Ning Qingxue saw the stick was about to hit one of the flower pots, and with that strike, even a metal flower pot would be shattered. She was so scared that she didn't even think before she just put herself in front of the flower pots. Puff! The stick directly hit on Ning Qingxue's unprotected back. Spew! Ning Qingxue spewed out a mouthful of blood on the flower pots and fainted immediately. Su Wei screamed and immediately tried to call the police. The two men didn't think that this would happen. They swung using their full strength with the intent to destroy a flower pot, so the consequences would be different when that stick hit on a woman. His orders were to simply take away this woman, but they didn't think that this woman would block a stick from him for a flower pot. The men saw that things went out of control, so they immediately looked at each other and left in a rush. Even when the police, Li Mumei, and Su Jingwen all came, Ning Qingxue still didn't wake up. Fractured spinal bone, 60% of the ribs broken, heavy damage to the heart and lungs. Even if we do everything we can, she would only have 3 years to live at best. And she would be sleeping on a bed most of the time. If we don't treat her, she barely has a month to live. This was the conclusion drawn by the specialists in Ninghai's best hospital. Even if I go bankrupt, I will make the perpetrator pay. Ning Zhongfei was furious. Ning Qingxue was his only daughter, and for her, he was even willing to break out with his father and his brothers. But now, his daughter was beaten to the ground. A 30-or-so-year-old looking woman just held Ning Qingxue's hand and cried. She was Ning Qingxue's mother. "Lan Yu, Qingxue, I won't let you be in this state without doing nothing." After crying for a while, Lan Yu stood up and rubbed her red eyes. She looked at her husband and said, "I will find Su Su and help Qingxue exact revenge. Even if the Song family was more powerful than the heavens, I wouldn't let this pass." Previously, every time his wife had talked about Su Su, Ning Zhongfei would try to persuade her, saying that Su Su was in the hidden power factions, and it wasn't suitable for her to come out. However, this time, Ning Zhongfei surprisingly didn't say anything. He just nodded with a stern face and said, "No matter the costs, we can't let Qingxue be treated like this." "Mom!" Ning Qingxue opened her eyes for the first time, but as she saw that she was laying in a white room, she felt a heart-wrenching pain. "Qingxue, you're awake." Lan Yu hurried over and grabbed her daughter's hand. "I'm hurting so much." Ning Qingxue spoke, and sweat immediately cascaded down her face. Lan Yan felt pain in her heart as she knew that her daughter was suffering, not just physically, but inside her heart too. At this moment, she was hoping to be the one laying on the bed instead of her daughter. However, she could only console her. Qingxue, don't be afraid, Mom will cure you. Ning Qingxue shook her head with a struggle. I want to go home, Mom, take me to that yard. I know myself, I don't want treatment. Ning Qingxue was clear in her heart. With her injuries, even if she was cured, she would be laying on a bed for the rest of her life, in the best case scenario. She harbored the will to die and didn't want to stay in the hospital. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to see Emo once before she died and apologize in front of his face. Qingxue, don't be impulsive. Listen to your mom, stay in the hospital, the doctors will definitely treat you. Rest assured, Mom will stay here with you. How could Lan Yu not know what her daughter was thinking? Her heart felt like it was getting sliced. Ning Qingxue wanted to shake her head, but she felt a sudden immense pain. However, she bit her teeth and said, Mom, can't you let me die with no regrets? I just want to return to that house, take me back. I'm begging you. She breathed and said, Mom, give me that little case. After she said that, Ning Qingxue closed her eyes. Her pain no longer allowed her to continue talking, and she fainted once again. Lan Yu stood up and wiped the tears from her eyes. Zhongfei, why does Qingxue want to live in that house ever since she came back? What exactly happened between her and Emo? Ning Zhongfei shook his head and said after a while, this is our daughter's last wish, and since we can't save her completely in the hospital, we should send her back to that house. We'll do everything we can to find the best doctors in the meanwhile. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, I don't want to give up. Put that case beside her bed so she won't miss it when she wakes up. Lan Yu nodded and agreed with her husband's opinion. Emo didn't go straight to Luozan like Qi Wanqing had recommended. He wanted to see if he could find a job himself. If he really couldn't, then he would go work at Qi Wanqing's cousin's company. However, before this, he had to go to Ninghai and take away some soil from the flower pot in that house and take away his medical case. The reason he wanted to take some soil was for analysis. He wanted to find a laboratory and ask them to analyze the compound of the earth to understand as to why it could let the silver heart grass grow but not with the soil and flowing snake. Returning to Ninghai, Emo estimated that at this time, Su Wei was probably still at work, so he sneaked into the house. But when Emo walked beside the flower pots, there was a heart-wrenching blood stain. Although it was almost dry, it was obvious that it didn't happen long ago. Why was there so much blood on this flower pot? Chapter 68, Yemo's Return. Yemo, you're back. A voice interrupted Yemo's concentration. He was stunned, looking at the blood stain, and didn't notice that Su Wei had come in. Su Wei, don't you have to work today? Yemo looked strangely at Su Wei. She was looking tired as she simply shook her head. Yesterday afternoon, Qingxue was injured and was sent to the hospital. Right now she is still in a critical condition. I just went there to see her. How come I didn't see you? Emo was astonished. Ning Qingxue was attacked? How did Su Wei know that Ning Qingxue was attacked? Wondering about this, he asked, how do you know Ning Qingxue was attacked? You don't know? Su Wei looked at Emo and asked intriguingly. She thought Emo came back because Ning Qingxue was hurt but didn't expect him not to know anything at all. Emo asked with a strange voice, if she was hurt, how would I know? Are her injuries serious? Although he didn't really have a good impression of Ning Qingxue, she looked really similar to his master, Luoyin, when she was melancholic, thus, he still cared a bit about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to Ning Qingxue's request previously. Qingxue had always been living here, you tell me how I wouldn't know. Su Wei was certain that Emo really didn't know that Ning Qingxue had been injured. Emo frowned. Ning Qingxue had been living here? He had already left, so the act was over. Why would she still be living here? With her family's situation, how could she not have another place to live? Seeing that Emo was lost in his thoughts, Su Wei spoke once again. After Qingxue had come, she had been living in your room and rarely went out. Every day, she would care for these flowers and sometimes, she would look at them from day to night. Ning Qingxue also liked flowers? Emo looked at the flower pots in bewilderment. He liked flowers because he came here to grow the silver heart grass. Why would Ning Qingxue like to grow flowers? If she really liked it, why didn't he even see her come close to a flower pot for the 20 or so days he had been living with her? On the flower pot, one grass with some bloodstain caught Yemo's attention. Although this grass just started to germinate, Emo had already recognized that this was a silver heart grass, and the moment he saw the plant, Emo was immediately excited. The earth here could not only grow the silver heart grass but also make it germinate. Emo immediately thought about why Ning Qingxue would grow this plant here. Was she a cultivator? But Emo quickly realized that this newly germinated silver heart grass was actually from a seed that he had dropped before he collected the seeds. He didn't expect it to germinate, but how did Ning Qingxue know this was silver heartgrass and took it so seriously? Emo was still musing when Sue explained. Ning Qingxue seemed to really care about that small blade of grass in that flower pot and even used things to cover it. She looked after it every day, and sometimes she would look at it the whole day and wouldn't get bored. Yesterday, she was still looking at the small grass in the flower pot when two men suddenly charged in from outside. They looked very ferocious. Looking at Emo, who was still quietly listening to her, Sue continued. One man said that Qingxue stole his money and was hiding here growing flowers. That man took a wooden stick and was about to smash the flower from the pot. However, I really don't know what Ning Qingxue was thinking at the time, but she used her body to block that wooden stick, and that stick directly hit her on the back. At that moment, she immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood on the flower pot and fainted. Emo's face turned purple. He didn't know why Ning Qingxue would care so much for that silver heartgrass, but he was already furious. Did you find out who those men were? Emo calmed down and asked. Sue shook her head and said, no, but Emo, you need to be careful. After you had left, a lot of people came and asked about you. They even took the surveillance computer away. I don't think those are good people. You need to be careful when you come and go. When Sue spoke till now, Emo was very clear. Those people that tried to take Qingxue away were definitely sent by the Song family to monitor him. Since they hadn't expected Ning Qingxue to move over, they wanted to see if he would come and meet up with her. However, after waiting for some time for him to no avail, they decided to take Ning Qingxue away. Then, the incident of Ning Qingxue being hurt while trying to protect the grass occurred. Emo was sure that the truth shouldn't be far off, but he was already sure that those who had hurt Ning Qingxue were people of the Song family. The only thing he didn't understand was why she would risk her life to save this silver heart grass. The only explanation he could think of was that Ning Qingxue knew that he needed this grass, so she cared for it and would even protect it at all costs. Although this was the easiest explanation he could think of, Emo still believed this didn't make any sense at all because Ning Qingxue had never been so nice to him, so she should be even less for some grass he might need. Emo thought to himself, Song family, since you want to fight, then we'll fight. If I, Emo, fear a mere Song family, then I wouldn't even need to cultivate. I might as well suicide and enter samsara. 1. Regardless of whether Ning Qingxue did it for him or not, since she saved the silver heartgrass, this incident was related to Emo. So he should exact her revenge. Sue, I will visit Qingxue in the hospital, but don't tell her that I came here. Emo bid Sue farewell and headed straight for the hospital. Although Sue didn't know why Emo wouldn't let her say anything to Ning Qingxue, she still agreed to his request because she knew that Ning Qingxue didn't have much time left. Just when Emo walked in front of the hospital, he saw a few doctors carrying Ning Qingxue from a portable bed to a car. Emo was stunned and wondered if was she changing hospital. However, his spirit sense scanned Qingxue's situation and immediately found out that her injuries were far more serious than he had imagined. Instantly, a killing intent rose up in Emo's heart. Ning Qingxue was beaten like this in his place, trying to protect the silver heartgrass. He was not going to let the perpetrator go. Ning Qingxue was carrying a case in her hands, which was the medical case he had wanted to take away. However, Emo was astonished. Using his spirit sense to scan the case, he found 3 of the beads from the bracelet he had made for Su Jingwen. Why was this in Ning Qingxue's hands? And why were there only 3? He sighed to himself. If Ning Qingxue had these 3 beads on her wrist and not in the case, perhaps she would have been able to avoid the disaster. Emo was just planning to secretly follow behind this ambulance. And just when the car left, he heard 2 nurses talking. This girl should be someone from a big family. Look, even the hospital director is running around. Yeah, I heard that she only has a month to live. This girl doesn't want to accept treatment and wants to go home. Although I can't understand, there didn't seem to be much difference living on the bed unable to move for a month or for a few years. Notes: 1. Samsara is a Sanskrit word that means wandering or world. with the connotation of cyclic, circuitous change. It also refers to the theory of rebirth and cyclicality of all life, matter, existence, a fundamental assumption of all Indian religions. Samsara is sometimes referred to with terms or phrases such as transmigration, karmic cycle, reincarnation, and cycle of aimless drifting, wandering or mundane existence. Source: Wikipedia, Chapter 69, She Master. 1. Yemo now understood that Ning Qingshui was the one that wanted to go back, which made him wonder why she would choose something like that. However, since Ning Qingshui was going back home, he was no longer in a hurry. When there were no one left during the night, he would sneak inside and help her once again by curing her injuries. As for whether he would take away that piece of silver heartgrass, he still needed to think about it, since he already knew that the ambulance was going to send Ning Qingshui back. Yemo didn't follow it. Instead, he was wondering where he could find the people who made her on the verge of death. Although he knew it was definitely the Song family, Yemo didn't know where the Song family's current base was in Ninghai. Yemo found a clean restaurant and ate there. After the meal, just when Yemo walked out of the restaurant, he saw 3 people leave a star-rated restaurant, 2 men and 1 lady, and Yemo quickly recognized one of the men, Wang Peng. However, Yemo didn't care about Wang Peng at all. What interested him was the man beside him. He was around 40 years old. He had a medium build and a long face with a grass patch haircut and slightly bulging temples. Yemo could tell with one glance that this was a master. That man seemed to have sensed Yemo observing him. He actually raised his head and looked toward Yemo, who glanced away with the thought that this man was really powerful. He was sure that this man was even stronger than Wendong, and even if he might not be as strong as Yemo himself, he wasn't far off. This was Yemo's first time encountering such master and immediately understood that it had been that man who cured Wang Peng's hand. Now, his spirit sense could scan up to an 8-meter radius around him, which was perfect for him as he wanted to know what these people were saying. Finally, Yemo stopped at a news agency not far away from where he could perfectly monitor those people without being caught out. I was really lucky to have brother who last time. Otherwise, my hands still wouldn't be able to move now. I really feel ashamed to be unable to properly thank you this time for coming to help me. A voice that seemed to be Wang Peng's could be heard. Yemo had now the confirmation that this man really did cure Wang Peng's hand, which meant that this man was a Chi master, and it was his first encounter with a Chi master on Earth. Even Wendong, that he had met the last time, was only strong in brawling and assassination techniques, but she was far from being able to cultivate Chi. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "You are too polite, young Master Pang. Your father is also on young Master Tan's side, so this little gesture of help is nothing. However, just try not to go mess with those people selling fake medicine on the streets. There are some quite abled men amongst them." Yes, I will remember Brother Hu's teachings. I have to trouble Brother Hu to say hello to young Master Tan for my father, as it's a bit inconvenient for me to go over right now. Anyway, thank you, Brother Hu. Wang Peng's tone was very respectful. The middle-aged man waved his hand and entered the Audi. The car was started and left rapidly. Yemo didn't have the time to care about Wang Peng. He focused exclusively on this man that Wang Peng called Brother Hu. This was a master. Immediately, Yemo followed the car. After 20 minutes, the sky had already darkened, and the Audi finally reached a private mansion. Yemo scanned the mansion with his spirit sense and found cameras everywhere, but absolutely no way of getting in. After thinking for a while, Yemo still decided to come back during the night when he would be able to destroy all these cameras and find that Brother Hu more easily. The reason he wanted to find this man was that Yemo had no idea about the martial arts system here and wasn't sure to what state he had to cultivate to ensure his own safety. Even if he had to forcefully interrogate him, he would do so as to not be unprepared when he met a stronger master one day. Unfortunately, this time wasn't the most suitable as the sky was just beginning to turn dark. It was still early now, and he definitely had to help cure Ning Qingshui's wounds. It was just that it wasn't convenient now since there would definitely be someone beside her. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to go, however, when it was later in the night. He would go treat her and then return here. He wanted to go visit Shishio at the Ninghai University, but after some thoughts, he gave up the idea. He was still weak now, and if the Song family somehow find out that he was related to Shishio, they might try to harm him too. Yemo left Brother Hu's mansion and was preparing to go buy some things as he still had some money on him now. After he had finished treating Ning Qingshui, he decided that he would go to Luotsang and have a look. If possible, he would find a job there, but if things still wouldn't work out, he would go to Chi Wanqing's cousin's company. His idea was to find a place to rent, and once things were more stable, he would get the content of the soil to be analyzed and then plant a few seeds of the silver heartgrass. After all, its growth period was very long. During this time, he also intended to go to the Taklamakan desert. He didn't want to wait until the silver heartgrass was mature before leaving. That was wasting too much time. On this earth scarce of spirit chi, he really wouldn't know when he would be able to cultivate to a degree he wanted if he wasted time like that. Although it wasn't foreseeable how strong he would get if he continued like this, there was still hope if he tried, and if he didn't, there would be nothing but regret. Although Ning Qingxue also managed to grow a silver heartgrass, she was able to give up her life for that barely germinated blade of grass, and even though Yemo didn't know why she would do something like that, he couldn't bear to think about it any further. It's really you, I finally found you. A voice broke Yemo's contemplation. Yemo turned around and found someone that he knew. That person seemed to be called Fong Weicheng, and he met him last time when he was practicing his martial arts in the Qingdu Lake Park. At that time, he had wanted to spar with Yemo but was defeated in only one move. Oh, it's you, Fong Weicheng, Yemo nodded. Fong Weicheng was quite straightforward. Fong Weicheng saw that Yemo still remembered his name and immediately said in happy surprise, I didn't think you would still remember me. After that day, I had been waiting for you at the Qingdu Lake Park, but I never had been able to see you again. It's really lucky for me to see you here. Yemo smiled and said, You need something from me? Fong Weicheng rubbed his hands nervously. He knew that Yemo was quite strong. Even a few of him combined would be no match for Yemo. I was wondering if you had time for a chat. Fong Weicheng seemed very hopeful. Yemo thought that he still had some time now and didn't have a place to waste it on. Since Fong Weicheng had something, he might as well go see it. Therefore, Yemo nodded and said, Fine. Seeing that Yemo agreed, Fong Wei was elated. He hurriedly brought Yemo to a quiet Western restaurant. He didn't even ask if Yemo had been here and just ordered a few dishes. Although he hadn't eaten Western cuisine before, Yemo felt it was quite good. After eating a few mouthfuls, Yemo asked casually, What's up? If Fong Weicheng was going to ask him to become his master, then Yemo would refuse it without a second thought. He didn't have the time to be teaching disciples. Fong Weicheng saluted with his fists and said, I haven't asked for your honorable name yet. I'm called Shireng. Yemo didn't want to reveal his real name in Ninghai. Besides, calling himself Shireng had a few meanings. Firstly, it was that his master, or Shifu, was Luoying. Secondly, it was a homonym for seeing, which meant thinking of his master. Hearing Yemo's name, Fong Weicheng was amazed for a moment but soon recovered. In his opinion, this name was very feminine. However, of course, he wouldn't reveal his thoughts. He had come here today to ask Yemo for help. Notes. 1. Reminder, the chi cultivated in Yemo's previous world is the spirit chi, which is an energy from the surrounding environment and universe. It is a level higher than the chi which martial arts masters on Earth cultivated. To avoid any confusion, the chi which mortal martial arts masters cultivate is called chi instead of chi. Chapter 70 Arrogance. Sure, Senpai Fong Weicheng couldn't find a proper greeting, so he could only refer to him that way. However, when he just spoke those words, he was interrupted by Yemo. Brother Fong, just say my name, I'm not some senpai. Fong Weicheng saw that Yemo didn't mind, so he said, In that case, I won't be too polite. Shireng, I came to you asking for help this time. Because I haven't been able to find you before, I know that it is very impolite of me to say this the second time we meet. Yemo frowned and thought, You still know this is impolite? Wasn't this obvious? He and Fong Weicheng were strangers who met for the second time. If a stranger asks for help as soon as he opened his mouth, it would be strange if Yemo didn't frown. Seeing Yemo's reaction, Fong Weicheng didn't dare to drag it on and just said, You know that I am a driver. Although my boss' son is only going to the university, he is generous, and his relationship with me is excellent. He is doing his 4th year at the Ninghai Technology University and is also the president of the Martial Arts Association. However, a month ago, he was heavily injured in a martial arts spar and is still in the hospital now. Yemo stopped Fong Weicheng's words and said, Do you want me to avenge him? Fong Weicheng nodded and just wanted to say something but was interrupted by Yemo again. I won't do such a pointless thing. This thing ends now, don't bring it up again. Fang Weicheng opened his bitter mouth and hesitated before saying, "Brothering, let me explain to you first, and if you still aren't interested, I won't dare to ask again." Fang Weicheng changed his reference of Yimo from Shering to brothering in a hurry. Yimo nodded helplessly. "Fine, but be quick, I'm busy tonight." "It's because my boss is also from the military that his son loves martial arts." However, a month ago, a few Han men started a taekwondo gym next to the university. In fact, there are a lot of taekwondo clubs in Ninghai, which is normal. However, as soon as these Hans started the Han-style taekwondo club, they wrote 2 sentences on their door: every martial arts originated in Han. And among all of them, taekwondo is number 1. Those who enter this club must accept that the Chinese martial arts originated from Han, and only those who admit that could come into the club to study. Originally, everyone thought that no one would join this club simply because of that rule. However, we didn't expect so many people to sign up. I really couldn't get it through my head, and neither could Chi Weidong. So, he went to spar with the people from this Han-style taekwondo club. After saying that, Fang Weicheng sighed. Although he didn't continue speaking, Yimo could guess what happened next. This Chi Weidong was probably the son of Fang Weicheng's boss. In fact, Yimo also didn't really like some of the Hans he had met because they were too shameless. Not only did they call Chinese medicine Han medicine, but they had even said that Zhuge Liang came from Han. This wasn't all. As long as it was a traditional Chinese festival, they would all claim it to be Han. After Fang Weicheng had made another sigh, he said, seeing Chi Weidong willing to challenge the club master, he was actually very welcoming and also made him sign some kind of agreement that they wouldn't be held responsible for any injuries. I know Chi Weidong's skills. He started practicing martial arts since he was 8, and it has been more than 10 years since, but he still was no match for the vice club master of the club and was heavily beaten. However, due to the prior agreement and the fair nature of the match, there was no way to reproach anything to them. Due to Chi Weidong's injuries, many masters in Ninghai went to challenge them, but all of them came back heavily injured. That Han was indeed strong, and it's been a month, yet no one in Ninghai was a match for that man. Later on, they even set the challenge at each university to increase their influence. In this way, their Han-style taekwondo club not only didn't close but was instead getting more and more popular, and those signing up increased significantly. I really don't know what these fellow Chinese are thinking. Fang Weicheng seemed furious after he had spoken. Yimo smiled faintly in the meanwhile. He had heard once that the Chinese had tried to reject the Japanese imports for a certain number of years already. But there were still so many people buying Japanese products, still giving them money so they could turn it into bombs and throw it back. Although the current world still waged war, it was only partial war, and those young men and women living in the peaceful era wouldn't be able to think of more deeply about those kinds of things. Their emotions for their country were mostly in their mouths and not in their hearts. They would forget it after speaking. Compared to the older generation that had experienced war, they were missing a lot of things. Usually, when they bought things, they only cared if the brand was famous or if the appearance was good, and as for where it came from, rarely anyone bothered to check. This wasn't to say that they didn't love their country, but more like they didn't have that subtle notion in mind. Of course, Yimo was able to empathize with Fang Weicheng's emotions. He wasn't an angry youth, but someone saying that everything belonged to them made him feel uncomfortable. Yimo was also a Chinese now and knew that they had a long history. He believed that the Han's Taekwondo originated from Chinese martial arts, yet now, they were saying the opposite. Since he was able to help out, Yimo asked, "Brother Fang, what time is it now?" Fang Weicheng looked at his watch and answered, 7:30. Yimo nodded, "I still have 3.5 hours. If you can arrange a match within this time, I should be able to help you with this." Fang Weicheng stood up excitedly, "Brother Ing, I can definitely do that." Right now, they are hoping that someone would fight with them. And now, they would hold the competition with lots of promotions at every university to raise their fame. Afterward, Fang Weicheng immediately picked up the phone and started to make a call. Ninghai Technology University, a gym that could only contain 3,000 people, was filled with more than 4,000 people now, and the lights were on inside because right now, there was a match in progress. One was the president of the Ninghai University Martial Arts Association, Li Bangqi, and the other one was the Han-style Taekwondo Club's vice club master, Pu Dongheng. The reason the vice club master was the challenger was because one had to beat him first before the club master came himself. However, since the establishment of the Han-style Taekwondo club a month before, no one had been able to beat Pu Dongheng in a match. Many challengers either broke their arms or legs. Even though Li Bangqi was only the president of one martial arts association in Ninghai University, he had represented Ninghai in participating in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition and won the third prize. So this time, the match between the two of them almost attracted the attention of all the university students of Ninghai. However, this gymnasium was too small and couldn't hold more people. Most people stood outside watching on a big screen that was prepared for the event. The match between Li Bangqi and Pu Dongheng didn't involve rounds, but just free fighting. Except for the prohibition of weapons, they could use any means they wanted. Almost everyone was cheering for Li Bangqi. Although the two were in a heated battle, no one had the advantage yet, but everyone knew that the deciding moment was about to come. Because every time Pu Dongheng fought with someone, he would suddenly defeat his opponent around 20 minutes, and now, it was almost 20 minutes. Li Bangqi originally thought that even though Amir Han had beaten many masters in Ninghai, he was still a Han. So Li Bangqi didn't take him seriously. However, after they had started fighting, he realized that Pu Dongheng was not only agile but also experienced in Chinese martial arts. The most despicable part was that these Hans claimed it as theirs. The more Li Bangqi fought, the more he became alerted. He had already taken a few punches from Pu Dongheng, and even though he had a strong body and it didn't really matter much for the moment, he was the only one to know that he only landed one kick on Pu Dongheng, causing barely any damage to him. Chapter 71. What is truly crazy? The reason Li Bangqi was so shocked was because his master had once told him that the highest power level in martial arts was the heaven state. Although he had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, he didn't even reach the lowest level, the yellow state. At most, he was on the borderline of high-level martial arts. However, those who reached the legendary heaven state were very rare. Perhaps no one had even seen one. Even his master was barely in the doorsteps of the yellow state but unable to progress any further. Real martial arts masters came from ancient martial arts families and some hidden power factions. However, these ancient martial arts families usually never showed themselves to the world and only pursued martial arts to its extremity, so normal people could rarely see them. If one day, someone could block his Hurricane Storm Fist, then it meant that this person was on the borderline of the yellow state, and he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. However, right now, Li Bangqi's Hurricane Storm Fist had been completed, yet his opponent was still standing firmly. Li Bangqi immediately remembered his master's words. He knew things weren't good and was about to go into a defensive stance. But at this moment, Pu Dongheng seemed to have suddenly turned into two people, and taking advantage of that one moment when Li Bangqi was hesitating, Pu Dongheng had landed a kick on Li Bangqi's chest. The pain of breaking ribs made Li Bangqi forget for a second the fact that he had been kicked out of the ring. However, he immediately recovered his mind as he had realized that he had lost and was beaten by the vice club master. The club master didn't even need to show his face. At this moment, he no longer cared about the pain of his broken ribs, and the only thing in his mind was the humiliation he received. The Han stole the arts of his ancestors and used it to beat him. The boisterous gymnasium suddenly went into a deadly silence. Li Bangqi represented the highest level of martial arts in Ninghai, but he couldn't even beat a vice club master. How embarrassed were the few thousand people at the scene. The reason Li Bangqi made his move today was because he had just come back from Beijing the day before, and yet he hadn't expected to suffer a loss as soon as he arrived. The vice president of the Ninghai Martial Arts Association, who was also the chairman of the Ninghai Technology University's Student Association, Chen Weilin, said with a face full of disappointment, "Quickly take Bangqi to the hospital, we surrender this match." There were sighing everywhere in the gymnasium, and many people started to leave in disappointment. Suddenly, Chen Weilin's phone rang and, as he picked up the call, he had only heard one sentence before exclaiming, "What, you found him? Okay, leave this to me, Club Master Pu. We still have one more member of our martial arts association who wants to challenge you today. This is the last challenge, and if we still can't beat you this time, I will represent the Ninghai Martial Arts Association not to challenge you ever again." Chen Weilin's words immediately caught everyone's attention. Not challenging them again meant accepting their status, and everyone thought that Chen Weilin was mad. Ha ha ha, you're welcome to send more contestants. Our Han martial arts masters aren't afraid of challenges. On the contrary, we worry that there are no more challenges, and I was starting to wonder why there was only one every few days. Pu Dongheng laughed cockily. He wanted more challenges since the more there were, the more famous his Han-style Taekwondo club would become. What?
There's still someone challenging him?
Stay to support him. We must beat these Hans until they know what true Chinese martial arts is. Yes, we must stay to support our people. If you want to stay, you can stay. I'm sick of the disappointment, I'm leaving. Yeah, leave, why stay and cheer for the Hans? With the heated discussions, half of the people left, and the tightly squeezed place was quickly becoming more spacious. However, some of those who were watching the match outside heard that there was another challenger incoming and decided to stay. Soon, new people squeezed into the gymnasium, and the place that was just becoming empty became full again. What sort of person is it?
Does he want to challenge the Han?
But even if he loses, I will still support him, at least he isn't a coward. Yes, of course, we support him. Unlike some people, they lose their vigor after seeing a loss, so no wonder the Hans are so cocky. I heard it was because Chen Weilin received a last-minute call and arranged the match.
However, the Hans definitely want more people to challenge them.
This way, they would become more famous.
Famous? I don't think so. The challenge hasn't started yet. How would the Hans know they would win?
When Yemo came to the Ning High Technology University, he didn't think that there would be so many people at the scene.
It could even be described as a sea of people.
Despite that, Yemo was a cultivator who was originally from another world and preferred peace. He still resonated under the fervor of these hot-blooded students and Ning High citizens. What he didn't know was that this was only the scene after half of the people had already left. Yemo followed Fong Weichen into the passage and entered from the back. No one came up and said anything because he looked too ordinary, so ordinary that he didn't look any different from an ordinary, quiet student. Brother Fong, did you find that master? Did he come? Where is he? Chen Weilin saw Fong Weicheng and immediately asked a few questions. That's him, Shering.
A master of the martial arts realm. Fong Weicheng pointed at Yemo and said, "Ha."
Chen Weilin was so surprised that he was startled. How could it be such a quiet-looking youth? However, he immediately reacted and saw that his actions were very impolite. He hurriedly extended his hand and said, "Master Shi, hello, I'm Chen Weilin, the vice president of the Ning High Martial Arts Association. It's a pleasure to meet you, but that Pu Dongheng is rather strong. How about I show you some of his recorded matches first?"
Yemo waved his hand and said, "I'm tight on time, there's no need for recordings, the faster, the better." Chen Weilin opened his mouth and thought, wow, he is really arrogant, too arrogant.
Everyone who fought Pu Dongheng all analyzed his fights repeatedly. Even so, no one had been able to hold out for more than 20 minutes against him.
Who is this Shering? Did Weicheng get things wrong?
What if he just went up and got thrown down in one round? It was a small thing if he got hurt, but then the face of the Ning High Martial Arts Association would be completely lost. Thinking about this, Chen Weilin looked at Fong Weicheng and wanted to know what Fong Weicheng would say. Seeing Chen Weilin look at him, Fong Weicheng waved his hand and said, "President Chen, just do us what Shering requires. His time is really tight, it would be best if we could call the club master and the vice one here to fight him as well. I believe after this match, the Han-style Taekwondo club would go back to where it came from." Fong Weicheng was quite admiring of Yemo's strength as he didn't believe the club master could kick him out in less than one round like this Shering had done so easily in the past. Seeing that Fong Weicheng said this, Chen Weilin couldn't say anything anymore and just looked at Yemo before turning around to make the arrangements. "Wait."
Yemo stopped Chen Weilin, "Is there anything else?" "I will do as you wish." Chen Weilin had not much faith in Yemo, but after all, he was brought by Fong Weicheng, so he would comply. "Go tell them that if they want to fight me, they better get everyone from their club and fight me together. I don't want to waste time. And, tell me where that Pu Dongheng likes to break people's bones," Yemo said to Chen Weilin. "What?" Chen Weilin was truly dumbfounded now. Before he had thought that Shering was very arrogant for not watching the recordings. But now, he knew that he was truly crazy. Chapter 72, Descent of the Crows. But, what? Although Pu Dongheng could speak fluent Chinese, he was so angry that his accent changed after hearing Chen Weilin's request. He had been challenged for a month, and no one in Ning Hai was a match for him, but now, someone wanted to challenge everyone in their club at the same time. Pu Dongheng's face turned purple as he said, "Okay, but he must beat me first." Perhaps after he had fought me, he wouldn't say such things. "I'm sorry, President Chen, I want to ask you to tell him that there will be injuries in the fight, don't regret after he goes in the hospital."
Although our club welcomes challengers,
not every little prawn can come and challenge us. Now, if he still wants to fight, then hurry up. After speaking, he sat down and meditated, ignoring Chen Weilin. What, the challenger tonight wants to challenge the entire club? Is this real? What a boss, who is this? Even if he loses, I will still support him. The people at the scene erupted upon hearing this news that had spread like wildfire across the scene, as it had immediately excited those supporters with only one thin line of hope. Although they knew this was impossible, it still ignited their fervor. There was no stopping it. Emo didn't have to wait long until Chen Weilin came back with someone following behind him. That person had an agreement in his hand and made Emo sign and press his fingerprint on it. After that person had left, Chen Weilin said, "That Han said that you would earn the right to talk about fighting his entire club only after beating him. Right now, he is waiting for you on the stage." The boisterous scene immediately quietened down after Emo came in. Originally, they thought that a challenger who could be so cocky was at least very tall and big, if not bulky. However, the quiet-looking Emo was obviously a student. Many people could no longer allow their eyes to be tortured and left quietly, thinking that even if they were no match for them, they couldn't use such low ways of pestering them. At least Li Bingqi was nearly 1.9 m tall, but this Shireng was not only not bulky but also didn't look like a martial arts master no matter what. Pu Donghong was also stunned. He really had some expectations for this arrogant Shireng, but he had never thought that he would be so young. It could be said that out of all the people that had challenged him this month, this Shireng was the most ordinary. "You are the one who arrogantly challenged our entire club?" Pu Donghong pointed at Emo and really couldn't get his head across. However, Emo didn't answer and just said coldly, "If you want to fight, hurry up. I still have other business. I don't have time to play with you Martians." He could easily tell how strong Pu Donghong was, slightly stronger than Wen Dong, but if she was fighting with her life on the line, he might not even be a match for her. Compared to that brother who he was going to see that night, Pu Donghong was a far cry. How could someone like this be called a master, Martian? Pu Donghong repeated and soon realized that Emo was ridiculing him for being ignorant, so he replied, "Soon I will let you know what regret is." Then, Pu Donghong immediately went for a combo kick. Pu Donghong believed that if he used this combo kick, Emo definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it. He was going to kick Emo up as soon as possible, and when he fell down, he would launch a round of attack. The cheering at the gymnasium immediately stopped. Most of the people at the scene had seen Pu Donghong's matches. This was the first time he had used his combo kick. As soon as the match started, the less brave girls didn't even dare to look at Emo anymore and just closed their eyes instead. Emo sneered. From the way Pu Donghong moved, he could tell that he wouldn't be able to improve in his life at all. His movements were too reserved, and although Emo didn't cultivate Chinese martial arts, he knew that someone who tried to kill his opponent on the first attack wouldn't be someone strong unless he was actually countless times stronger than his opponent. And this Pu Donghong wanted to beat him senseless with one move? He thought too high of himself. Emo didn't even move and just stared coldly at Pu Donghong's combo kick. Oh no! Everyone who looked at Emo sighed. He didn't even know how to dodge. This was too stupid. Chen Weilin must have gone mad from the losses and found someone like this to get beat up. Pu Donghong's idea was good, and it seemed insurmountable to him. Perhaps this idea wasn't bad for those opponents he had faced before. Even if he couldn't succeed with this one, he still had other moves, and this wouldn't affect him at all. Unfortunately, he met Emo. Emo's first move was to reach out his hand and grab his ankle. The second move was to swing him up and then followed with 2 kicks on each of the kneecaps on Pu Donghong's legs. Pu Donghong didn't even get to scream when Emo's third move, a few quick kicks, landed on his chest. The fourth move was the final kick that landed right on his nose. The last sentence that Pu Donghong, who was shouting in excruciating pain, heard was, "I'll give you the descent of the crows, but move." After hearing this sentence, he felt that he was sitting inside a round barrel with countless garbage covering his face. After Emo had walked off for a few seconds, the scene suddenly erupted into thunderous roars. He actually kicked a Han, who was so arrogant for a month. Flying so easily. How dare you act cocky in China? Taekwondo? It was only something that our ancestors in the Tang dynasty passed into the Han lands. Now, how dare you proclaim that to be your own? Now, you encounter the attacks of our ancestors, and your butt has to turn around. The gymnasium was rumbling. There were countless calls going out or coming in. quickly come, it's true, he really was beaten, and in one move, it was so fascinating. There should be more, later on, come quickly. But there are no longer seats here anymore. Ahahaha, your fault for leaving. God, luckily I didn't listen to you. That was really a show. One move. What? How to describe that move? Just pretend it was Bruce Lee. Yeah, go regret, no time to talk to you. I need to go see my idol, no I can't deal with it, I love Shering, I want to marry him, stop drooling, just look at you, sigh, it's a bit hard. Now you won, do you want to die, what? He actually won? And in one move? What the hell, why is my luck so bad? I've been watching it for a month, but I didn't get to see this. No, I must get there, it's too exhilarating. A young man who was eating fast food immediately hung up and quickly went out. Hey, you still haven't paid for your food yet. When the boss rushed out, there was no one left. Chapter 73, famous, that Shering kind of looks like someone from my school. How is this possible? Immediately, a Ninghai University student realized that Shering had similarities with Yemo but obviously didn't dare to believe that thought. Who didn't know who Yemo was in Ninghai University? How could he become Shering? Pfft, keep dreaming, your school. The strongest in your school, Li Bangqi, has already lost. The student who spoke before felt so as well. After all, there were too many similar-looking people, so he didn't say anything anymore. Master Shi, I didn't think you would be so strong. It was really right to invite you this time. It's almost like a dream, Chen Weilin was so excited that he didn't know what to say anymore. He didn't think that this Shering would be much stronger than what Fong Weicheng had proclaimed. That cocky Pu Dongheng was absolutely out of his league. Although Fong Weicheng was sure that Yemo would be eventually the victor, he didn't think he would win so cleanly. A tall girl ran in, and looking at Yemo, hopefulness glimmered across her eyes, but she still remained calm and said to Chen Weilin, President, some journalists want to interview Brother Shering. Of course, Chen Weilin also wanted journalists to interview him. For him, the more known this event was, the better, but he still needed to ask for Yemo's permission. Yemo heard the girl's words but waved his hand and said, There's no need for an interview, hurry up and arrange for that club master to fight me. I don't have much time. Okay, of course, your things are the top priority, I will arrange for it immediately. Yu Yaxin pushed the journalists away. Just say that Master Shering needs to rest. After finishing, Chen Weilin rushed out, but his footsteps were much lighter than before. Seeing that Chen Weilin went out, Yu Yaxin suddenly took out a small notebook and pen, walking fearfully toward Yemo, she asking in a small voice, Brother Shi, could you give me an autograph? Yemo smiled and said, Of course. Then, he took over the notebook, but as soon as he had written one character, he felt that something was wrong. He was used to writing Yemo and actually wrote the first character to be Yi. However, he just hesitated for a moment before finally writing down Shering. Yu Yaxin took the book with a blushed face saying thank you before rushing out. She still needed to tell the journalists that they couldn't do interviews, but her heart was still beating rapidly. Thinking about the admiration she would receive from her schoolmates in her dorm, she couldn't resist revealing a smile at the edge of her mouth. Why won't Mr. Shi be interviewed? The female journalist was very shocked upon hearing that Yemo rejected interviews. Although she was only one media body of Ninghai. Who didn't want to be famous now? There was a chance to be famous, but he didn't take it. Yu Yaxin saw the journalist was a bit unhappy and hurriedly said, Master Shi might have another match, how about you ask President Chen later? I can't make this decision. Fine, I will go talk to your vice president, and if that still doesn't work, I will go straight to the president of the Ninghai Martial Arts Association. This female journalist spoke angrily. She was very unhappy with the condescending attitude that the Ninghai Technology University was adopting. Just when Yemo was getting impatient while waiting for his next opponent, Chen Weilin hurried in with a face full of excitement. How did it go? Fong Weicheng had been staying with Yemo. He knew that Yemo's time was short, so he asked Chen Weilin as soon as he came in. The Han surrendered. The Han-style Taekwondo club will leave tomorrow and won't use that title ever again. Chen Weilin said excitedly with a face full of pride and satisfaction. It was as though he had defeated Pu Dongheng himself. Fong Weicheng frowned and said, How could the Han surrender?
Their club master is really strong, I've seen him before.
He is definitely much stronger than that Pu Dongheng.
This shouldn't be.
However, Chen Weilin replied, yes, they said it very clearly and even signed. That club master checked Pu Dongheng's wound and looked at the recording.
Then, he immediately surrendered. However, he said that it was only temporary. He would fight Master Shi at the same place a year later.
Yi Mo frowned. He didn't have time to fight them again a year later, but since they surrendered now, he couldn't fight them again today anyway. Seeing Yi Mo frown, Chen Weilin immediately said, I didn't agree with him, but he said that I didn't need to. He would come here a year later, and if Master Shering didn't come to fight him, he wouldn't blame you. He just said that if you didn't come, then it would be obvious who would win. They lost, and yet they are still so cocky. These Hans are really shameless. Fang Weicheng was angry. Yi Mo waved his hand and said, we can talk about these things a year later. I'm leaving now. He stood up and headed for the door. Seeing that Yi Mo was about to leave, Chen Weilin hurriedly said, Master Shering, today is a joyful day, how about I invite you to a dinner with us at the Ruwei Tower? Also, a few journalists are waiting outside for you. Yi Mo smiled and said, there's no need for that, I still have things to do anyway. I'll just leave using the window so there won't be any trouble with the journalists outside. He didn't even wait for their response, he opened the window and jumped out. Wait. This is the third floor. However, Chen Weilin had barely enough time to finish his sentence before Yi Mo had already disappeared from the window. Chen Weilin and Fang Weicheng rushed to the window, and yet, Yi Mo was nowhere to be seen. Although Yi Mo had left, this scene was actually more chaotic. People were celebrating, drinking champagne and beer everywhere, and the room was filled with happy shouts, simply because the Hans, who had been winning consecutively for a month, had admitted defeat. They could take what was yours in front of you, but making them admit defeat was extremely hard. At this time, Shi Ying's name had spread throughout the entire university and was spreading outside even quicker. Many people were starting to know that a great master called Shi Ring had appeared in Ninghai. The happiest people tonight were those who got to see with their own eyes the match between Yi Mo and Pu Dongheng. But the unhappiest were those journalists who waited for him for a long time and still didn't manage to see him. And then, there was the last group of people, the morose one. They were the ones who left at the last minute. Now, no words could describe their feeling. Regret was too light of a word to describe their feeling. It was as though a hardcore Chinese soccer fan was watching the World Cup between China versus Spain in the finals, and after 90 minutes, the score was 0-4 with China losing. Although the referee had called for 3 more minutes of overtime, because of the disappointment, a lot of soccer fans had left the stadium. Yet 3 minutes later, they learned outside of the stadium that China had scored 5 goals in 3 minutes and eventually pulled down Spain from the throne with a score of 5-4. But the last 3 minutes, they weren't there to see it. How depressing would that be? The time was already around 11 p.m., so Yi Mo quickly left the Ning High Technology University. What he wanted to do first was to treat Ning Qingxue, and at this time, the person staying with her should be already asleep. Chapter 74, Ning Qingxue's last words. When Yi Mo came to the house, he found a 30-or-so-year-old woman still sitting in front of Ning Qingxue's bed, and looking quite similar to her. It was probably Ning Qingxue's mother. However, she looked really young, and if Ning Qingxue's incident didn't occur, she would perhaps look even younger. With Ning Qingxue's mother here, Yi Mo didn't know whether or not he should go in now. Just when Yi Mo was hesitating, the woman beside the bed spoke. Qingxue, you should let go of that case and sleep. Mom, you can go to sleep, I want to have some quiet time to myself. Although her voice was really soft, Yi Mo could still hear it with his spirit sense. The woman near the bedside and spoke after a while, the nurse, and I will be outside. If there's anything that you need, just ring the bell. If you're in pain, tell Mom, and I'll get the nurse to come in and give you some anesthetics. Yi Mo looked at this woman as she walked out of the room and waited until she was outside to rub her eyes. This place had been transformed into a temporary medical place, and 2 young nurses were sleeping on the beds on the side. Yi Mo waited for a while, and when that woman sat on the bed, he went over quietly and pressed the chakra point of the 3 women inside the room to force them to sleep. He didn't want someone to suddenly charge in while he was treating Ning Qingxue. After doing all that, Yi Mo entered Ning Qingxue's room. He used to live in this room before and gave it to Ning Qingxue after she had come. As he entered, Yi Mo felt things were familiar yet unknown at the same time.
he looked at Ning Qingxue, who was hugging the case, and knew that her injuries were very serious, even more than he had expected. He just couldn't understand why she constantly hugged his case. Yi Mo was still thinking whether he should tell Ning Qingxue that he was treating her, or make her sleep and then treat her, when he heard Ning Qingxue's quiet murmuring. Then, he saw the red phone on her hands, and he immediately realized that she was recording a message on it. Yi Mo, I'm sorry, I will leave soon. I know that I hurt you, and I regret it so much. I really wanted to see you once before I passed away to apologize. After experiencing all that, I finally know how naive I was. I am. However, I finally realized how magnanimous you are, but it is already too late. Besides, the only thing I do not regret is blocking that grass. I only regret the way I treated you. After reading your letter, I understood how lonely you were. You never had friends. And yet I was still a nasty woman, hurting you again and again. I even used the money you earned from selling your blood to buy a few $1,000 bottle of wine, but I never thought about how you would feel. I just did what I wanted without thinking of the consequences, and when I finally understood things, it was already too late. Ning Qingxue coughed a few times as her face was getting paler, but she still moved her phone closer and continued, Yi Mo, I don't know if I love you, but if I still had the chance to be engaged with you, I definitely wouldn't do it because I needed you as a shield, but because I am willing to marry you. Perhaps it has nothing to do with love. And you might even say I'm not good enough for you, but I still keep the marriage certificate by my side. I never divorced, and won't divorce in the future. You are my only husband in this lifetime. Regardless if you know it or not, regardless if you agree or not, I, Ning Qingxue, am willing to be your wife and am your wife. Yi Mo, I still have to apologize to you. I was your wife, but I never took on the responsibilities of a wife for a single day. Instead, I got you into so much more trouble. I was like an immature child, thinking that I knew everything. She paused for some time. Yi Mo, I will protect you from heaven. You need to stay well. It's a pity that I wasn't even able to leave a child for you. You must find a girl who loves you, not someone like me. Speaking till now, Ning Qingxue gasped for some air and caressed the case with her hands before saying once again, Yi Mo, I've never said the two words Lao Gong, one, in my life. I really want to say it, but I'm too embarrassed. There's a blade of grass in the yard. I took care of it every day because I've seen you do the same with the previous one. I don't know if it could be useful to you. If it is, then take it away when it matures. Perhaps that is the only thing I can leave to you. Yi Mo. Lao Gong, are you still well? Ning Qingxue's voice gradually got lower. Yi Mo suddenly felt sour and guilty in his heart. When he had helped Ning Qingxue before, he wasn't as magnanimous as Ning Qingxue thought him to be. He just thought that Ning Qingxue's gloomy face looked like his master Luoying, so he was willing to help her. He wanted his master to also have people helping her if she ever was in trouble, and the money from selling blood, he didn't go for her. Even if he had had more money than he could have spent, he would have still gone there. Wasting was bad, but Ning Qingxue thought that he was trying to make a living for her and still felt guilty about it. It could be seen that Ning Qingxue was a kind-hearted girl. It was just that the environment she lived in, and her family background gave her a sense of aloofness that made her have a distaste toward strangers. However, if you peeled away the layer of her shield, she was a kind-hearted, yet pitiful person. However, she mixed up the feeling of love and guilt. Perhaps she would understand one day. Yi Mo sighed. This had further reinforced his decision of saving Ning Qingxue. However, he wouldn't tell her for now. After all, his abilities were too absurd, it would only scare her. Just when Yi Mo thought that Ning Qingxue was asleep and prepared to seal a few meridians on her to treat her, Ning Qingxue suddenly grabbed the phone and mumbled, Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. I've been a bad daughter. I already married to Yi Mo. That case is his marriage gift to me. Don't separate that case from me. There's a grass in the yard that I left for him. If he ever came back, give this phone to him, but if he never does. She paused for a long time, then never mind. Sorry, I caused so much trouble for the family and just left. Ning Qingxue's voice suddenly dropped low. Just when Yi Mo was wondering if he should tell her that he was already here, Ning Qingxue suddenly grabbed a knife from the case and pierced it toward her throat. Yi Mo was shocked and couldn't care anymore as he dashed in front of Ning Qingxue. There was too much distance, and he didn't have time to grab the knife. He could only block with his arm in front of her throat. The knife pierced Yi Mo's hand and was blocked by Yi Mo's chi, rendering it unable to go any farther. However, Ning Qingxue fainted because she had used too much strength.
Yemo pulled out the knife. Although it didn't pierce very deeply, there was still some blood. Yemo stopped his wound from bleeding, and seeing that Ning Qingxue had fainted, he raised his hand and sealed a few meridians, rendering her unable to wake up for some time. Afterward, he tried to take the case from her arms. However, he discovered that Ning Qingxue clutched the case tightly. Even when she had fainted, her hands still held the case firmly. Unless Yemo forced it out of her, he wouldn't be able to take it from her at all. Yemo helplessly shook his head and could only open the case in her hands. There were quite a few things inside. Yemo took out a bottle of pills and took out that packet of silver needles. He stuffed 2 heart protection pills into Ning Qingshua's mouth and, using his qi, he helped her body digest it. Afterward, he took up the 108 silver needles, sterilizing them with his qi, and flipped Ning Qingxue as he took off her top. Note 1. Laogong is how the wives call their husbands. Chapter 75. Treatment. With Ning Qingxue being such a beautiful girl, although Yemo had never seen her back, he could still imagine how white it would be. However, when he finally saw her back, it was almost fully dark purple, showing how hard she had been hit that day. Seeing the wound on Ning Qingshue's back, Yemo's killing intent rose once again. Song family, I won't let this go. Yemo unbuckled Ning Qingshue's bras, and the 108 silver needles in his hands quickly fell onto Ning Qingshue's back. At the same time, his 2 hands kept massaging Ning Qingshue's body. As his cultivated qi gradually permeated into Ning Qingshue's body through his hand, her broken meridians, organs, and backbone began to slowly recover. Luckily, Yemo had left some medical pills here, otherwise, it would be very hard to heal her in only one night with her wounds. As Ning Qingshue's tattered body was gradually recovering by Yemo's qi, Yemo's face was becoming paler. Initially, he had thought that he would have been able to treat Ning Qingshue's injuries in at most a little over an hour. But now, it had already been 2 hours, and he only finished half. Pea-sized sweat dripped on Ning Qingshue's back, but Yemo didn't dare to stop because if he did, not only his previous work would have been for nothing, but it would be even harder for him to help her later on, if only he had a spirit stone or a spiritual recovery pill. Even of the lowest grade. Yemo felt that his qi was gradually running out and was dreaming about having such a pill. After another hour, Yemo's hands that had been massaging Ning Qingshue's back were beginning to shake. Although he felt that the qi in his body was not enough to continue, he still had to hold on. Despite knowing that he may lose his powers like this, he had no choice. He overestimated his powers and underestimated Ning Qingshue's injuries. Although Yemo's face gradually turned bad, Ning Qingshue's skin was continuously returning to a healthy white. The dark purple on her back also seemed to have been removed, layer by layer. Her face was gradually becoming ruddy and the tense, wrinkled skin due to pain started to relax. Although her meridians were sealed shut by Yemo, which still prevented her from waking up, he saw from her eyebrows that she had felt something. Yemo bit the tip of his tongue and forced the last sliver of his spiritual qi into her body. He continued to massage her, and after another half an hour, Yemo finally finished recovering the last bit of injury on Ning Qingsue. However, he could no longer resist and just collapsed on her back. As Yemo's face touched the soft skin on Ning Qingshue's back, a faint aroma reached his nostrils, shocking him as the scent immediately reminded him about Luoing. He got up quickly and helped Ning Qingsue to tie up her bras and put on clothes before flipping her back around. Poor Yemo, he had never touched something like a bra, and a small tie kept him troubled for a long time. He was almost sweating before he had managed to tie it back up. At this moment, Yemo just realized that Ning Qingshue's front chest stood firm and massive, and 2 round white rabbits seemed to squeeze out, which made Yemo feel astounded. With her perfect face, it made Yemo almost unable to resist. However, Yemo was drained and simply rested for a bit before unsealing Ning Qingshue's meridians and just left her to sleep. Before leaving, Yemo packed up the things in the little case and looked at Ning Qingshue's hands that tightly held the case. He sighed and eventually didn't take the case away. He didn't even take anything inside it as well. When Yemo walked out of the house, it was almost 3 a.m. He found a quiet place and rested for an hour. At approximately 4, Yemo had basically recovered 70% of his strength. However, due to him treating Ning Qingsue before, his spirit qi was a bit unstable. However, Yemo felt this was enough and thus headed toward that brother whose mansion. When Yemo came, the guards outside the mansion were snoring on a table. Yemo casually knocked them out to prevent them from waking up too quickly and went into the room, shutting down every monitoring computer. He knew that these computers should be connected to the other computers in the compound. But since he had shut down the one with the recordings,
they wouldn't be able to monitor anymore for the time being. He just didn't know if there were other monitoring computers. What made GMO curious was that when he went inside the mansion, there was another room with its lights on. GMO walked in a bit and scanned with his spirit sense. As expected, there were still a few people inside discussing something that still weren't sleeping, that brother who was there, but other than him, there was also a 20 or so year old youth with a face that actually looked a bit similar to Song Shaoan. Two bulky men were standing at the door. GMO went over quietly, and with just two palms, these two bulky men silently collapsed. Brother who, that Wang Peng did things well today. With these two little girls staying over tonight with him, Chen Shiping shouldn't keep finding excuses anymore. I don't believe that GMO could still run with Chen Shiping helping us. Although this youth's voice wasn't loud, it was full of confidence. That brother who nodded and said, "You're right, young Master Tan. Although Chen Shiping is only so-so, the power behind him is sometimes more useful than a government wanted list. I'm just worried that those few old people under his father would disapprove." Disapprove? Chen Shiping is Qian Lungto's only son. Even if he wanted the moon in the skies, he would pick it for him. With his power, he would have 10 times more ways of finding EMO than I have. Although the Song family is one of the 5 great families, there are still some things that we can't do overtly. It would be best if we hand it to Chen Longtu. This young Master Tan seemed to take Chen Longtu very seriously but was obviously contemptuous towards Chen Shiping. After stopping, he said, "Tianji is getting worse." He actually got 2 idiots to take away Ning Qingxue. Not only did they not get the person here, but they got themselves into trouble. Otherwise, if Ning Qingxue had been here, she would have been so much better than those 2 girls. I also want to enjoy the taste of the prettiest girl in Beijing. What a failure of a person. He even sneered after talking, "I will take care of Tianji and his 2 underlings. They are still regretting in the basement." But looking at Ning Qingxue, she seemed to have some feelings for EMO, that disabled person. "Perhaps we can use this to block EMO and Ning Hai," brother who said. Young Master Tan shook his head. "You are underestimating EMO. According to my recent investigation, I found this guy was the typical person who acts like a pig to eat the tiger. Not only is he very strong, but he is also very cunning. If it wasn't for this, it wouldn't be necessary for us to go to someone like Qian Longtu. After all, if this spreads, it won't do good for the Song family." EMO had finally understood the whole situation. This young Master Tan should be from the Song family and was here just for him, and they accidentally injured Ning Qingxue instead of abducting her. EMO scanned out his spirit sense and indeed found 3 men on their knees in the basement. In the room not far away, he saw 2 other girls with their hair covering their faces, laying on the bed completely nude, and beside them was a young man. However, these 2 girls were full of bruises, and it was unknown if they were asleep or unconscious, but by the looks of it, these 2 girls were the 2 girls young Master Tan was talking about. EMO suddenly discovered that one of the girls seemed a bit familiar. And soon he recognized this girl from Ning Hai University and was even considered as one of the top 10 prettiest girls there. "It's getting late, brother who, we should get some rest now." After saying that, young Master Tan stood up. Before brother who could respond, the door was kicked open. At the same time, a cold voice said, "There's no need to rest. From today onward, there will be plenty of time for you to rest." Chapter 76, Master, oh? It's you. EMO. The man called brother who immediately recognized EMO since he had seen his photo countless times. He didn't even bother to think before turning around and throwing a punch. The wind force of the punch was mainly focused in the direction of EMO. EMO knew that this brother who was just as he had thought, a master, and he wanted to test how strong his power was, so he only threw a punch in response. Crack, the sound of bones breaking resounded in the room. EMO took 2 steps back and reached the door. Meanwhile, brother who fell 2 steps back too and rammed onto the young Master Tan. With the clash of the fists, both of their fists had bones fractured. EMO's eyes grew cold as he realized that his power actually didn't mean much in this place. Although he had only recovered 70% of his power, there definitely was plenty of people much stronger than him. Yellow level tertiary stage. Brother whose eyes were filled with shock as he spat out the 4 words. However, since the bones of his hand had broke, he didn't dare to keep fighting with EMO. He didn't have the ability to recover bones like EMO and, although he was able to cultivate inner chi, broken bone injuries required about a month to heal for him. seeing that Yemo and brother who were even, young Master Tan showed a sliver of worry in his eyes as he didn't expect Yemo to be this strong. Actually, he had never seen anyone more powerful than Brother Hu, and he had even heard that Brother Hu was a disciple of the ancient martial arts. Since Yemo was able to block one of Brother Hu's fist, there was no way that he wouldn't be shocked over this, although he didn't know what yellow level tertiary stage meant. Yemo thought it was probably how the levels of martial arts were called here. Young Master Tan saw Yemo's power and was about to take his phone out to make a call, but since Yemo already knew that he was from the Song family and came here to capture him, he didn't have any thought of being lenient and threw out a metal nail casually. Before he even finished dialing the number on this phone, the metal nail had struck young Master Tan in the forehead. You actually killed young Master Tan. Brother Hu had shock and anger in his expression. Yemo smiled faintly. I also killed Song Shaoan. What? Do you have a problem with that? Brother Hu's eyes immediately went back to normal as he thought. Yeah, he had even killed Song Shaoan so he would have no more pressure in eliminating Song Shaotan. If you can answer a few questions for me, perhaps I can let you go today. Yemo stared coldly at this Brother Hu. Let me, Hu Qiu, go. You didn't even have the upper hand before. Since you came today, don't leave. Hu Qiu's healthy hand took out a whip from somewhere and immediately jumped up. The whip in his hand turned into a flurry of images and rushed towards Yemo. It was so fast that, looking at the countless whip's images, Yemo didn't dare to go in. If it had been before he had treated Ning Qingxue, he would be able to take on the whip forcefully. But now, although he had recovered 70% of his strength, his chi was still a bit unstable. Yemo understood his situation right now and immediately dodged. However, the room was too small, and his back was whipped. A burning sensation came, and Yemo knew that he had shed at least a layer of skin with that blow. It definitely brought out a gash that wasn't shallow. Seeing that his whip attack had succeeded, Hu Qiu pressed on. He almost turned his body immediately as the hand swirled towards Yemo again. Yemo had to admit that this Brother Hu's whip technique was really good. He was forced to recognize that he could only dodge in this small room, which would put him in a disadvantaged position, so in that case, he might as well charge straight in. Yemo gathered some chi again and, at the same time, he threw out 3 nails while preparing to grab the popper of the whip. Hu Qiu was shocked. He didn't think that someone would dare to even try grabbing the popper of his whip in his flurry of attacks. You're asking to die, Hu Qiu sneered as the whip in his hand attacked faster. The countless shadows of the whip made it impossible for people to see clearly. 3 nails had shot over, but Hu Qiu had already felt it. He also understood that Yemo wanted to trade damage for damage, and unless he retreated with his whip, the nails would hit his body. Hu Qiu sneered, trade damage for damage? He actually didn't take back the whip in his hand, and just sidestepped his body. One of the 3 nails was dodged while the other 2 hit accurately on the side of his left chest. Hu Qiu took 2 nails and still didn't take the whip back. He knew that Yemo was powerful, so he took 2 nails just to be able to land a whip attack on him. The power of his whip was tremendous and very fast too. Not only was he absolutely confident that Yemo couldn't grab it, but he also felt that Yemo would definitely be seriously injured after that. That damage wasn't something that 2 mere nails could compare to. However, Hu Qiu wasn't a cultivator, so he didn't know something like spirit sense existed. By the time he reacted, Yemo had already accurately grabbed the popper of his whip. A strong power passed over. Yemo felt his chest pulsed and immediately knew that it wasn't good. Although he grabbed the whip, the side effects of treating Ning Qingxue had come. He even felt a fit of nausea. Yemo knew that he couldn't hold on for long and didn't dare to drag it out. While Hu Qiu was startled, he focused the last bit of his chi and kicked Hu Qiu's chest. At this moment, Hu Qiu finally realized that Yemo could find the real whip amongst all those shadows and grabbed it, which made him wondering if he was a dark level master. You're a dark level. Hu Qiu pointed at Yemo and spoke these few words before spewing out blood from his mouth like crazy. Then he collapsed and was dead before he had even reached the ground. Yemo gave out a long sigh of relief, thinking that today was too dangerous as he had almost lost his life here. He still wanted to capture this Brother Hu and ask him about some things, but it was already the second time that he had overestimated himself that night. There really were powerful people everywhere in this world, it was just that he hadn't met them yet. According to Hu Qiu's words before his death, there might even be a level higher than his so-called dark level. Yemo could feel a fit of dizziness coming and walked out holding on the wall. In the room not far away, there should be the son of Qianlong too, Chen Shiping, who was assaulting those two young girls.
Yemo kicked open the room and pulled out this Qian Shiping. Who are you? How dare you?
Qian Shiping was pulled out in his dreams. He was startled for a moment and looked at the weak-looking Emo. He thought of his situation and was immediately about to rage. The person who kills you.
Emo gasped for breath. Kicking open the door was quite burdensome. Kill me? Ha ha ha, do you know who I am? Kill me, and you will have nowhere to hide even if you flee throughout the entire country. You think?
Qian Shiping was still being arrogant until a metal nail pierced his forehead. He still didn't believe as he died that the person in front of him would dare to kill him since his dad was Qianlong too. However, his consciousness had already begun to be obscured.
Emo didn't dare to waste any more time.
He felt that he was becoming weaker and weaker, so he walked into the underground floor and, as he saw 3 people still kneeling down, he shot out 3 more nails without hesitation. The 3 didn't even have time to react before they were dead. There was still another room with 2 people, but GMO didn't bother with it. It was probably Qian Shiping's underlings. Leave quickly.
That was the only thing in Yemo's mind.
He took too much risk for one day. He hadn't expected Hu Qiu to be that strong, even stronger than he had thought. If that Hu Qiu wasn't too confident in his whip, it was questionable if Yemo would even be able to walk out today. Chapter 77, Hesitant Yun Bing. Yun Bing rubbed her fatigued eyes as her mind wandered elsewhere. Ever since the thing that had happened 8 years ago, she had always been unwilling to return to Beijing, and her boyfriend also left her due to that thing. However, the one who assaulted her was still roaming free in Beijing. Even the 7-year-old Ting Ting was taken away forcefully by their family. The reason she hadn't slept for the whole night was that her boyfriend from those years ago, Feng Rong, came back from America. 8 years ago, after that thing happened, he had never appeared again. Afterward, when she knew that he went to America, she was really hurt at the time since he had left without notice when she needed him the most. However, today he actually came back and requested her to come to Beijing. She had seen it when she opened an email on her computer earlier and realized that it had been sent by Feng Rong. He explained to her that he didn't even know what had happened to her at that time because the next day, he had been sent to America by his family, and he wasn't able to contact her again. Now, the first thing he did when he came back was to find her and even had to ask for her email address from other people when he came back to Beijing. He told Yun Bing that no matter what had happened, he wouldn't mind and that he still loved her. When Yun Bing saw Feng Rong's email, her first thought was to delete it. But seeing Feng Rong's love in his words and that she might still have feelings toward her first love, Yun Bing hesitated. She was scared of the person who assaulted her those years ago, and if Feng Rong still loved her, he could have taken her to America, and she would have left that nightmare behind. If she hadn't known about the misunderstanding with Yemo last time, she would have perhaps gone to Beijing, but she felt guilty. Yemo had saved her, and she wanted to say thank you in front of him at the very least. However, she had never been able to even catch a glimpse of him since that encounter in school, although Su Jingguan told her that Yemo was on bad terms with a major power and couldn't show himself. Yun Bing kept fantasizing that she would be able to see him once in Ninghai. Otherwise, even if she left Ninghai, she would still feel unrest at heart. Another reason she still didn't want to move was that she didn't want to remember the traumatic memories. She felt scared toward Beijing from the bottom of her heart. Now that Feng Rong came back, should she go or not? Although she still resented him, since he said that he didn't know, and the first thing he did when he came back was to look for her, it made Yun Bing feel that she was still remembered. After all these years, she had become a forgotten corner. Although her cold personality gave her fewer troubles, every time she came back home, she felt lonely in her cold room. She would reminisce the small things in her first love. However, was it really true that Feng Rong did not know what had happened? Even if he didn't, did his family not tell him? And not a single message in 8 years, how was this possible? Yun Bing suddenly didn't want to think about that anymore. After thinking for a long while, Yun Bing sighed. She eventually decided to have a look at Beijing. After all, Ting Ting was still there. Although she was very scared of that person, sometimes, avoiding wasn't necessarily the best solution. She opened a file and prepared to write a letter for Su Jingguan to give to Emo. When Yun Bing opened up a file, the bottom corner of her screen showed a news. She was about to close it when the image that her eyes saw seemed familiar. Although it wasn't clear, Yun Bing still felt this was familiar. She immediately opened the news. Ning Hai Master, Shering, crushed the trainer of the Korean-style Taekwondo club. The flashy title and the images below stunned her. She really felt that that person looked like EMO, but his face wasn't clear enough, and the name on there was Shering, not EMO. Although Yun Bing didn't really care about things that happened at the school, she still heard about the Korean-style club, but she was already past the years of raging adolescence, so she only took notice of it and left it there. She didn't think that a Shering would suddenly appear in Ning Hai and beat that Pu Donghung with only one move. Usually, Yun Bing would leave it there after reading it, but this Shering looked a bit like EMO, so Yun Bing immediately logged onto the news page of the university. At this moment, she finally understood what popular was. Looking at the time, it was 4 a.m., but the forum was still full of people. The top post had been clicked over 1 million times already, and there were thousands of replies at the bottom. The title was very clear: Shering, our handsome man. Every time she refreshed, there would be more comments. Okay, I'll admit, I admire Shering, but I guarantee that I'm not gay. Carrying the SH bucket into the dining hall. 1. I'm sure that brother Shering is the strongest in Ning Hai. Sitting on the grave smoking the loneliness. Wow, let me tell you, I have a personal signature from brother Shering. Get jealous. Clear water, I was happy I had a place to stand. Shering, I'm really in love with you. What should I do from now? Who is changing the mark on my epitaph? Who captured the recording our brother Shering like this? I heavily object. Wearing underwear, there were actually thousands of replies below. Yun Bing didn't read all of them and just opened the video at the top. The scene where EMO fought Pu Donghung immediately showed. Obviously, this was HQ recording. Pu Donghung's face was very clear, but EMO's face was always slightly obscured. The fighting scene was very short. Within a clash, Pu Donghung was kicked flying. Yun Bing was stunned, seeing the clip. Although it wasn't very long, she felt that this person was EMO. But why was it that in the same recording, EMO's face was always obscured, but other scenes were very clear? Looking at the time, it was already 4:40 a.m. Yun Bing couldn't sit down anymore. What if it was EMO and she had missed this opportunity? Thinking about this, Yun Bing quickly got downstairs and drove the car toward the Ning Hai Technology University. It was in the morning. And there were still cars on the road, but not much, so Yun Bing took a shortcut and didn't see anyone on the road for a long time, and decided to drive very fast. However, a stumbling figure on the side of the road almost crashed into Yun Bing's car, and from her rear mirror, she saw that figure fall onto the road after she had driven her car past. Although she was sure her car didn't touch that person, Yun Bing still drove back and opened the window. Are you okay? The person on the ground didn't answer. Using the dim yellow road lights, Yun Bing saw the blood on this person. She was shocked. Did she actually bump into this person? Fearing that she crashed into someone, Yun Bing quickly got off the car and helped the man on the ground to get up. However, when she saw this person's face, Yun Bing was truly frightened. The person that was laying in her arms was EMO. How did he become like this? The clothes on his back were ripped, and there was a long gash in which the bones could be seen. His face was very pale, and at this moment, EMO had his eyes closed. He was obviously unconscious. Yun Bing became worried. Although she didn't know how EMO became like this, she knew that EMO's condition was severe. She quickly dragged EMO into the car. Yun Bing's first thought was to drive EMO to the hospital, but Su Jingwen's words rung in her ears again. EMO was on the bad side of a big power and had nowhere to hide. So he ran out of Ning Hai. If she sent him to the hospital now, would that person know? Notes 1. Those are the usernames of the people on the forums. Chapter 78. Whose blood? Yun Bing was sweating profusely until she finally managed to drag EMO into her room. Luckily, it was 5 a.m. and was pretty much the darkest period before dawn. No one in her district got up that early, and therefore no one had noticed her. Although she didn't know who EMO got into conflict with, she still decided to park her car in the parking so that people wouldn't suspect her. She carefully closed the door and parked the car before coming back to carry EMO onto the bed. She reached out her hand and touched EMO's nose. And there was still warm air coming in and out, so finally, Yun Bing was able to rest her heart as she thought that he should be just temporarily unconscious. She got a tub of hot water and decided to wash EMO. After she had taken off EMO's first layer of clothes, she arrived at his underwear covered in blood but ended up being too embarrassed to take them off for him and didn't even dare to look.
She grabbed a towel and covered it, and only then did she dare to help clean Emo. The wound on Emo's back looked very severe. Yun Bing couldn't imagine what could cause such a deep wound. Although Emo's wound was very deep, his muscles were extraordinarily strong. If Yun Bing didn't see Emo's firm muscles for herself, she wouldn't even believe such a quiet-looking Emo would have this body of muscles that looked so aesthetic. Yun Bing felt her face blush, and the hand she used to wipe Emo with was shaky. She had never had the experience of seeing a man's naked torso. Even when she had been her pet and became pregnant 8 years ago, she was drugged and unconscious. However, her family was so scared of that family's power that with just one sentence, they didn't dare to allow her to abort the child. She didn't blame her family because they indeed couldn't mess with that family. Even now when she thought about it, Yun Bing felt shaky. She was really scared of that person, so she kept hiding in Ninghai. Even for the new year, she didn't want to return to Beijing. The instant Emo had collapsed, he knew things weren't good, and with his strong will, he forced himself to wake up. However, the person he saw when he opened his eyes was actually Yun Bing. Although he didn't have a good impression of her, he knew that he was countless times safer in Yun Bing's hands compared to the Song family. Emo relaxed and closed his eyes once again into unconsciousness. However, his body was starting to use his spirit chi to recover his extremely fatigued and damaged to the root body. You're awake. Yun Bing, who had the towel in her hands, was startled as she saw Emo open his eyes, so she called out in surprise immediately. However, she then saw that Emo fainted once again. Yun Bing quickly carried the water away and went back to the room to cover Emo with blankets before she breathed a sigh of relief. Since he had woken up once, it should mean that he wasn't in a critical condition any longer. Yun Bing, who hadn't slept for the night, also slept beside Emo's bed. When Ning Qingxue opened her eyes, she discovered that the sun was already out. She lay down and didn't move. Was this heaven already? She didn't feel any pain on her body. On the contrary, she even felt extremely comfortable. Ning Qingxue gasped a sigh of relief. She was finally rid of that endless abyss of pain. She just didn't know if Emo was well now. But soon, Ning Qingxue felt things weren't right. She was still lying on Emo's bed, and everything in the room was as they used to be before. Nothing was different. What was this? Ning Qingxue bit the tip of her tongue and felt pain. Did she not die? Ning Qingxue, who was worried in her heart, sat up immediately and once again found out in surprise that all her wounds had healed. She didn't feel any bit of discomfort on her body, and instead, it was filled with vigor and spirit. The little case. Ning Qingxue grabbed the little case and checked inside, but nothing had disappeared. Everything was here. Wait, she remembered clearly that last night, she grabbed the knife and was about to commit suicide. So why was the knife still in the case? Did she lose her memory? This was definitely impossible. Ning Qingxue examined the case and everything inside closely, and she discovered that one bottle had 2 less heart protection pill. She had counted each and every pill multiple times, so she couldn't be wrong. Ning Qingxue suddenly felt scared. She had been injured seriously. How could she heal up in one night? Besides, she clearly remembered she had the knife in her hands and was about to commit suicide. She even remembered the feeling of having pierced in something before she had lost her consciousness, and yet, why was she alright without a single wound? And why did she still feel pain? It wasn't like she had died at all. Ning Qingxue turned around and saw on her bed that there was indeed a few drops of blood, but she was sure she didn't have a wound that bled on her body. So where did this blood come from, Mom? As soon as Ning Qingxue opened her mouth, the door was opened. Ning Qingxue's mom Lan Yu rushed in. Qingxue, are you alright? Before Lan Yu even came in, her voice sounded. She didn't know what had happened the night before, but she had suddenly fallen asleep and slept all the way until 7 or 8 in the morning. Lan Yu almost couldn't forgive herself for her mistake. Qingxue, how did you sit up? Your face. How is it so healthy? You're all right now. Qingxue, you really are all right. Lan Yu already forget that Ning Qingxue had been severely injured and recovered in only one night. In her eyes, it was meant to be that her daughter got better. As for the process, she ignored it automatically. Ning Qingxue saw her mother and knew that she wasn't dreaming and didn't die either. She really did recover, but as for how, she didn't know. After Lan Yu had said all these, she grabbed Ning Qingxue and finally started to think how her daughter got better without any reason. She had been severely wounded, and thinking about this, Lan Yu immediately asked, Qingxue, what happened to you? How did you recover? Ning Qingxue shook her head, she didn't understand either.
She seemed to have the blurred memory that someone came and treated her last night, but who could cure her serious injury in just one night?
Mom, I want to think alone for what had really happened.
Ning Qingxue suddenly said. Lan Yu was elated now. Although her daughter's recovery was full of mystery, she still rather would believe that her ancestors protected Qingxue than believing this was impossible.
Seeing that Ning Qingxue had said this, she still closely examined Ning Qingxue's back before finally being relieved. I'll cook some kanji for you, you should rest some more, don't move around too much.
After her mom had left, Ning Qingxue started to think carefully.
She wasn't as optimistic as her mother. There was definitely someone who treated her injuries, but who could have so much ability to cure her completely while she was asleep. This was something even the Hongrui hospital couldn't treat. Suddenly, Ning Qingxue sat up. Since someone treated her last night, didn't that mean her top was taken off? She quickly took off her clothes and looked. It was as she thought, her face immediately went pale. Her top was taken off, even her bras were buttoned wrong. Since that person could see her back, it meant that her chest was also seen. Who was this? Ning Qingxue suddenly felt her body starting to shake. She would rather die than let someone, who she didn't even know, look at her body. Ning Qingxue looked at the few drops of blood on the bed. That wasn't hers, so whose blood would it be? Was it from the person who treated her last night? Chapter 79, was it Yimo? Qingxue, you're alright?
A voice full of surprise sounded at the door.
Li Mumei just pushed the door open and came in, and behind her was the still beaming with joy Lan Yu. Even Su Jingwen was here with the two nurses behind her, who looked at Ning Qingxue in disbelief. Come in.
Ning Qingxue focused her mind.
Although she was still distressed, she decided not to think of it for now. What happened? Qingxue, let me look at your back. Li Mumei had seen Ning Qingxue's wound before. Now Ning Qingxue suddenly recovered.
Although she didn't understand, she was still genuinely happy. Ning Qingxue shook her head and said, no need to look, I can feel it.
I'm really better. I don't know what happened yesterday.
She originally wanted to say that someone had cured her last night, but when the words came to mouth, she swallowed it down. Although Lan Yu had examined her, she still wasn't sure and went behind Ning Qingxue. She carefully opened her daughter's clothes, and of course, she saw that her back had recovered to its previous clean white skin with no flaws at all. Only now was she sure that her daughter had truly recovered. She was so excited that she almost shed tears and thanked God that her daughter recovered in one night. The two nurses excitedly came over and helped Ning Qingxue do a simple checkup and discovered that Ning Qingxue was really cured. Other people didn't know how bad Ning Qingxue's injuries were, but these two nurses knew clearly since they had been the ones taking care of Ning Qingxue. However, they didn't expect that such heavy wounds would suddenly be cured. There was nothing more mysterious than this. Was it a wrong diagnosis? When Ning Qingxue heard that the doctors were coming over, she immediately refused another checkup.
She knew her body better than anyone else.
She was 100% healthy right now but didn't want the whole world to know about this. Ning Zhongfei flew over to Ninghai on that day.
He was happier than anyone else for her daughter's sudden recovery.
He only had one daughter, and she was a treasure to him. However, Ning Qingxue still refused her family's requests to leave Ninghai and still wanted to stay there. As for the person who treated her last night, she thought about it and had a vague impression. She started to remember that after she had finished recording her will and wanted to commit suicide, her knife didn't seem to have pierced into her own throat, but instead, it had pierced into another person's arm, and afterward, she had immediately fainted. Was that person Yimo? Or was it that she was thinking about him too much and pretended the person that night to be him? Since when did Yimo know how to cure wounds? And even how did he have that much ability? Ning Qingxue suddenly remembered that day when Yimo had a stall on the street to practice medicine.
Was it really him? Did he really know medicine?
If it was him, then the blood on the bed should be left by him. Seeing her mom and the others were leaving, Ning Qingxue called out to Li Mumei. Although she could get up now, and her body condition was excellent, she didn't want to overdo it in case everyone noticed it. Mumei, can you help me analyze the blood on this cloth? Ning Qingxue cut off the blood stain on the bed and gave it to Li Mumei as she wanted to know if this blood was the same as Yimo's. Although she couldn't be 100% sure it was Yi Mo's through blood type, at least that pointed her in a direction. If this was his blood, then she would know who the person treated her was. And the person who looked at her body would also be him. In that case, she would feel much peaceful in her heart. Li Mumei took over the cloth but didn't ask anything. If Ning Qingxue didn't want to say anything, she wouldn't say it even if she had asked. Last night, Ning Qingxue's sudden recovery was the biggest thing for her parents. However, for the students in Ninghai, Shiring beating Pu Donghun was the biggest news. However, compared to these two things, an earthquake erupted amongst the authority due to the murder in the mansion. This was because the people murdered were very influential. One was the young master Song Shaoan of the Song family. The other was scarier because his name was Chen Shiping. Chen Shiping wasn't anything special himself, but his father was called Chen Longtu and had a title, someone who could shake the ground with a step. If the mountain group in Japan and the black-gloved clan from the west were influential, then Nanchang was the most influential in the east, and Qian Longtu was the boss of Nanchang. Qian Shiping was his one and only son, and he had him at 40. Qian Longtu's real name was Qian Baihe, someone from the Hujiang state. He joined the underground world at the age of 11, and until now, there was a place for him even on the world stage. He had his own private army, however, it was a hired army that stayed in Africa, and he, himself, remained at an extremely grandiose mansion in Africa.
Nanchang's things basically didn't need his management.
Typically, his henchmen took care of everything and just needed to give him a report. Even the heads of small countries didn't dare to offend the leader of Nanqing, but today, his only son was murdered in Ninghai. This was absolutely an earthquake. Whether it was Song Shaoan's death or Qian Shiping's death, it wasn't something that the government authorities here could handle. Yun Bing was woken up by the phone.
It was already 9 a.m.
She looked at Guillermo, who was still sleeping like last night. However, his pale face had a sliver of ruddiness. Yun Bing felt assured and picked up the phone. The phone was from her colleague Wang Yu asking her why she didn't go to the school today. Yun Bing hurriedly asked Wang Yu to apply a leave for her. Then, she used her towel and wiped up Emo's body before preparing to cook some food. In case he happened to wake up, he could have some. Since Emo was rescued by her from last night, he had remained unconscious. He only opened his eyes once but continued to sleep, and since Yun Bing didn't dare to send him to the hospital, she didn't know what to do anymore. She didn't know if that Shiring from last night was Emo. Yun Bing opened up her laptop once again and wanted to search on the news forum of the university. But the news that appeared in front of her eyes almost made her throw her mouse. Last night, in a private mansion,
6 people were murdered. Last night, wasn't that when Emo was injured? Did he do it? Yun Bing thought of before when Emo had beaten Jin Wenxiao and her schoolmate until they became mentally disabled and was almost certain this event was also done by Emo.
Why was he so violent? Yun Bing turned around and looked at Emo complicatedly. She then searched the news of the murder again. As expected, on some small unofficial website, she uncovered the truth. Last night, because 2 young masters of big families took away 2 girls and ped them in the mansion, someone attacked that place and killed 6 people. Only the 2 girls weren't killed, Yun Bing sighed.
She was sure it was done by Emo. He liked to fight against this injustice.
It was the same with her last time. However, last time he didn't kill, but this time he did. Did he have violent tendencies? Regardless of whether Emo had violent tendencies or not, he was someone who had saved her life, and to her, he had even saved something more important than life. Furthermore, for the event of the previous night, she also stood on Emo's side. However, she believed that Emo shouldn't kill. Killing people so freely was too absurd in this society.
Yun Bing also rejoiced for not sending Emo to the hospital.
If she had, then he would have been already exposed. Chapter 80, confirmed it's him. Yun Bing hadn't left the house for the entire day. She didn't even go out to buy vegetables. She could only focus on when Emo would wake up and kept heating the kanji again and again, but he still didn't have any signs of waking up. If Emo's breathing wasn't normal, she would have thought that he wouldn't survive. She had never seen someone unconscious for so long. But even if she didn't go out, she still knew that what was happening outside wasn't trivial, as she could see the street full of police car patrolling every so often. She really couldn't understand who Emo had killed and why it would cause such a ruckus. In the house Ning Qingxue lived at, other than Su Jingwen and her parents, everyone else had left, so Ning Qingxue got up and ate something. She was staring at that silver heart grass when Li Mumei suddenly ran in. "Qingxue, you can get up." Li Mumei was joyful from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, I feel much better, Mumei. What happened? Ning Qingxue looked at the hurried Li Mumei and asked. Li Mumei then realized that she was going to say something. Qingxue, I heard that Song Xiaotan was killed in Ninghai last night. The person who killed him also killed 5 other people, however, one seemed to have a bigger background than Song Xiaotan, but I don't know who it was.
Ning Qingxue thought for a moment and asked, Mumei, do you know who the other people are?
Li Mumei shook her head and said, I don't know either.
I have no news of the other people. I only knew from a friend. However, this thing got pretty big, and many journalists came to Ninghai. I know a lot of journalists from Beijing, so I might have more information tomorrow. Why did Song Xiaotan come to Ninghai? Was he the one who ordered people to injure her? Then who killed Song Xiaotan? Ning Qingxue suddenly thought of Yi Mo and immediately asked, Mumei, did you get the blood analysis back?
Yeah.
Li Mumei gave the report to Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue looked, and she became quickly excited. What's wrong?
Qingxue? Li Mumei hurriedly asked. Ning Qingxue shook her head and said, No.
Nothing, I'm going in to sit. I'll come out later.
Then, she walked into the room. Li Mumei looked at Ning Qingxue and thought that she had just recovered and might be feeling tired, so she didn't bother too much. However, Ning Qingxue was elated because the blood type was exactly the same as Yi Mo's, they were both B type. Although it was far from sufficient to know if it was Yi Mo through blood type, Ning Qingxue still firmly believed this was him. She seemed to feel Yi Mo came back.
Was he related to the incident of their death last night? If it wasn't Yi Mo, who else would dare to touch the Song family's people? Yi Mo dared to kill even Song Xiaowen, so why not Song Xiaotan too?
Besides, he had the motive for it, knowing that it was entirely possible that Yi Mo came back to save her. She finally felt relieved in her heart. After all, she had already admitted that Yi Mo was her husband, so if he had seen her body, it wouldn't really matter. However, Ning Qingxue suddenly felt unrest.
If Yi Mo came to Ninghai and killed Song Xiaotan, then wouldn't he be in a very dangerous situation right now? What if he still hadn't escaped out of Ninghai?
Ning Qingxue became worried, and now, she wished that the person who came last night wasn't Yi Mo, because if Yi Mo really did it, then he wouldn't be able to escape from Ninghai with the Song family's power. Huh, Qingxue, you're alright? Su Wei asked in surprise. She knew her injuries were grave.
The hospital even gave out her final days, but now. Ning Qingxue stood in front of her perfectly fine.
What was this? Yeah, I've recovered already, perhaps the hospital misdiagnosed. My injuries weren't that serious, Ning Qingxue nodded and said. Su Wei was dubious.
Ning Qingxue went to the best hospital in Ninghai, one that was famous even in the country. How could they make such a serious mistake?
Besides, she had seen with her own eyes Ning Qingxue being hit with that stick. Seeing that Su Wei didn't really believe her, Ning Qingxue quickly changed the subject. How come you didn't go to work again today?
Sai, why are your tones exactly the same? Yesterday, Yi.
Su Wei suddenly stopped. She suddenly remembered that Yi Mo told her yesterday not to tell Ning Qingxue. But she had almost forgotten today. Although Su Wei had stopped her words in time, Ning Qingxue had discerned it and asked, What happened yesterday?
Did Yi Mo come back?
At the same time, Ning Qingxue had subconsciously grabbed Su Wei's hands. Su Wei looked at her hands that were tightly clutched by Ning Qingxue.
She knew she had spilled it and had no way to keep hiding it. She sighed and said, Yesterday Yi Mo came back and looked at the flower pots for half a day. Then, he asked me about you and left. He probably went to the hospital to see you. What, did you not see him?
Ning Qingxue suddenly let go of Su Wei's hands and mumbled, It really was him, he's alright.
He came back.
So he was really the one. To which Qingxue, go rest, you just recovered, don't walk around everywhere. Su Wei, we'll eat together later, her mom and I are cooking right now.
Li Mumei saw Ning Qingxue who stood at the doorway and walked over. Qingxue, why is your face red? Are you hot?
Li Mumei saw Ning Qingxue's face was as red as an apple and asked concerningly. Ning Qingxue was thinking about Yi Mo who came over last night and didn't know if he heard her words. Thinking about how she had called him Lao Gong, she felt really embarrassed and hoped he didn't hear it. But now, she was 100% sure that the one who came last night was Yi Mo. She felt comfortable and even a little bit of sweetness in her heart. Now that Li Mumei asked, Ning Qingshui immediately thought that since Emo came yesterday, then he must have killed Song Xiaotan to avenge her. Thinking about the events from last night, she realized that GMO might still be escaping and immediately felt worried. Qingshui. Li Mumei saw Ning Qingshui's face change rapidly and felt more worried. Ning Qingshui shook her head and said, I'm fine, Mumei, you told me earlier that you know a lot of journalists in Beijing. Can you invite one out and let me see tonight? Ning Qingshui wanted to know what happened last night through the journalist as a way to inadvertently find out about Yemo's situation. Qingshui, you want to see a journalist? Don't you hate them? Li Mumei spoke, but seeing Ning Qingshui didn't say anything else. She immediately continued, okay, I'll ask tonight. If all goes well, I should be able to get one or two. Chapter 81, Awake. When Yemo woke up, it was already midnight. Suddenly, he felt that there was someone in his arms, and although there was no light on, Yemo's spirit sense made him realize that this person was Yun Bing. Before Yemo fainted for the second time, he knew that he was at Yun Bing's home. Therefore, he had closed off all his sense to recover. If he hadn't done that, there would have been more drawbacks. Perhaps it might have even resulted in him forever staying at the second stage of Qi gathering. After discovering who it was, he couldn't care too much. He didn't even say one sentence before going into a cultivating state. He didn't know how long he closed off his sense for, but he didn't expect to wake up with Yun Bing in his arms. But soon, Yemo understood what had happened. Yun Bing must have wanted to lean on the bed and sleep for a while, but after she had fallen asleep, it was cold at night, so she subconsciously moved towards the blanket. From how she didn't take her clothes off, it could be seen that she didn't have a good sleep for the past few days. Although Yemo knew that Yun Bing saved him yesterday, he couldn't understand why Yun Bing would try to find him before dawn since his relationship with Yun Bing was stale. Yun Bing even harbored enmity toward him, so why would she be willing to save him? Yemo covered Yun Bing with the blanket and took her hand away as he prepared to get down. Regardless of whether or not Yun Bing saved him because she knew him, he couldn't stay here. If Yun Bing woke up and wanted to cause even more trouble for him, he would be scared of having to hurt her. After all, she had saved him, and if Yun Bing hadn't brought him back, then the consequences would have been dire no matter who had found him. This time, he had been overconfident. Although he knew that his power wouldn't be the highest here, he was still a bit shocked when he met an actual opponent. After all, people didn't cultivate Qi here. Just when Yemo wanted to get off the bed, he found that the corner of his clothes was tightly grabbed by Yun Bing. So he simply checked up on his wound. He had already cured the wound of broken hand bone, and as for the wound on his back, Yun Bing had put some cream he didn't recognize, and together with his spirit Qi, it was pretty much healed already. He looked at his clothes and realized that the shirt was a bit weird. He even started to suspect if this was Yun Bing's clothes. Yemo didn't bother to break away from Yun Bing's hand, he just awkwardly took the shirt off. He suddenly remembered about his bag and wondered if Yun Bing had brought it back. After all his things were inside there, his money, his clothes, his documents, and even a lot of medical herbs inside, but those weren't even the most significant part. The remaining seeds of his silver heartgrass were also inside the bag, and those were his most valuable belongings. It would be over if he lost these seeds. Besides, a piece of purple heartwine was also inside. Thinking about this, Yemo scanned out with his spirit sense, but immediately, his heart sunk as he didn't find his bag in the house. That meant that Yun Bing didn't bring back his bag. Now, he didn't have clothes, and Yun Bing didn't bring his bag back either. He didn't even have a cent on him. Yemo even wanted to immediately go out and look for his bag. After all, the contents of the bag were too important for him. But before this, he had to ask Yun Bing. He couldn't care if Yun Bing was still asleep and immediately started shaking her. Ha! Yun Bing was shaken awake by Yemo and immediately screamed in shock, but soon she understood that it was Yemo and quickly covered her mouth. When she took her hands away, she then found out that she was grabbing a shirt and was the one who put this shirt on Yemo. Yun Bing blushed and crawled up awkwardly. Oh. You're awake? Yemo nodded. Yes, thank you for saving me. I want to know if you have brought my bag back? Bag? Yun Bing frowned. Last night when she dragged Yemo onto the car, he seemed to have something in his hand. She didn't really look at it and just stuffed it into the car. She didn't know if that was the bag Yemo was talking about. However, since Yemo asked about that bag immediately when he woke up, it meant that bag was paramount for him. Jin Bing immediately turned on the bed lamp and saw Emo, who sat there, was frowning. She had a sudden awkward feeling. They were sitting side by side at the head of the bed at midnight while Emo was shirtless. They looked exactly like a couple. She suddenly thought of the scene described in prose. She forgot who wrote it, but it described this scene. Midnight, the husband sat up and ignited a cigarette. He smoked, and his eyes were frowning. I know, it's for his child's school feast tomorrow, child? Yun Bing suddenly thought of Ting Ting. That family was really cruel. It had been a few years already. But they wouldn't even let her see Ting Ting once. What's wrong? Emo looked at Yun Bing's changing face. But before Yun Bing could answer, he asked again, did you remember where you put the bag? Ah. Yun Bing suddenly came to reality. She didn't expect her to wander off. She hurriedly said, I remember I put some stuff in the trunk. I don't know if it was your bag since I was in a rush at the time and forgot. I'll check the car now. She was about to go out after she finished. Emo quickly stopped her and said, Wait, I'll go, just tell me where your car is. Yun Bing shook her head. You must not go out, they are looking for you everywhere. If you go out now, they will apprehend you. You know what I did? Emo looked at Yun Bing in surprise. He thought about how she knew that he killed Song Xiaotan. Yun Bing rolled her eyes towards Emo and said, Yesterday morning, 6 people were killed in a mansion in Ninghai, and don't tell me you don't know about that. I just went out to look for you but met you on the way. Emo, you're an adult now. Is killing something that should be done? Why don't you use your brain and think? Impulsiveness is a devil. Sigh, I have no idea what's going to happen to you, but I know that you'll be living a life on the run. After she had finished, Yun Bing shook her head. Although she approved of Emo saving people, she still thought it was unfathomable that Emo killed 6 people. Emo didn't care about the latter part of what Yun Bing said. He just asked, How do you know I killed? Why did you go look for me? And, how would you know I was there? Hearing Emo's words, Yun Bing's face showed some guilt. Emo, sorry, I was looking for you to apologize to you. I know that you were saving me that day as well, but I only understood when I found the SD card from the camera. The reason I went to look for you yesterday was that I saw that Shering on the news of Ninghai Technology University and thought that he looked like you. I was prepared to go there, but fortunately, I met you on the road. Looks like me? Emo thought that he used a layer of chi to cover his face at the time. They shouldn't be able to capture a clear image. How did Jin Bing know? I just noticed his face was similar to yours, that's why I tried my luck and went out to look for you. Tell me, are you Shering? Yun Bing seemed to have forgotten about other things now. Emo nodded, admitting that he was Shering. He also understood why Yun Bing was saving him and didn't look for trouble. It was due to that card. Since you know I'm a killer, why aren't you scared? Are you that calm with every killer you meet? Emo suddenly asked. Yun Bing was stunned. She now realized that she really wasn't scared of him at all. She was only concerned and didn't even think about being scared. Had she always been that bold? But when she was with Emo, she really didn't feel scared at all. Now that Emo asked, she couldn't help but to shake her head and say, I was just a bit worried about you, but I wasn't scared, perhaps because you had saved me before, or maybe it was that you only killed the people that deserve to die. Chapter 82, Yun Bing sigh. Hearing Yun Bing's words, Emo remained silent for a while. He had overestimated himself yesterday. He only went there because he was curious about Hu Qiu at the time and didn't expect Song Xiaotan to be there as well. However, Ning Qingxue was injured because Song Xiaotan sent people there, so he couldn't resist but to kill him. This had greatly deviated from his original plan. Originally, it wasn't much even if he killed Song Xiaotan. He could leave Ninghai during that night, but he hadn't expected Hu Qiu to be so much stronger than he had estimated and ended up heavily injured. If Yun Bing didn't bring him back, perhaps he would be at the Song family compound already. Even if he had a strong background, he wouldn't be able to leave once he was in the Song family's hands, much less since he had no background anymore. What to do now? Emo suddenly realized that he had no way left right now. Ninghai must be in lockdown. If he had been in the 3rd stage of Qi gathering by now, then he would be able to leave Ninghai easily. But now, he was only in the late phase of the 2nd stage. Seeing Emo's silence,
Yun Bing thought that Emo heard her words and wanted to go check if his bag was in the car. However, she was suddenly grabbed by Emo, so she looked at him in confusion. Emo shook his head and said, "Don't go." The reason Emo didn't let Yun Bing go out was because, after his injuries, his spirit sense could surprisingly reach out to a distance of 12 to 15 meters. When his spirit sense scanned out, he found two people in casual clothing seemingly monitoring the people coming and going. Although he didn't know if this was related to him, Emo still felt that it was better to be careful. Why? Obviously, Yun Bing didn't know people were monitoring them and was curious why Emo didn't seem to care about that bag all of a sudden. Emo couldn't say he had a spirit sense, so he said, "It's not safe to go down to the parking to get things in the middle of the night. Besides, it's easy to be seen by people and become a target of suspicion." Yun Bing thought about it a while and believed that Emo's words were true, so she didn't insist. Emo estimated that since even Yun Bing was able to deduce that he had killed these people, the Song family would definitely be able to find out that Emo was the murderer. It seemed that he should leave Ninghai as early as possible. After this thing, he could no longer go to Luotsang. He sighed and thought, plants really couldn't keep up with changes. He still wanted to find a place to settle down and plant his silver heartgrass before going to the desert. But now, he couldn't do that. "You should get some sleep." Emo turned around and said to Yun Bing, "Aren't you sleeping?" Yun Bing thought that there was only one bed in the house. If she slept there, Emo would have no place to sleep. Emo shook his head. "I'm not tired." "You can sleep first." He really wasn't, and at this time, he wasn't in the mood to sleep anyway. Since his plans were gone down the drain, he had to make new ones. Looking at Emo, who didn't even have a shirt on, Yun Bing hesitated for a while before saying, "There's still a few hours of nighttime, and the bed is really big. We can sleep on one side each." Emo looked at Yun Bing in surprise. He didn't expect Yun Bing to say something like this. She didn't seem like an open person, but he didn't want Yun Bing to think too much, so he nodded and said, "Fine, go to sleep. I'll just lean on the bed for a while." He thought that he could cultivate on the bed as well anyway, and a few hours would pass really in a flash for him. Right now, he hadn't fully recovered yet, so he shouldn't be careless. Emo sat there and went into a cultivating state really quickly. However, Yun Bing wasn't so stable when she slept, which didn't match her cold face at all. She just turned once and hugged one of Emo's leg again. Although Emo was cultivating, he could still feel Yun Bing's body and the softness in front of her chest. Regardless of his past life or this life, he was a virgin in both as an ordinary man and as a cultivator. Although he was enticed, he cast the thoughts away hastily and didn't pay any more attention as he continued to cultivate. A few hours passed very quickly indeed. Emo was still immersed in cultivation while Yun Bing slept very well, the corner of her mouth slightly raised up, seemingly in a good dream. Perhaps after that incident, she had never been able to sleep so well. She felt as though she held something dependable and no longer had that feeling of hollowness from before, so she held very tightly with her hands without the slightest intention of letting go. After Emo had cultivated a big chi cycle, he opened his eyes and saw that the sky was not completely lit up yet. He looked at Yun Bing, who shrunk her head into the blanket while her body was pressed on him completely, and Emo felt that it was getting hotter. Although he wanted to remove Yun Bing's hands, she seemed to stick onto him very tightly. Seeing her sleeping so sweetly, he sighed and didn't try to wake her again. He continued to cultivate to his next big cycle. He estimated that after he was done, Yun Bing should be up too. When Emo entered the next big chi cycle again, Yun Bing suddenly woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately found out that she was hugging Emo's leg. She got scared and immediately let go. Although the sky wasn't fully lit, she just felt there was a hot burning sensation on her face. But immediately, she thought of Emo. Did he really sit like this for the whole night? Seeing that Emo still had his eyes closed as if he was still sleeping, Yun Bing finally released a sigh of relief. Luckily Emo was asleep, otherwise, that would have been too embarrassing. However, when she thought again to what she was feeling, she realized that she had this worry-free serenity when she had hugged Emo's leg as she slept, which had made her very comfortable and didn't feel any worry or fear. Furthermore, the aroma from his body was also very pleasant. It even gave her a sense of otherworldliness. Yun Bing looked at Emo's sleeping young face and couldn't help but to touch her already 30-year-old face. Although it was still young and smooth, she still felt a bitterness in her heart and suddenly felt that perhaps it wasn't a good thing to go back to Beijing to see Fengrong. There were some things she didn't dare to think about, but it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Was Feng Rong still the same as he used to be many years ago?
She knew that she was no longer the Yun Bing from all those years ago. She only wanted to see Feng Rong and ask him why he simply left without notice all those years ago, and why he never had contacted her before, but now, she felt this was unnecessary.
So what if he remembered her? So what if he didn't? If something similar happened again, would he disappear again? Was this sort of man reliable? So what if he could take her to America?
Perhaps she simply missed Ting Ting too much.
But even if she went to Beijing, would she even be able to see Ting Ting? Emo was still asleep.
Yun Bing looked down at her curvaceous body. She thought about that day when Emo saw her body and suddenly felt this burning sensation from the bottom of her heart. She started to shake and felt she was entranced, so she quickly left the bedroom and drank a cup of cold water. Finally, she was able to gradually calm down. When she went back to the bedroom again, she didn't dare to stay on the bed. She watched Emo quietly before making an almost inaudible sigh after some time, as she never would have thought she would have sexual urges toward Emo. However, she still had a logical mind and knew that Emo and she were two people on different paths. Whether it was now or in the future, they would have no more encounters. Although Ning Zhongfei and Lan Yu persuaded Ning Qingxue again and again, she just wasn't willing to leave this house. They were helpless, so they could only let her be.
Li Mumei stayed behind with Ning Qingxue for the moment, but they needed to return to Yu State. Mumei, how is it?
Ning Qingxue still kept remembered Li Mumei saying that she would be able to invite out a few journalists. She wanted to know from the journalist how the case was progressing so she could know Yemo's current state. I've asked, and tonight, the police department of Ninghai City will hold a press conference, and one of Jingwen's friend will be there. We'll go together tomorrow to see that person, but Qingxue, I feel that this thing is actually beneficial to us, so there is no need to see the journalists, Li Mumei said. Of course, Ning Qingxue knew what she wanted to ask about, but she couldn't explain to Li Mumei, so she could only say, it might be related to me, let's go make sure.
Li Mumei knew that it was someone from the Song family that had died. However, since it was Ning Qingxue's wish, she couldn't really stop her.
Chapter 83, I Can't Let You Go. Emo cultivated another big cycle, and when he had finished, it was already noon. He felt that all the injuries in his body were gone and was full of vigor. Even his power increased a little. If he progressed a little more, he would reach the peak of the second stage. Although he wasn't there yet, he knew that such a minor improvement on such a desolate place, scarce of spirit chi, was quite significant. He wasn't disappointed at all. He looked by his side. Yun Bing had gotten up and wasn't in the room. It seemed that she went out. Emo got up and saw the toothbrush and toothpaste Yun Bing prepared for him and washed his face. Ding ding. The doorbell sounded. Emo scanned with his spirit sense immediately and saw that the person standing at the door wasn't Yun Bing, but a 20-or-so-year-old girl. However, she didn't seem that much younger than Yun Bing. Although she wasn't as pretty as Yun Bing, her chest area was a bit more generous. In Emo's impression, out of every girl he knew, the bustiest was Wendong. However, the chest of the girl in front of the door was even bigger than Wendong's. Seeing her look, if she hadn't been that young, Emo would have thought this girl was already married. However, he didn't have much experience with women, so it would be normal if he was wrong. An unknown girl came to Yun Bing's home, and even if Yun Bing was at home, he would tell her not to open the door, so now that she wasn't here, there was no reason for him to open it. After all, he was on the run right now. The girl waited for a while and saw that nobody answered the door, so she said to herself, Sister Bing isn't at school and isn't at home either, where could she be? Afterward, Emo saw her leaving and finally felt relieved, as he didn't want this woman to come in. However, he soon realized how unlucky he was because, at this moment, Yun Bing was coming back, carrying a lot of things including a bag, but it wasn't his. Sister Bing, where did you go? I looked everywhere, from the school to here, and I finally found you. This girl immediately screamed in joy when she saw Yun Bing. Healy, why did you come? When did you come to Ninghai? Yun Bing replied immediately, but soon, Healy saw Yun Bing's anxious face and seemed to have understood her situation. Obviously, it's because I have something to talk to you about. Hurry and open the door. I'll tell you inside, Healy said immediately. Yun Bing hesitated at the door but didn't open. What, Sister Bing, you're not gonna make me tell you here, are you? I came from so far away, and you're not even going to let me in and sit for a while. It's not like you have a man hiding inside. Why are you afraid of opening the door?
Healy saw Yun Bing still wouldn't take out the keys and immediately joked. Yun Bing's face blushed and stuttered, Healy, why don't we talk outside? I have someone at home. Huh, Sister Bing, you have a boyfriend? Then I must go inside to meet him.
I must see what sort of person can conquer your distant heart. Healy immediately shouted in surprise. Yun Bing hesitated for a while. She wasn't someone who didn't know what was at stake. Although Healy was a good friend of hers, Emo's identity was too special. Thinking about this, she bit her teeth and said, Healy, how about I present you to him next time? He is still naked at home. Healy looked at Yun Bing for a long while as though she discovered an alien before saying, Sister Bing, I really didn't know you were so open.
You're even sleeping together. Who is this guy?
No, make him dress up, I must meet him. But his clothes were ripped last night. Yun Bing couldn't find a better excuse in the spur of the moment. Healy opened her eyes wider again and examined Yun Bing from head to toe before sighing. Sister Bing, you really are strong. How long does it take off the clothes? You guys can't even wait for that scene. Oh my god, Yun Bing's face was blushing red, but she couldn't explain it. Okay, seeing how you're so embarrassed, I won't go inside and disturb your romance. I just came here to tell you that Fong Rong came back. He was asking for your news everywhere, but I don't think this Fong Rong is trustworthy.
Be careful of him. I'm here to participate in the press conference, so I won't chat with you now. Next time, remember to bring your boyfriend and show me.
Healy turned and left after talking. Yun Bing looked at Elise disappearing back before she was relieved and let out a sigh.
She finally managed to trick her to go away.
Unfortunately, the cost was to expose her non-existent wildness and promiscuity. Yun Bing opened the door and saw Emo, who stood at the doorway. She was so scared that she immediately closed the doors and said worriedly, You're not well yet, why did you get up?
Emo said with gratitude, Mrs. Yun, thank you for what you did just then. You heard it all?
Yun Bing thought about the fact that Emo was standing behind the door as soon as she had asked the question. So he must have heard it. However, she also remembered her words and her face started to change. She wondered what GMO would think of her. Yeah, I heard it all. That was really hard for you, so if there's the opportunity in the future, I will definitely come back and repay your goodwill. However, I have already troubled you for 2 days, GMO said with guilt. He was someone who would respect those who respected him more and split his debt and enmity very clearly. He paid animosity with animosity and goodwill with goodwill. I didn't really help you, and from now on, don't call me Mrs. Yun. I feel it's a bit awkward. Yun Bing remembered the time when she slept beside Mo. They had slept together. Despite not doing anything, Yun Bing still felt calling her that was a bit weird. However, Yun Bing suddenly realized the implication of his words and said in shock, What did your words just then meant? Are you leaving? Mo nodded and said, Yes, I have already bothered you for many days. You saved me, and I can't stay at your place any longer, that would be endangering you. I have recovered now, and I need to leave. By the way, did you help me look for my bag? No, I can't let you go. Yun Bing just said half her sentence when she saw the shock on Emo's face. She immediately blushed and changed her tone. I meant that it's too dangerous outside. They are searching for you everywhere. If you go out now, it would be suicide. Mo felt warm in his heart. Yun Bing was the typical cold-faced, yet warm-hearted woman. He had just helped her once, and she repaid him with this much. She even neglected her reputation for him. Sister Bing, I know that you're saying this for my sake, but in fact, I have the means to escape, you can rest assured. Mo felt the need to change the way he called her from Mrs. Yun to Sister Bing. Seeing Mo change his words, Yun Bing's face eased down. She stayed silent for a moment before saying, Mo, stay for another night. In fact, when you sleep at my house, my sleep is also a lot better. It was like that last night, so just think of it as helping me, can you? Mo looked at Yun Bing in disbelief. With her ruddy face, she actually looked stunningly enticing and beautiful. He knew that Yun Bing was afraid that he would be caught immediately after he left. Seeing Mo look at her for so long without talking, the ruddiness on her face retreated and turned white. Just when she wanted to say something, Mo spoke, Fine, Sister Bing, I think you're right. I'll leave tomorrow morning then. Perhaps that's when it would be the safest. Seeing Mo agree to her, Yun Bing's face was beaming with joy. She acted like a little child trying to please an adult and brought out the bag in her hands. All your things are in here.
I also bought a lot of food, and I'll cook for you in a moment so that you can fill your stomach.
Chapter 84, The Prince Charming That Descended from the Heaven. Ning Qingxue didn't like Starbucks and never went there to drink coffee. She disliked the so-called North American style and even didn't like the cake inside. However, today she had to go to Starbucks because the journalist friend of Su Jingwen loved their coffee. Mume, Qingxue, this way. As soon as Ning Qingxue and Li Mume came, Su Jingwen called out from a table near the window. Beside her sat a tall-figured woman. She was good-looking too. Let me introduce, this is my friend Xiao Lei. She is the most famous journalist in Beijing. She always charges to the front line and gets every first-hand news. Xiao Lei, they are my friends Mume and Qingxue. Su Jingwen introduced for both sides. Hello, Qingxue, Mume. I've heard of the big name Ning Qingxue, the prettiest girl in Beijing. When I saw you today, I feel so self-conscious. Ha. Xiao Lei also stood up and shook their hands. Big journalist Xiao, I've heard of you.
Last time I was on your blog looking at your posts from when you went to Flowing Snake.
I didn't think I would meet you in Ninghai so fast. It's a real honor. Li Mume was better at communicating and became familiar with Xiao Lei very quickly. Xiao Lei smiled and said, if it wasn't for someone who saved me last time,
perhaps I wouldn't even be able to come back.
Then, Xiao Lei looked at Ning Qingxue. Of course, she knew that Ning Qingxue had a fiancé called Yimo, and the person who saved her was also called Yimo. But, she wouldn't think these two would be the same person. The difference was too huge. Perhaps everyone in Beijing knew what sort of a fiancé Ning Qingxue had.
How could he be that Yimo in Flowing Snake? What do you want to drink?
Su Jingwen was the host today. Li Mume didn't really care and casually ordered a mocha. I don't mind.
Ning Qingxue didn't like coffee anyway. The main reason she came today was to find out about Yimo.
As for drinks, she didn't care at all. The four girls who sat on Su Jingwen's table were all gorgeous. Soon, they attracted the eyes of everyone in the cafeteria, which made Ning Qingxue uncomfortable. Xiao Lei, I've also heard about you.
I really admire your journalism spirit.
Although Ning Qingxue hadn't been to Beijing, she had still heard about the famous journalist Xiao Lei. Although Li Mume didn't know why Ning Qingxue cared so much about the case last night, it should be related to the Song family. So she asked for Ning Qingxue. Xiao Lei, I heard Jingwen say that you came to Ninghai to interview in that case. How is that going? Li Mume seemed to ask casually, so Xiao Lei didn't care too much. She just thought they found a topic she was familiar to talk about. She took a sip of the coffee and said, they still haven't captured the fugitive yet, but it's said that the family of the victim already know who the culprit is. They just don't have solid evidence yet since this culprit was very cunning. Before he went in, he destroyed all the surveillance apparatus. Ning Qingxue felt her heart feeling relieved after hearing that the culprit wasn't caught. For the first time, she drank coffee. There was a faint taste of milk, and the texture was silky smooth. Suddenly, Ning Qingxue felt that this coffee wasn't bad. It had a lot less bitter flavor than what she had tasted previously. Song Xiaoman was killed, so this time, the Song family will go crazy.
The Song family is indeed too cocky, so it's not a surprise that people have made a move on them. It seems that one can't be too arrogant. Li Mume didn't have the slightest sympathy for the death of Song Xiaotan and didn't hide the meaning of her words. However, Xiao Lei shook her head. The craziest issue this time isn't about the Song family. Although they are still crazy, they have a lot of descendants. This time, a crazier one is related to another one of the people murdered. He's called Qian Shiping. Qian Shiping?
Both Ning Qingxue and Li Mume hadn't heard of this name before and were a bit surprised.
Who could get crazier than the Song family? Who is Qian Shiping? Although Su Jingwen was curious.
She didn't have to ask, but Ning Qingxue had to because it concerned Yimo's safety. As if confused at Ning Qingxue's desperation, Su Jingwen glanced at Ning Qingxue. In her eyes, Ning Qingxue shouldn't have so much curiosity toward these things, unlike ordinary people. But now, she was more curious than her. This was indeed strange. Although Xiao Lei had heard of Ning Qingxue, she didn't really know her personality, so she explained, the name Qian Shiping isn't much, but the main point is, his dad is called Qian Baya, but he has another name, Qianlong Tu. Qianlong Tu? Ning Qingxue felt this name was familiar but couldn't remember who it was. Qianlong Tu was the underground leader of one of the gang in Northeast Asia.
Nanchang. His influence is so huge that it is said he would have the means to find even a needle dropped in the ocean. But now, his only son was killed. Do you think he would stop with his power?
So this thing is quite serious. We just don't know Qian Longto's reaction yet. Before Xiao Lei finished speaking, the coffee cup that Ning Qingxue just raised suddenly splattered on the table, spilling coffee everywhere. Although she didn't understand what Nanchang represented exactly, it didn't mean she didn't know what Nanchang was. She just didn't expect Emo to get into conflict with someone so powerful.
Immediately, she felt unrest. Qingxue, what's wrong? Li Mumei asked concerningly.
She thought Ning Qingxue's wounds hadn't healed yet. Su Jingwen also noticed that there was something wrong with Ning Qingxue. Her face didn't seem as normal as before and quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this, it's too depressing. Xiao Lei, tell us about your experience last time at Flowing Snake.
I also want to go there for my holiday. Xiao Lei, who initially had her eyes on Ning Qingxue, was immediately attracted by the topic.
Hearing Su Jingwen's words, she hurriedly waved her hand. Jingwen, you must not go to Flowing Snake.
If I wasn't saved by Emo last time, I wouldn't be alive now. Emo.
Li Mumei, Ning Qingxue, and Su Jingwen almost said this name at the same time. After Xiao Lei had spoken, she knew that she said it wrong and quickly corrected her meaning. It's Emo but not Qingxue's. Sorry, I didn't realize that the person who saved me was also called Emo. Ning Qingxue returned to herself and smiled.
It doesn't matter, I don't mind.
Xiao Lei, can you tell me about it? Seeing Ning Qingxue calm down instead, she started retelling her encounters in Flowing Snake. To be honest, I really didn't think that Wang Qianjun was that sort of person. He paid 50 grand and just dumped me there while he ran for himself.
He actually gave me to a bunch of bandits. Huh, I didn't see this on your blog, then what did you do after? Li Mumei also started to worry here.
Xiao Lei's eyes suddenly became obsessed as she mumbled. At that time, he was like a prince charming that descended from the heavens and knocked all the bandits out.
The way he flew was too handsome. His kicks, I can never forget in my entire life.
I have never seen someone with such high martial arts skills. I thought this was all TV action scenes, but it happened to me that day. Hearing Xiao Lei's recount, even Su Jingwen and Li Mumei felt an anxiety and longing towards that scene. However, Ning Qingxue felt more and more that the person was the Emo she longed for. Chapter 85. Alright, we'll both sleep on the bed then. Xiao Lei, since you're so pretty, did he want to keep contact with you? Li Mumei immediately was interested. Xiao Lei shook her head and said bitterly, to be honest, I was interested in him at that moment. I'm sure that was love at first sight.
However, I'm not his Snow White.
He didn't give me any chance at all. He didn't even give me his number. Su Jingwen couldn't contain herself and laughed out loud. Journalist Xiao, she has the perfect body and the perfect face. Look at this chest of hers, even I'm scared.
How can you be afraid that you can't find your prince?
Seeing Su Jingwen make jokes about her, Xiao Lei surprisingly didn't laugh.
Instead, she shook her head again and said, you don't understand my feeling at the time.
At my most helpless moment, someone came down from the heavens and saved me. I didn't read too much fairy tales, this is real.
Perhaps you guys haven't experienced it and can't understand my feeling.
But, he's so handsome, perhaps that's not called handsome, but I don't know what it's called. Xiao Lei actually felt dejected. Xiao Lei, can you describe what he looks like to us?
Ning Qingxue suddenly asked shakily.
They were all thinking to themselves and didn't notice Ning Qingxue's weird tone. He looked around 20 years old wearing an ordinary light blue shirt. His skin looked very good, and he had a gentle appearance. His eyes were very soft and looked very comfortable. He appeared to be almost 180 centimeters and doesn't look extraordinarily handsome. But his face was clearly distinguished and very pleasant to look at. When he smiled, he looked very confident as if he wouldn't care even if the heavens were collapsing. His nose was very sharp, his teeth very white. By the way, I have his photo, hurry up and take it out.
Li Mumei said.
They still didn't get a clear image after Xiao Lei described for so long. The only real notion they could imagine would be his height. Xiao Lei took out an exquisite mirror from her bag and passed the mirror while mocking herself. The photo is here, but I took it secretly last time.
I'm already in an unrequited love now.
But even if she didn't say it, they could tell from Xiao Lei's tone and this exquisite mirror that she really had those feelings. Otherwise, why would a mirror holding a photo be so exquisite? Ning Qingxue took over the mirror shakily, and suddenly as she saw the picture, she dropped the mirror. Luckily, it was caught by Su Jingwen beside her. Seeing Ning Qingxue make the same mistake twice, Li Mumei said worriedly, "Qingxue, are you really alright? How about we leave earlier?" Ning Qingxue only nodded and still didn't talk, but Su Jingwen shouted in surprise, "It really is Yimo. He is called Yimo." Xiao Lei only spoke half a sentence before realizing something wasn't right. She looked at Su Jingwen in surprise. "What did you mean by it really is Yimo?" Li Mumei took over the mirror and also said in surprise, "Qingxue, it really is him. Why did he go to Flowing Snake?" Xiao Lei felt something was wrong, and looking inquisitively towards Su Jingwen, Su Jingwen smiled bitterly and said, "He is Qingxue's current husband, Yimo. I just don't know why he would go to Flowing Snake." "Qingxue's husband?" Xiao Lei repeated. A sudden unknown feeling welled up, making her face feel hot. But then, she said immediately, "Didn't Qingxue already break the marriage agreement?" Su Jingwen looked at Xiao Lei and said, "Xiao Lei, it's not surprising that you don't know." Although her family had broken the marriage agreement, Qingxue still married him in the end, but the wedding was just very discreet. At that time, you were probably in Tibet, and you probably went to Flowing Snake as soon as you came back, so you probably didn't hear about this. Now, Qingxue is still married to Yimo, they didn't divorce. The reason Su Jingwen said this was to point out that Yimo was still Ning Qingxue's husband right now and make Xiao Lei be more careful with her words. However, she was also being euphemistic. How was Qingxue and Yimo's wedding discreet? It was almost as though they didn't have one. They just went to collect a marriage certificate, huh? Xiao Lei looked at Ning Qingxue awkwardly. She didn't expect the man she secretly admired and kept a photo of to be the husband of the girl sitting in front of her right now. Sorry, Qingxue, I really didn't know that Yimo was your husband. It was because I heard that he's, Xiao Lei felt very awkward. At the same time, she felt a deep sense of disappointment and unfairness. She didn't understand why the Yimo she had met would be Ning Qingxue's husband. If that Yimo was really the useless person the Yi family kicked out, how could he be so strong and so calm? Even if he was that disabled Yimo, how can someone like Ning Qingxue marry him? Yun Bing cooked a table full of dishes. Yimo hadn't eaten a good meal for a long time, so she was afraid that it would affect his body, hence she went out today and bought a lot of vegetables. As if having an extra person made the house a lot more lively, Yun Bing also felt much happier. If she hadn't been worrying about what Yimo had done, perhaps she would be even happier. At this moment, she felt that she wasn't Merciless Bing. She didn't want to be Merciless Bing. Perhaps it was because no one was able to make her truly feel happy all these years. Actually, Yimo didn't really do anything, but he rendered her a feeling of reliability. Perhaps it was because she didn't have a man in her life for a long time. Although she knew that her thinking was wrong, she couldn't stop her subconscious thinking. She had hoped more than once that Yimo hadn't done those things. He was an abandoned son, his fiancée also broke the marriage pact with him, moreover, his body had that unspeakable problem. However, Yun Bing secretly thought that she didn't mind these things and liked the feeling of sleeping next to Yimo. It was very comfortable and relaxing. But she knew that she could only think about it for a few moments and didn't even dare to say it or even consider it properly. She was already an impure woman and much older than him. Besides, there were the eyes of the society judging her. Sigh, Yun Bing wondered once again if only Yimo wasn't on the wanted list yet. Perhaps only she knew of his excellence. After dinner, Yimo wanted to sleep early. This was because he needed to run at night and needed to save up enough stamina. He was very grateful toward Yun Bing for bringing back everything. The silver heartgrass and the purple heartvine were all very precious to him and weren't something he could find easily. You sleep on the bed tonight, and I'll sleep on the couch. Although Yun Bing liked the feeling of sleeping beside Yimo, she was also afraid she would wake up hugging Yimo once more. She didn't dare to sleep on the bed at night. Yimo shook his head. I'm the man, I sleep the couch, you sleep on the bed. No, your body hasn't recovered yet, how can you sleep on the couch? Yun Bing immediately rejected his proposal. Alright, we'll both sleep on the bed then, wasn't it like that last night as well? Yimo didn't even care if he slept with Yun Bing.
He only felt grateful towards Yun Bing, nothing else, okay? Yun Bing didn't even try to object slightly. Chapter 86, leaving Ninghai. When Emo had woken up, it was already 1 a.m. This time was perfect for him to leave Ninghai. He looked at Yun Bing. He didn't know when she came into his arms again. She still had a small smile on the corner of her lips, her face was also slightly red. He didn't know what sort of good dream she was having, although in Yemo's impression before, Yun Bing was a cold and heartless woman. After Yemo had lived with her for a couple of days, her impression of her had some change, and even though she was almost 30, Yemo felt she wasn't even as mature as Sue. She completely used her cold face to conceal her true nature. In the depth of her heart, she was still like an unmarried young girl who yearned for warmth and protection. This could be seen from how she would go into his arms every time she slept. Yun Bing didn't wear her clothes and slept like last night, with only a nightgown. However, she held Yemo's arms, which pressed onto the two balls in front her chest, revealing half a globe of shocking whiteness. He could even see the red bean-like dots since she didn't even wear bras. Although Yemo hadn't had the adult experience yet, it didn't mean he didn't understand it. He just felt his mouth was getting drier the more he looked at her. Yemo could hardly connect the woman sleeping beside him with that cold teacher, since one was so understanding, while the other was so cold. Yemo sighed. Perhaps this was her way of protecting herself. He carefully removed Yun Bing's hand and covered her with the blanket. Then, Yemo got off the bed. He thought a while, then took out a pen and some paper and left her a simple letter. Afterward, he put on his clothes and his bag before jumping out straight from the balcony. Although Yun Bing was living on the 4th floor, Yemo could jump to the balcony on the 2nd story first before jumping from there. Soon, he disappeared into the dark night, although there were barricades everywhere in Ninghai. It wasn't much trouble for Yemo as he didn't need to ride a vehicle. His cloud shadow step wouldn't be slower than cars, and on the contrary, he was even agiler. After 2 hours, it was already 3 a.m. now. Yemo had left Ninghai far behind. Yemo thought again and again and was certain his identity had been exposed, but now, he didn't have any way of forging a new identity. He could use the one Wen Dong helped make for him, but the name on there was also Yemo, which definitely would attract too much attention. Sigh, if only he had changed his name before. Yemo stood at a three-way intersection as he wanted to stop a vehicle. No matter where he went, it was best to get as far as possible. He wouldn't be able to handle it if he kept using his cloud shadow step. However, the cars coming and going on the road weren't much. Only a few cargo trucks passed occasionally. Although Yemo tried to get them to stop for a long time, none of them did. A car that didn't have a clearly visible brand drove toward Yemo quite fast. Yemo waved his hand trying his luck, and if this car still wouldn't stop, he decided to find a cargo truck and get on secretly. What surprised Yemo was that this car actually stopped. Just when Yemo was prepared to go up and thank them, he heard a female voice in the car say, "Shueming, why would you stop the car for a stranger in the middle of the night? Besides, we're already being pursued ourselves. What if he's also someone from Yellow Dandan, who doesn't encounter troubles outside? We also have this car because someone else helped us. Besides, we only came here for half a day after getting this car. Yellow couldn't possibly know, so how can he be one of them? Plus, he's by himself. Do you not trust your man?" This time it was a man's voice. He appeared to be already 30 or so, and at this moment, Yemo had already walked up to the car. The man looked at him and said, "Come on in, friend, open the door." The woman rolled her eyes and didn't say anything anymore. Although the man and woman only spoke a few sentences, he already made out the approximate situation. These two also got into conflict with someone and were on the run, just like him, but fortunately, this man was warm-hearted. They were amidst trouble themselves, but he was still willing to help others. Immediately, Yemo had a good impression of him. "I'm Wu Shueming, this is my girlfriend, Yu Miaodan. Where do you want to go, friend?" Wu Shueming immediately introduced as Yemo got on the car. Yemo saluted with his fists and said, "I'm Yemo, I don't have a specific place I want to go. I just want to take a ride for a while." He was grateful toward Wu Shueming and didn't hide his name. Originally, that woman saw Yemo seemed quiet and weak, so she felt safe, but hearing his words now, she immediately became vigilant. A person stopped their car but didn't have a clear idea of where he wanted to go to. This didn't sound right at all. Hearing Yemo's words, Wu Shueming studied Yemo in surprise. No matter how he looked, Yemo didn't seem like someone who could threaten him. Yemo could tell that these two people were suspicious of him.
He didn't intend to hide, besides they were also on the run, so he smiled bitterly and said, "It's because I offended someone rather significant, so I ran out during the night. I just want to get as far away as possible. As long as you take me to a distant place and drop me off before dawn, I would be very grateful." Hearing Yi Mo's words, Wu Xueming understood immediately. The power of the world was always grasped in the hands of the minority. Some insignificant people who offend the significant people had no other way but to run. Although they were also on the run, he had some sympathy for Yi Mo. He only nodded and spoke no more. He just started the car and left rapidly. Yi Mo sat on the back seat. He could feel that Wu Xueming practiced martial arts, but compared to him, Wu Xueming could only be called average. Perhaps a little better than Fong Weicheng, but better to a limit. However, he had no idea what the yellow was. This woman did seem to be pleasing to the eye. A fitting dress covered her body, showcasing all of her curves. And she had some light makeup on her face, making her seem exquisite but not vulgar. At this moment, she was on the seat beside the driver. However, her eyes were constantly on Wu Xueming, and obviously, he was very important to her. Wu Xueming, with his thick eyebrows, looked very bulky and had the allure of a soldier. At least, Yi Mo was sure that he was a soldier, or had been before, because he could feel a kind of aura similar to that of the soldier he had saved in the forest, Gui Qi. However, he also had a fierce killer's chi on him, which was something Gui Qi didn't have. It meant that after he had left the army, he wasn't only doing the ordinary occupation. Who did Brother Yi offend? Wu Xueming felt the atmosphere in the car was tense and asked. Someone with quite the status. Unfortunately, I offended this person, and I have no choice but to run. Luckily I met Brother Wu. Although Yi Mo had a good impression of Wu Xueming, they still just met each other. He didn't need to tell him everything. Sigh. This society. Wu Xueming sighed and didn't continue talking. After a while, he spoke again. I'm going to Mangjiang so I can drop you off there. What do you think? Mangjiang is close to the sea in Hong Kong. You can find your way to Hong Kong or other places easily from there. Yi Mo nodded and said, Okay, Mangjiang is fine. Thank you, Brother Wu. Wu Xueming smiled. Troubles are unavoidable when you're outside. I can only help you with this. You have to depend on yourself for the rest. Chapter 87, Being Followed, Ring Ring. It was Yu Miaodan's phone. She picked it up, but no one spoke. Just when she was confused, Wu Xueming's face suddenly changed. He immediately said, Quick! Turn it off. Quick! Yu Miaodan closed her phone confusingly and looked at Wu Xueming. What's wrong, Xueming? We were probably geolocated by these people. I think it would take no longer than 2 minutes before they find out where we are. Wu Xueming's face looked bad. Ha! Then what do we do? But I just switched to a new number, and nobody knew. How did they know? Yu Miaodan had a face full of worry and was pale. Yi Mo could tell from Yu Miaodan's face that the people they offended were very powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't be this scared. Before you got your new number, you called Dai Shan. It was probably revealed from her. Wu Xueming's face didn't look good, but he had calmed down already. How is that possible? Dai Shan is like my sister. Why would she do something like that? Yu Miaodan's face was full of disbelief. There's nothing that's impossible in this world. Although Dai Shan is very close to you, who could resist their temptation in front of death or benefits? This isn't the time to think about it now. We need to think about what we should do next. Wu Xueming was completely calm now. Yi Mo saw that Wu Xueming was quite collected and thought of him more highly. When things happened, one need to face it, not complain. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry, you need to get off here. Truth be told, we're also running away. However, the people I offended are much more powerful than the people you offended. Right now, we have been tracked by them, and they'll probably find us soon. If you stay in the car, you'll be affected too. Wu Xueming had an apologetic face, but he glanced once at Yu Miaodan showing concern. Yu Miaodan had also calmed down. She had already seen Wu Xueming's worry, but she laughed it off. Xueming, what's there to worry about? Can they stop us from dying together? However, Wu Xueming didn't feel relieved from Yu Miaodan's words.
Instead, he said glumly, "Sorry, Miaodun, I'm a man, but I can't even protect my own woman." After speaking, Wu Shueming had stopped the car, and Yemo knew what he had meant by that. He wanted him to get off the car. For Yemo, it was the best for him to get off here. He already had enough troubles and didn't expect that a random ride he took would have as much trouble as he had. However, if he got off here, his heart wouldn't be able to rest. He wasn't some heartless person. When he needed help, he waved his hand, and they helped him. So now when the same people who helped him were in trouble, he couldn't just pat his butt and leave. Regardless, Yemo felt this was unacceptable. Seeing Yemo frown but still not get off the car, Wu Shueming quickly told him, "Brother Yi, hurry up and get off the car, the power I offended is too great. Perhaps it won't be long before they catch up to us, they might even stop us ahead." Yemo smiled and said, "Although I don't know what sort of person Brother Wu offended, I really want to stay and help you. After all, you helped me before. If I don't help you, that can't be acceptable no matter what. I think that with one extra person, it's one more share of power. I hope Brother Wu won't mind." Wu Shueming looked at Yemo and sighed, "I finally understand now why you would offend the local authorities there. With your personality, it would be a miracle if you didn't offend them. But, I really admire your character, and it's a pity that I can't share a drink with you. Brother Yi, the people I offended aren't ordinary people, and they definitely can't compare with a small local authority you offended. You don't understand the complications, and I won't bother to explain. Quickly get off the car." Seeing Wu Shueming insist, Yemo had no choice and said, "In that case, Brother Wu, which is the next city?" "Jiamu Town, it's a small town. Although it's only 20 minutes drive, it takes slightly longer by foot." Wu Shueming thought Yemo wanted to walk to the small town and rest. Thus, he introduced it quickly. "Okay, then you can just drop me off there. At the small town, I'll be able to find my own ride. You won't reject helping me out with this, would you?" Yemo smiled faintly. "Sigh, 20 minutes is enough for them to find us. In that case, I'll help you one more time. We'll take the small road, perhaps we really might be able to escape." Afterward, Wu Shueming turned the car and soon drove onto a small road, and even though the size of the path was limited, Wu Shueming was driving even faster. It had been 20 minutes since Yu Miaodun's phone call, and in the distance ahead, the road lights of the small town could be seen. However, a clear whirring sound could be heard from the distance. Wu Shueming suddenly stopped the car but didn't say anything, and his face gradually became uglier. Yemo nodded as he recognized that it wasn't surprising that Wu Shueming was scared. He had his reason to. These people's power weren't just strong, it was overpowering. They could even find a helicopter. That whirring sound was obviously the noise made by the chopper moving toward their vehicle. "Sorry, Brother Yi, I got you caught into this, and you won't be able to leave anymore even if you wanted to. Since they have already found us, they won't let you escape even if you leave alone." After apologizing, Wu Shueming didn't pay any more attention to Yemo. Instead, he grabbed Yu Miaodun's hand and no longer hid the worry and pain in his eyes. "Shueming, it's okay, it's fine as long as we can be together. They can stop us from living together, but can they stop us from dying together?" At this moment, Yu Miaodun didn't seem worried at all. "Even if I die, I will drag two with me," Wu Shueming suddenly said cruelly. At the same time, he took out a pistol from the car and passed a knife to Yemo. "Use this to protect yourself." Sigh, Yemo smiled and waved his hand. "No need, I have things to protect myself with." Originally, Wu Shueming felt guilty for dragging Yemo into this, but now, he looked at him differently. The enemy had mobilized a helicopter, and there was no way Yemo hadn't realized how strong the enemy was by now. Yet he was still very calm. It meant that he wasn't an ordinary man. Thinking about this, Wu Shueming said, "Brother Yi, have you ever heard of Metal River?" Yemo shook his head. He had really never heard of them. Wu Shueming continued, "It's not a surprise that you haven't heard of them because you aren't a part of that world. Metal River is the only gang that isn't controlled by Nanchang in the mainland. Although they aren't as big as Nanchang, Metal River is able to be independent of Nanchang, and it could even be said that they are the biggest gang in the mainland of China because Nanchang's power range is no longer limited to the mainland but also overseas. Metal River is so strong because of the boss of Metal River. He is called Metal Mountain and has a title, Metal Chain, stretching across the river, and the name Metal River also came from his title. The person I offended should be ranked in the top 3 inside Metal River, and his name is Huang.
You can tell how powerful he is by him being able to send out a helicopter overtly.
In the entire Metal River, other than the gang leader, and the second gang leader who never shows his face, Huang is the strongest. Although Huang might not be the actual third in power, the gang leader rarely concerns himself with the business in the gang.
Most of the things are managed by Huang himself, so he has a lot of power.
Although Wu Shueming didn't continue talking, Yi Mo had already understood the gist of it. Offending Huang meant offending an incredibly powerful boss of a gang. No wonder he didn't have much fighting will.
In this situation, he would at most be able to drag a few with him to his death. Chapter 88. Perhaps they came to give us the helicopter. Actually, the thing is,
I'm also from Metal River.
Brother Metal Mountain is very kind to me and also has high hopes for me. He even wanted me to take Huang's position. Besides, Huang is also interested in Miaodong, but since she had followed me instead, Huang already wanted to kill me. However, if I was really killed by Huang, Brother Metal Mountain definitely wouldn't blame him, since if you want to live the gang life, you will need to have the resolve to live this dangerously. Now that I think of it, I suspect that Brother Metal Mountain intentionally said that in front of everyone while he was drunk to test me and see if I could survive Huang's scheme. If I died, it would have meant that I didn't fulfill the prerequisite to that position, and I wouldn't blame him for this. Since I was the one to chose this path, I should have the resolve of living like this. Wu Shueming seemed to try to ease Yu Miaodong's worry and tried to explain the situation to Yi Mo as to find something to talk about. However, he had his eyes set on the helicopter that descended in the open ground not far away. Yi Mo sighed as he really couldn't understand what Wu Shueming was thinking. He was actually willing to be used as a pawn. If it had been him, he definitely wouldn't be willing to be manipulated by that Metal Mountain, even if it meant that he would take over Huang's position if he won. In Yimo's eyes, Wu Shueming's character wasn't suitable for gangs and mafias. Brother Yi, I beg of you. Later, I will hold them there and not let this helicopter fly while you take Miaodong away. I don't want Miaodong to be in the hands of that Huang animal. Wu Shueming implored Yi Mo. Hearing Wu Shueming's words, Yu Miaodong suddenly grabbed his hand and retorted, "No, Shueming. Even if it's in death, I won't leave you this time." Yi Mo also shook his head and said, "Brother Wu, it might not even be possible anyway. Look, the moonlight was beautiful, and they could see clearly that 5 people had descended from the helicopter. One man had an assault rifle while the others 4 had submachine guns. Not only so, but they all had bulletproof helmets." Seeing this, Wu Shueming's eyes also dimmed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get away no matter what. However, Yi Mo didn't mind the guns in these people's hands. There were only 5 people, he wasn't worried at all. What he cared about was that helicopter. He thought that if he had a helicopter, he would be able to go far away immediately. He turned and looked at Wu Shueming, whose face changed rapidly. "Brother Wu, don't worry. We'll see once they come over. Perhaps they came to give us the helicopter." Although he didn't understand why Yi Mo would be joking in this situation, Wu Shueming still nodded. He only had 4 bullets in his pistol anyway. And if he needed to save 2 for suicide, he only had 2 bullets for 5 men, but these 2 probably wouldn't be much use anyways. As they spoke, the 5 had rapidly charged in front of them and surrounded the car. Yi Mo slowly opened the car and got off first. However, he kept his spirit sense on the 5 people. If someone tried to move his finger to pull the trigger, he would kill him immediately. The reason he hadn't killed him by now was only because he couldn't pilot the helicopter, so he needed to keep the pilot alive. Seeing Yi Mo get off the car, Wu Shueming sighed as he also pulled Yu Miaodong's hand and got off the car. "Brother White Shark, there's an extra person. What do we do?" They apparently hadn't expected an additional person and were puzzled. "Take away Wu and you and take care of the extra person," the leading man said. At this moment, Yi Mo opened his mouth. "Don't talk about killing this quickly. First, which one of you here is a helicopter pilot?" Hearing Yi Mo's words, the leading man, White Shark, stopped the man who was about to fire. "I am. Why did you ask?" "Oh, I want to save that person's life." As Yi Mo finished his words, a few gusts of wind brushed past the 4 men's eyes as 4 nails accurately pierced their throat. These common thugs weren't a threat at all to him, even with guns in their hands. Ugh. Arg. After a few sounds, the 4 gunmen wanted to cover their throats but realized that they didn't even have the strength to raise their hands. In the blink of an eye, the 4 collapsed, lifeless. White Shark looked at this shocking scene and, before he even came to his sense, the AK-47 in his hand was grabbed by the young man who had just spoken. "You
At this moment, Wu Shueming finally reacted as he looked at Yimo in shock. He didn't think that someone who stopped him on the road would be so terrifying. Immediately, light shone out of Wu Shueming's eyes as he realized that Yimo was a master, definitely one of the legendary master. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the business of Metal River? You. Speaking to there, he suddenly realized that the youth in front of him not only interfered with the matter of Metal River, but he had also killed the people of Metal River. At this moment, Yu Miaodan also realized how strong Yimo was, and was in no less surprise than Wu Shueming. Yimo turned around and said to Wu Shueming, who was still in shock, "Brother Wu, you guys go into the helicopter first, I'll clean up here." Wu Shueming also knew now wasn't the time to ask questions, so he quickly held Yu Miaodan and went toward the helicopter. The shock in his heart still hadn't calmed down. Seeing Wu Shueming and his woman go toward the helicopter, Yimo looked at White Shark and said, "Dump these few people in the car and set it on fire. I will count to 10, if you still haven't done it by then, you will join them in the car." This time, White Shark reacted quickly to Yimo's words. He had already completely understood what sort of person he was facing, someone who could kill without blinking more easily than them. Anyway, this wasn't the first time he had burned a car, thus, he immediately dragged the 4 bodies with his quickest speed into the car and ripped off a piece of fabric that he imbued with gasoline before setting the car on fire. "Pick up the guns on the ground and get on the chopper," Yimo said coldly, hearing that Yimo wanted him to grab the guns. White Shark immediately rejoiced in his heart. This man actually allowed him to pick up the gun. "Do you believe that before you could pull the trigger, I can kill you 100 times? Yimo seemed to know what White Shark was thinking, and his words froze White Shark in his tracks. In the end, he picked up the guns and didn't dare to play any tricks. Just as Yimo and White Shark came to the helicopter, the car exploded, making a lot of noises. Fortunately, this place was still quite far from the town, and although the sound of the explosion was loud, no one came. Inside the helicopter, Wu Shueming and Yu Miaodan had already sat down, and the two were looking at Yimo differently now. However, what shocked Yimo was that Wu Shueming was seated in the pilot's cockpit, so he asked, "Brother Wu, you know how to pilot a chopper?" Wu Shueming nodded. "Yes, I'm not too comfortable with this person driving. I had flown a helicopter before in the army." "In that case, you are useless," Yimo looked at White Shark and said coldly. White Shark saw the situation and immediately realized that Yimo wanted to get rid of him, so he quickly said, "Don't kill me. I can still help you." "Oh? We'll see, come in then." Afterward, Yimo turned to Wu Shueming and said, "Brother Wu, start the helicopter." "Okay, where do we go now?" Wu Shueming saw that Yimo had come inside and flown the helicopter into the sky. Yimo thought for a moment and asked, "If Huang dies, does that mean you no longer have to run?" "If Huang dies, of course, I don't have to run anymore. The one who wants to kill me is only Huang, not." Wu Shueming suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yimo. He stuttered, "Brother Yi, you don't mean..." Yimo smiled and said, "Well, we were fated to meet. I am going to help you kill Huang. Besides, I still have some things I need your help with." He was going to help Wu Shueming kill Huang because firstly, he felt that Wu Shueming was a good person to him, and secondly, if Wu Shueming had the power of Metal River, it would help him in his escape. "Master, if you want to kill Huang, I can help you," White Shark suddenly said. Yimo looked coldly at White Shark, whose reaction was quite fast. The only reason he had kept him alive was because he had planned to use him to kill Huang anyway. Chapter 89, Fighting for Power. Seeing that Yimo's eyes were cold, White Shark quickly said, "Huang is still waiting for the results. I'll just need to report later that the people have been captured and then take you back." Yimo wanted to hear these words. He turned to Wu Shueming. "Brother Wu, give the helicopter to him, I'll watch him. I trust he won't dare to play any games." Then, Yimo said to White Shark, "Fly the helicopter back and give Huang a call right now. Tell him that everything is normal." White Shark didn't dare to disobey Yimo's orders a single bit. Perhaps other people only threatened, but he saw Yimo's power and cruelty with his own eyes. He killed 4 fully armed men without moving at all, and at the same time, his face didn't change at all. This man was too ferocious, and White Shark was afraid of annoying Yimo, so he hurriedly said, "Huang told me, when I capture these people, I am to fly straight to Jing City." Jing City? Wu Shueming knew, this plane definitely didn't come from there as it was almost 2,000 kilometers from here. How could the helicopter fly over? As if seeing through Wu Shueming's doubt,
White Shark quickly explained, I just came from Ping.
I was originally planning to stop Brother Wu, but I received your location at the spur of the moment, so I came.
This helicopter is also modified, and its fuel tank can last for around 250 minutes. Furthermore, its speed is much faster than regular helicopters. Since it had already flown for around 20 minutes, it should still be able to travel for another 2.5 hours. After that, we can refuel at Wangchuan, and finally reach Jing City in one go. Speaking to here, he paused for a moment before continuing, Brother Wu should know that Wangchuan has a petrol station controlled by Metal River, and because this helicopter has been modified, many parts are more advanced, so the oil from normal petrol stations can't be used.
Although it could still be forcibly used, we may get problems on the way. Wu Shueming nodded and said, we'll do that then, you can start flying straight to Jing City. He knew about the petrol station at Wangchuan. Emo had studied the map and had seen Jing City before. That place was close to Russia and was also a borderline place, however, they would still need a few hours to get to Jing City. Emo looked at the burning car down below and thought that even if someone realized what had happened inside the car, it would be a few hours later. By that time, he would have finished his business, it was as White Shark said. After 2 hours, the helicopter stopped at Wangchuan to refuel. And perhaps they had already received a message, but no one suspected a thing. After leaving Wangchuan, it was still not daylight yet, a little over 7 a.m., the helicopter stopped at a large private manor. The helicopter's speed was indeed fast, and EMO estimated that it could reach about 430 to 500 kilometers per hour. Before, when EMO had followed Wendong to that manor, he had already considered it to be large enough, but compared to this one, it was actually minuscule. Thinking about Wendong, he remembered the model and the data that Wendong gave to him, which were still in his bag now. He didn't know what it was for and didn't have the interest to look at it either. Wu Shueming saw Emo looking over and seemed to understood what Emo was thinking. He shook his head and said, the people here are all Huangs. He would send my people away, but there's also a part of people who are only loyal to Metal River and not Huang. Huang is coming out. Wu Shueming saw a man walk out from a mansion and said, Emo looked at the man. He was around 50, with triangular-shaped eyes and was very obese. He no longer had hair on the front part of his head and wore a big leather jacket, and 2 bodyguards were following behind him. Take me down, Emo said to White Shark coldly. During the flight, he was wondering how he would face Huang, as there should definitely be people preventing from coming too close to him. He even wondered if he had to go on a massacre to draw him out. However, he hadn't expected that Huang actually came out on his own. Wu Shueming. You actually dare to take an interest at my position and even steal the woman that I want. In order to wait for you today, I didn't sleep for the whole night. For every day that you stay alive, I live a day of unrest. A coarse laughter sounded. The arrogance and confidence in his tone were conspicuous. In his eyes, a few elite henchmen and a helicopter with a few AK-47 would be more than enough to capture a woman. And Wu Shueming, Huang saw White Shark leaving the helicopter followed by only one person that he didn't recognize, yet no one else behind them got out. He immediately stopped his footsteps vigilantly and looked at White Shark. Who is the person behind you? Stop. Don't move. As soon as Huang spoke, the 2 bodyguards behind him had come up to stop White Shark and Emo. Since he was here, Emo wouldn't be merciful. He had so much on him that he no longer cared. A few nails in his hands flew out extremely fast. The 2 bodyguards didn't even mumble before blood spilled out from their forehead. White Shark started as cold sweat trickled down his back. He had seen all sorts of ways of killing, but he had never seen such a simple but effective way of doing so. It was too horrifying. Huang had a fast reaction. He knew things weren't good and immediately reached for his gun. However, Emo didn't give him any opportunity, as the nail in his hands already flown out. Even at the moment of his death, Huang wouldn't believe that he would die so easily. Even if someone had charged in with a gun, it wouldn't be so easy, yet now, he was killed by someone who only raised his hand. He only felt dissatisfaction as his consciousness was starting to dissipate. At this moment, tens of men armed with swords rushed out, and just when Emo was about to start a massacre, Wu Shueming behind him suddenly yelled, Stop now! I will be responsible here. Are you going to rebel? The scene immediately calmed. Many people didn't know if they should attack,
but a few men raised their guns, and before their fingers even touched the trigger, they were killed by Emo.
Wu Shueming still had some authority.
Other than a few of Huang's loyal followers, most of the people were still only loyal to Metal River. As for who took over after Huang's death, they didn't really care. They also knew about the fighting between Huang and Wu Shueming. They had seen too much of these fights already. The day that Wu Shueming killed Huang, Metal Mountain passed down his words allowing Wu Shueming to take over. At the same time, Wu Shueming's men also came back allowing him to fully stabilize his position. In a grandiloquent mansion in Hong Kong, a middle-aged man sat on the master chair. Opposite from him was a 50-or-so-year-old Taoist, and the two were tasting some tea. The middle-aged man was the big boss of Metal River, Metal Mountain, and if he hadn't said anything, perhaps no one would know that the second in command of Metal River was a Taoist. The Taoist who sat next to Metal Mountain was the second in command, the master, Xian Daorem, 1. His powers were significantly higher than Metal Mountain, but he didn't have that much desire for power and put most of his time and energy on cultivation. Unless there were major affairs in the gang, he usually wouldn't show himself. Similarly, no one knew that the reason Nangqing didn't touch Metal River at all was nothing related to Metal River's personal power, but because of this Xian Daorun, this Wu Shueming is not bad. Your step was right. After sipping some tea, the Taoist opposite said. Metal Mountain contemplated for a moment before saying, I thought that Wu Shueming could only at most survive Huang's pursuit. When I heard that he had taken a woman with him, I didn't even have any hope that he could survive. But I didn't expect him to be actually able to take out Huang. Huang has really been regressing these few years, and Metal River needs some fresh blood. I just hope that this Wu Shueming won't disappoint me, otherwise, he will be the next Huang. When he talked about these matters, Metal Mountain didn't have any emotional changes. It was as if this was naturally so. After a while, Metal Mountain continued. I heard that Qian Baiha was recently on a rampage because of the death of his only son. But he'd best not touch our Metal River, otherwise, we won't let this go easily. You don't need to worry about this. I'm about to break through. I just came out this time to have a stroll so that I can focus on breaking through. Once I reach the Earth stage, I will go meet this Qian Long too. I believe he is a man who understands reality. Xian Doran's tone was very calm but had an undeniable coldness. Notes: 1. Daoran is an honorific for the people who practice Tao. Chapter 90, Plan. Yun Bing had a beauty sleep. When she woke up, she suddenly thought of something and subconsciously reached out her hand to grab. But it was empty. He had left. Yun Bing suddenly felt that she had lost something, and even though she knew that GMO was leaving today, she didn't expect to leave without a farewell. However, she found a letter for her beside the bed. Sister Bing, thank you for saving my life. I'll come back for you one day. I'm leaving now. Yemo, reading the words in her hands, Yun Bing suddenly felt relieved. If he said that he would come back for her, he definitely would. Although she didn't have deeper feelings for Yemo, she just liked the feeling of staying with him and started wondering if she had been too lonely. But immediately, Yun Bing couldn't help but worry about Yemo's safety. What? You killed Qian Longto's only son. No wonder Nan Chang went crazy recently. His people are everywhere, and some had even come to our place, but because our boss didn't say anything, we didn't dare to start fights with them. I really didn't think that the one who had killed Qian Shiping was you. Hearing that Yemo had killed Qian Shiping, Wu Shueming was very shocked and couldn't calm himself even after a long time. Wu Shueming was elated after taking control of Huang's position and especially about being able to live forever with Yu Miaodan. However, after hearing Yemo's words, he could only be shocked. Who was Qian Long too? He was someone who had a proper army and was even more powerful than the leaders of some countries. He could do things however he liked. Could country leaders do that? And Qian Long too only had one son, and everyone knew this. Regardless of the underground society or the government authority, they would all focus on him. However, Yemo had actually killed him. Yemo looked very calmly at Wu Shueming. As soon as Wu Shueming showed any signs that he didn't dare to shelter him anymore, he would leave. He would eventually find a place where he could go. The reason he helped Wu Shueming was partly because he wanted Wu Shueming to help him for the time being. After all, his power was still too low. But as soon as he reached the third stage, even if Qian Longtu didn't come for him, he would look for him. He wasn't someone who could be hunted without consequence. Those who hunted him would eventually be hunted back by him. Brother Yi, originally, I was planning to invite you to join Metal River, but now, it seems that this plan is implausible. If you really join Metal River, this would not only harm you but also Metal River.
Wu Shueming had finally calmed down. Emo nodded.
Anyway, even without the incident with Qianlong Tu, he still wouldn't join Metal River. That life didn't suit him. After staying silent for a while, Wu Shueming said, I can help you get a new identity, but you also need to change your face and find a place to hide for a while.
This isn't something that can be solved by going overseas.
Emo learned the might of Qianlong Tu from Wu Shueming, and since he had killed his only son, as soon as Qianlong Tu would learn that he was the killer, only the craziest of revenge awaited him. Ever since he came here, Emo had never felt such an urge to raise his power. He knew that if he didn't hurry and get stronger, he would be devoured completely based on the things he had done. Right now, he only had two ways of getting stronger. One was to immediately plant the silver heart grass, and the second was to go look for purple heart vine in the desert, which required luck. Comparatively, the silver heart grass was more reliable. However, it needed 2 years to mature, and Emo couldn't wait for that long. If he didn't reach the third stage as quick as possible, perhaps his body would have disappeared after 2 years. He had made up his mind. He would find a proper place first and plant the silver heart grass, then he would immediately go to the desert. Both of these things couldn't wait. When he reached the third stage of Qi gathering, he would personally greet this Qianlong Tu and tell him in front of his face that he killed his son.
But what could Qianlong Tu do? This hunt made him extremely annoyed.
Whether it was the Song family or Nanqing, he felt extremely unhappy. After all, he was a cultivator, but he was hunted by mortals and had no choice but to run.
This wasn't something he could accept.
However, Wu Shueming didn't disappoint him. He really was a good friend he could depend on. Although he knew that hiding Emo's identity might cause a lot of trouble for him in the future, Wu Shueming still didn't hesitate at all. Without Emo, he would have been long dead, so he didn't even tell Yu Miaodan about Emo's identity. Wu Shueming helped Emo create a new identity. The name was Mo Yi, and in order to prevent recognition, Emo drew a mark on his face. It looked a bit ugly, but the image on the passport had this mark. He was forced to do this because Nanchang's power was too great and seeped into almost every hole. Meanwhile, Emo still wanted to find a stable place to grow his silver heart grass and didn't want to be discovered while he was planting it. That was too important to him. The weather in Jing City was too cold, which wasn't suitable for growing a silver heart grass, and besides, it was easy to catch attention staying directly there. Emo took out some of the soil from his house he had grabbed before and asked Wu Shueming to help him get it analyzed. The results showed that parts of the southern cities were fine, but not all of them, while most of the northern cities and other places couldn't support the growth of a silver heart grass. At last, Emo finally decided and picked Luotsang in the Jiangnan province, which was neighboring Shanghai, one of the big cities with almost 5 million in population. The reason Emo chose Luotsang this time was irrelevant to Qiwanqing. It was because the earth there had the most similarities to the earth he brought for analysis, and also, pretty much all the underground world was governed by Metal River under Wu Shueming. Another reason was that there was a flight straight to Dakyamile, and from there, he could go straight to the desert. A week later, Emo left Jing City for Luotsang with his new identity. Although Wu Shueming had a lot of power in Jing City, Emo still chose to take the train as he didn't want to raise a sliver of suspicion toward him. It wasn't because he was scared, but because his time was really short, and he didn't have the time to fight with these people. Emo chose a compartment seat since he didn't take the money Wu Shueming gave to him. For Emo, he helped Wu Shueming and Wu Shueming helped him, so the two were friends now, but just friends. If he took Wu Shueming's money, he would feel that he owed him and didn't like that feeling. Besides, Emo had still around $50,000 in his bag. There wasn't a direct train from Jing City to Luotsang, so Emo took the train to Jiang State first and changed train from there to Luotsang. When Emo got on the train, his compartment wasn't full, only 2 people including him. It was a woman in her 40s. She looked astute but was obviously tired as she didn't even say a word before falling asleep. Emo thought that this woman was too careless. No matter how tired she was, she had to at least stay alerted since there might be some thieves on the train. However, there was only Emo and her now. Of course, Emo wouldn't stoop so low as to steal from a woman. Even if she had $1 million on her, he wouldn't even look at it. He found a seat and closed his eyes to meditate. At the same time, he thought about how to settle down once he arrived at Luotsang and wondered if he should find a job first or rent a house. Chapter 91. So what if you steal it? Emo was sure that when he arrived at Luotsang,
he would need to find a proper place to grow his silver heartgrass, and until it was fully grown, he would not only waste time but also raise suspicion if he watched it germinate every day. Besides, although he had tens of thousands of dollars, that money would be gone soon enough as he would buy food and medicine. When the train arrived at the Shenyang station, another 2 people came in and the 4-people compartment was filled immediately. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a black bag in his hands. He had very dodgy eyes as he scanned the compartment and noticed the woman sleeping, so he smiled and greeted Yimo. "Hello, I'm Jean Jibing, and I'm going to Beijing. How should I call you, friend?" Yimo's words were very simple as he didn't really like talking to strangers. This was his habit after long years of cultivation. Also, he didn't particularly like Jean Jibing's dodgy eyes. At this moment, the woman in her 40s also woke up and sat on the bed. Jean Jibing seemed to feel that Yimo didn't like to talk much, so he immediately greeted the woman. After a little nap, this woman became more spirited. However, she was quite talkative, and soon they started to talk about everything. Yimo heard that this woman was called Wang Yan and was going to Beijing too. However, she had also some business in Shenyang. He was no longer interested in their conversation and looked at the other person who came. This was a young man in his 20s who was wearing very ordinary clothes. He even had a few patches on his pants, meaning that his economic condition wasn't too good. Yimo didn't know why he would buy a bed ticket. However, this youth seemed scared of something, and once he came in, he went to his bed and no longer talked. He just clutched his bag tightly. Seeing his vigilant attitude, Yimo thought that he was more experienced than that woman in her 40s. "Little brother, do you have gold in your bag?" "Haha, I see you're very alert." "It's okay, we're all strangers, but you just need to be careful. There is no need to hug your bag this tightly." Jean Jibing talked with the woman for a while and suddenly looked at that innocent youth, joking with him. No gold, just some tools to cure illness." This innocent youth didn't seem to expect that someone would talk to him and immediately stuttered. "Oh, I didn't know you were a doctor. Excuse my rudeness before. What's your surname?" Seeing the youth's anxiety, Jean Jibing asked once again. However, his tone wasn't contemptuous. "I'm Yuero, my medical skills were passed down from my ancestors." The anxiousness in Yuero's tone was still obvious, showing that it was his first time leaving his home. I really couldn't tell you were a doctor. Where do you plan to go?" Wang Yan's tone was obviously suspicious toward Yuero being a doctor. However, she wasn't straightforward about it. Yuero blushed more after being asked like that by Wang Yan. He mumbled, "I got a ticket to Zhang State, so I'm going there to have a look." Yimo had already understood that this Yuero had never left home before and probably didn't even know where he got the ticket to Zhang State. Although he didn't know what Yuero's medical skills were like, he could imagine that he definitely wouldn't be able to survive properly there. Perhaps, he may even end up begging in the streets. However, Yuero gave Yimo a good idea. If he started a clinic in Luochang and hired this innocent and honest-looking Yuero to help, he would have time to cultivate and grow his silver heartgrass. The most important point was that when he left Luochang, Yuero would be able to look after it. Hearing Yuero's words, both Jean Jibing and Wang Yan obviously didn't believe him. So they quickly lost interest in him. However, Yimo's interest for Yuero had picked. Seeing that Yimo chatted a bit with Yuero before he stopped and closed his eyes to sleep, Yu Jibing suddenly took out a magazine from his bag and a pair of glasses. However, Yimo was alert. When this Jean Jibing walked in, the way his eyes moved around didn't seem like he was short-sighted. What would he take out glasses for now? Yimo closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to him anymore, but he kept his spirit sense scanning Jean Jibing constantly. After not long, Jean Jibing no longer looked at the magazine and scanned his eyes toward Yimo and Wang Yan's bags. When he looked toward Yimo's bag, there seemed to be joy on his face. Of course, Yimo knew that he had tens of thousands of dollars in his bag, and with Jean Jibing showing such complexion, it meant that he had realized what was in his bag. Yimo was quite surprised. How did he know he had money in his bag? Did he have spirit sense too? But soon, Yimo figured out that Jean Jibing didn't have spirit sense, but there was definitely something with his glasses. It was probably some infrared scanner or something that allowed him to see through things. It was already 10 p.m. at night, and Yimo pretended to be sleeping. He wanted to know whose bag Jean Jibing would try to steal first. However, he thought that he might probably be his target first because he had the most cash. If only he had a storage ring, he wouldn't have so much trouble. As expected, Jean Jibing brought his bag over to Yimo's side not long after Yimo fell asleep. He reached out his hand and opened his bag, stuffing all the cash inside his bag. Emo sneered and didn't stop him. He knew that these thieves would take everything. He didn't need to get angry. He just used the blanket to cover his hands and at the same time took back the money Jean Jibing stole from him. Then, he also took everything other than Jean Jibing's clothes from his bag. He had spirit sense, so it was as clear as using his eyes. Yuera had fallen asleep already, but Wang Yan had obviously noticed Jean Jibing's movement. However, Jean Jibing turned around and glared at her. She was so frightened that she immediately held her mouth with her hands, not daring to make a noise. At this time, the horn sounded. They had arrived at a station. Jean Jibing had already taken everything and grabbed the bag as he was ready to leave. At this moment, a girl in her 20s walked past the compartment and saw Jean Jibing's movement. She immediately knew that he was a thief, but more importantly, the victim was still asleep. The girl saw the thief and immediately yelled, yet Jean Jibing grabbed his bag and didn't care if other people found out as he dashed out of the carriage of the train. "Arg, that thief stole your things. And you're still sleeping." This girl saw Jean Jibing run away and was sure that Yemo's possession had been stolen, so she reminded Yemo loudly. Yemo opened his eyes and saw this extremely worried girl and realized that she was a student. No wonder she had such a sense of justice. Seeing that other people were worried about him, he had no choice but to smile and say, "I actually don't have much in my bag, so it doesn't matter if he steals it. You, Sai, you should call the police immediately. I'll help you with that." This girl was really warm-hearted. Emo thought that the people he didn't want to deal with the most now was the police, so he quickly waved his hand. "Don't mind about this. I really don't have much, there's no need to call the police, but still, thank you." This girl saw that Emo really didn't want to call the police, so she shook her head helplessly and crossed the carriage. Seeing this girl leave, Emo immediately stuffed everything in the bag. Originally, he had $50,000, but now he had $20,000 extra. Other than this, there were also some miscellaneous things and a large stack of identity documents. Emo stuffed them all in his bag. Although she didn't see Emo steal everything back, Wang Yan saw with her own eyes Jean Jibing take a few notes from Emo's bag, but this young man said there wasn't anything in his bag. Obviously, he didn't believe that he had his things stolen, and she couldn't help but shake her head. Chapter 92. On the train. Although Yuera was very vigilant before, he was sleeping like a log now and didn't even realize what had happened. As though she was feeling guilty for Emo, Wang Yan actually gave him $200 and said, "Brother, I know you had your money stolen before. This 200 is not much, but at least you can save it for an emergency." Emo looked at this Wang Yan in surprise. She actually felt guilty for what happened before, and still had some conscience. At this moment, Yueru also woke up. He looked at Emo and Wang Yan, obviously not knowing what was going on. Emo pushed the money back and smiled. "No need, I have money, I don't need yours." Wang Yan didn't expect Emo to reject her offer. In her opinion, although Emo was a bit better than Yueru, he didn't really wear any famous brands either. It could only be said he was neat and tidy. Perhaps he would have an urgent use for his money later, but he just didn't know now. However, she became worried for Emo rejecting her money. "I really saw your money being stolen, but I didn't dare to say anything at the time because I was scared of him taking revenge on me. Take these $200, otherwise, I would really feel guilty." She was speaking the truth this time because she had seen too many accounts of people reporting thieves and getting stabbed. "I said his money was stolen. But he didn't believe me. Now look, you saw it too. You have no money now, right? I'll give you $100 too. I'm still a student, so I don't have much money." At this moment, the girl who came over before had a bowl of noodles in her hands, and hearing Wang Yan's words, she also started to take out money. Hearing these two people's words, Yuera seemed to understand that this young man had his money stolen. He didn't back out and also took out something covered in layers and layers of paper. Eventually, he took out 50 and said, "Brother, I don't have much money either, so I'll help you with 50. My grandpa said there were a lot of thieves outside and told me to be careful. Looks like that Jean Jibing was a thief." Emo saw these three people were warm-hearted. Although he was a bit frustrated, he was still grateful. This world wasn't completely cold, especially Yueru. Emo saw that although he had a thick stack of money, they were all 50s. Although this person was slightly simple-minded, he was a great person. Emo saw the situation and could only take Wang Yan's $200 and said to the other two, I'll be fine with 200, take back your money. He could tell this girl was a student, she even said so herself, and Yuara was obviously not wealthy. Although this woman in her 40s didn't wear any pricey brands and bought a bed ticket, she had obviously bought it purely to rest. Meaning that she wasn't a wealthy person. Seeing EMO accepting her money, Wang Yan was obviously relieved. She felt extremely guilty for simply watching the thief taking tens of thousands from EMO but didn't dare to call him out. After EMO had taken the money, he took our 3 herbs from his bag and gave them to Wang Yan. I won't take your money for free, take these 3 herbs. The 2 women looked stunned at EMO, wondering why she would want his herbs. However, Yuara stared at these herbs that he had never seen before and wandered off in his mind. Big brother, you're also a Chinese doctor. Yuara said astonished. EMO shook his head. I'm not really a Chinese doctor. I just have some understanding of herbs and like to collect them. At this moment, Wang Yan reacted and quickly pushed the herbs away. Big brother, I don't have any use for these things, take them back. EMO smiled. Other people might not have a use for these 3 herbs, but you do. Why? The girl asked astonished. She had already been confused when EMO gave the 3 herbs to Wang Yan, but now, she was even more confused when EMO said this. Seeing that another person asked the question for her, Wang Yan didn't talk and wanted to see how EMO would answer. Because you still don't have children, you should know your condition better than anyone else. Take back these herbs and boil them 3 times. Remember not to add anything else, just these 3. It would be best if you drink the crumbs too, then you would be fine. EMO could tell that Wang Yan had some problems with her body. Not only was she not able to give birth, but in the long run, she would barely be able to live for another 20 years at most. He found these herbs in the borderline of Vietnam and still had some remaining. Normal people wouldn't know its use because these 3 had to be consumed at the same time. To be honest, he was missing a herb that replenished the essence of the body, but GMO saw that Wang Yan's body was quite sturdy, so although she may suffer a little, it shouldn't be a problem. However, before she could drink this, he still needed to use his qi to help wash her meridians. You really can tell that I have. Wang Yan took the 3 herbs excitedly with her hands shaking. Suddenly, she bowed down many times to EMO but still couldn't say anything. She had been married more than 10 years but just wasn't able to conceive a child. Not only was his mother-in-law's family looking down on her, but even her neighbors were insulting her. Even though she had looked at many places and spent a lot of money, she still couldn't solve the problem, and although her husband still loved her, she didn't feel good herself. The frustrated Wang Yan spent all her time on business running day and night tirelessly. Now that someone said her disease could be cured so simply, how could she not be happy? She was so excited that she couldn't talk anymore. She was already 39, and after another 2 years, she would truly start to feel hopeless, but soon she reacted and took out a card from her bag. This is a bank card, there aren't much inside, but it's my way to thank you. The password. EMO couldn't say anything, so he stopped the conversation. Keep the card, I have enough money. Besides, how do you know that I'm not trying to cheat you? Then, EMO with extreme speed grabbed Wang Yan's wrist and helped her unlock her meridians without anybody noticing. At this moment, Wang Yan still hadn't realized what was happening. So she just took back the card and suddenly thought, yeah, what if he's a fraud? But then, why would he say it out loud? However, the frauds nowadays have a lot of tricks, and some even pretend to be generous. Who knows? After thinking for a while, Wang Yan took back the card. Big brother, how about you leave your number with me? If this can really cure my condition, I must repay you. EMO waved his hand. I don't have a phone, and there's no need for repayment. Furthermore, since you have already paid for these 3 herbs, there's no need for anything else. Big brother, your medical skills are so great, you don't even need to check her meridians, and you could tell her condition. Even my grandpa isn't as skilled as you. Yuara suddenly said. EMO said, Arrow, you are a Chinese doctor, and I think that you're quite a good person. Would you like to pursue a career with me in Luotsong? I plan to open a clinic, and if you want you can help me out. Of course, I do. I don't have any good place to go anyway. Seeing that GMO invited him, the lost Yuara agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Wang Yan also calmed down. She looked at GMO and then at Yuara, but couldn't be sure if EMO was a fraud. However, EMO helped her before, so although she didn't know if these few herbs were real, she couldn't say much. The girl saw that GMO was a doctor as well and admired him. Now that GMO said he was going Luotsang, she immediately said, I'm also going to Luotsang, we can go together then. Wait, I'll carry my stuff here. Fine, we can help each other with more people. GMO didn't mind this girl taking the train with them.
Although this girl wasn't very pretty, she had a good heart, and she looked decent too. Besides, she had wanted to help EMO before. I'll help you carry things. Uero was a very gentle person, and now that they were familiar with each other, he actually just left his bag on the bed and was going to help the girl carry her things. Just then, he had said that his grandpa told him that there were a lot of thieves outside, yet now just after one conversation. He was already very trustful toward EMO. EMO nodded and said, just go, I'll look after your stuff. However, Wang Yan looked complicatedly at the three and went back to her bed. She didn't talk anymore but was contemplating whether she should boil the herbs GMO gave her or not. Soon, the girl moved her stuff over. It was just a case and a bag. This girl was very talkative and enjoyed a conversation with EMO and Uero. However, Wang Yan didn't talk much, as if something was on her heart. From their conversation, EMO learned that this girl was still studying in Luotsang at the Jiangnan Medical University. Her name was Yang Yi, she was in her third year and was specializing in practical medicine. The three enjoyed a good conversation and soon, the train had reached Beijing. Wang Yan bid the three farewell and quickly got off the train. After the train had arrived at Jiang State, the three got off the train and changed their train to Luotsang. However, believing that GMO had lost all his money, Yang Yi insisted on buying a ticket for GMO. In the end, GMO had no choice but to take out a stack of 10,000 telling her that his money wasn't stolen. Only then did Jiang Yi back down. There weren't any accidents when buying the tickets, and the three only used about half an hour time to get on the train from Jiang State to Luotsang. This time, there were no beds but only chairs. And Uero had insisted on paying his own ticket, so EMO didn't stop him. Brother Mo, I heard that you need some certificate to practice medicine in the big cities. If we start a clinic in Luotsang, will we be checked? Uero seemed to not know how the world worked and had been simply instilled some simple knowledge before he had left. Of course, you need a certificate, otherwise, you would be judged as a fraudulent doctor. Before Yemo could reply, Yang Yi answered. Yemo knew that he needed this, but now, as long as he had money, any certificate was easy to make and wasn't too worried. Brother Mo and Arrow, you both don't have a phone. How will I contact you later on? Yang Yi got along well with Yemo and Uero. But she was the only one to have a phone out of the three and saw that Yemo was definitely someone who wouldn't take the initiative to call another, so she asked, when Brother Mo and I have found a place to stay, we'll call you. Uero had a good impression of Yang Yi. Okay, Arrow, you must remember to call me. I don't have any people I know in Luotsang. Knowing you and Brother Mo will make things easier when I need help in the future, Yang Yi said half-jokingly. For Yang Yi, although Yemo looked a little ugly with a mark on his face, she felt comfortable talking to him and stayed with him. The three got to know each other better and better as they traveled and, after a few hours, the train finally arrived at the Luotsang station. Yemo and Uero arranged to meet up in the future with Yang Yi and separated at the station. Chapter 93, Do you think you can leave? Ning Hai, for a few days, Ning Qingxue, who couldn't rest properly, finally calmed down. Whether it was the TV or the online news, they showed that the perpetrator of the case a few days ago had already fled Ning Hai, and now, the police patrol in Ning Hai had obviously calmed down. All these signs had meant that Yemo had really left Ning Hai. Sue, I want to leave a few days. Can you look after the flowers I had planted here, especially this smallest one? Ning Qingxue was just talking to Sue when Li Mumei came from Su Jingwen's place. Hearing Ning Qingxue's words, Li Mumei was immediately rejoicing. Qingxue, you want to go back to your state? However, Ning Qingxue shook her head. No, I just want to go out by myself and ease my feelings, and it's too boring staying at Ning Hai all the time. She didn't even tell Li Mumei where she was going. Qingxue, aren't you going back to your state? How about I go with you? Li Mumei immediately felt things weren't right after hearing Ning Qingxue's words. After all, Ning Qingxue had never been to other places alone, so where would she be going? Sue already knew that Ning Qingxue's identity wasn't ordinary, and she seemed to have something weird going on with Yemo, and although she never asked about it, she was still able to tell. And now, Ning Qingxue wanted to go out and even asked her to look after the flowers. It was not that she had a problem with it, and besides, she knew that this grass was very important to Ning Qingxue. As for why she had no idea, Li Mumei saw Ning Qingxue didn't want to say where she was going, so she could only sigh and stopped asking. 2 days later, Ning Qingxue was finally ready to go and just reminded Sui again to look after the grass for her before she left Ninghai. It wasn't convenient for her to carry Yimo's case, but she didn't feel safe leaving it at Ninghai, so she could only put the contents in a bag. As for those 3 beads, Ning Qingxue hadn't been able to find a string good enough to connect them, so she could only put them in the bag. She wanted to find the prettiest string and connect these beads before putting it on her wrist. But now, she wasn't able to find one, so she could only store it away. The reason she left Ninghai was that the last time Xiaolei came, she said that she had met Yimo and Flowing Snake, so Ning Qingxue wanted to check there since, in her opinion, Xiaolei saw Yimo and Flowing Snake, so it meant that Yimo could quite possibly go back there again. She had done her research, and Flowing Snake was a place close to the border, a very chaotic location and good for escaping, although she had thought more than once that Flowing Snake was too dangerous. She reminded herself that if it hadn't been for Yimo, she would have been long dead. So what if she died again? Besides, she also understood that if she didn't actively look for Yimo and just stayed in Ninghai, perhaps she wouldn't be able to see Yimo in her lifetime. She had a feeling that Yimo wouldn't come looking for her. Although she didn't know why Yimo came back to Ninghai last time, she was sure that Yimo didn't come for her. She noticed that her feelings for Yimo were getting more and more complicated. Initially, she had only wanted to use him, then she felt guilty and wanted to apologize and compensate him. However, afterward she was hurt while protecting the grass. And it was Yimo that treated her. She felt grateful toward him and even wanted to live with him like this for the rest of her life. But she felt that the more she understood him, the farther away she was from him. She was becoming a stranger to him, yet she wanted to understand him more. There wasn't a direct trip to Guilin from Ninghai, but there was a flight to the Xian Mountain, and from there, Ning Qingxue could go directly to Guilin. Nothing troublesome happened from Ninghai to Guilin. However, after arriving there, Ning Qingxue realized that she couldn't even find a ride to Flowing Snake. No matter how much money she offered, no one wanted to take her to Flowing Snake. And most of them even tried to persuade her that a girl like her shouldn't go to Flowing Snake by herself. However, Ning Qingxue was determined to go there, so in the end, she had no choice but to go to a rental company and rent a Volkswagen. She was ready to drive herself to Flowing Snake. Although a ride to Flowing Snake was very hard to find, the route could be easily asked for. After 2 hours, Ning Qingxue's car had gone into the twisted mountain paths, and she realized that she hadn't even gone half the way through, but it was already 5 p.m. After another bumpy 2 hours, Ning Qingxue realized that the roads started to become flatter, and it was more desolate around. The howls of beasts could be heard from time to time. And the wind was blowing crazily on the trees. Being anxious, Ning Qingxue drove faster and faster. "Big brother, I didn't think there would be a car this late, should we move?" In a patch of forest that Ning Qingxue could not see, a few pair of eyes were already gazing at her. The man called Big Brother waved his hand and said, "No need, we still have other business tonight. Plus, a person who drives this model probably doesn't have much loot anyway. And that Fong Nan's reach is really extensive now, there's no need to expose us for this type of car." Ning Qingxue would never imagine that she had avoided a disaster just because of the model of car she was driving. When she finally arrived in Flowing Snake, it was already around 9 p.m. The fatigued Ning Qingxue carried her bag and prepared to find a place to stay for the night and look for Yimo's news tomorrow. Flowing Snake was not without its hotels, but they were mostly for those bandits or merchants at the borderline, and those who were able to do illegal business here weren't normal people. These hotels not only had a place to live but also provided a bar for people to drink downstairs, so as soon as Ning Qingxue walked into the nearest hotel, she immediately attracted the eyes of almost everyone in the hotel. Flowing Snake did have a few women, but this was the first time that a girl who was as white, young, and beautiful came. Those who could survive in Flowing Snake had their heads in their hands, and these people were drunk almost every day. So as soon as they saw Ning Qingxue, all the people set their gazes on Ning Qingxue's body, even the 2 women that were there. Ning Qingxue looked at the countless eyes of hungry wolves and felt cold shivering uncontrollably, as though seeing Ning Qingxue shiver. A 30-year-old man sitting at the bar had light shining out of his eyes. He carried a cup and walked over. "Girl, you're staying overnight? Don't worry, with me here, no one would dare to hurt you. Boss, get me the best room for this girl, it's on me." As soon as this man came over and talked, a lot of people immediately went quiet. Their lustful eyes also had some sympathy. Everyone knew that this person was called Shui. In fact, he has another title, Echidna. Not only was he cruel,
but very hard to deal with because even Fong Nan couldn't do anything about the power behind him. Most importantly, this person was extremely lustful, and countless girls died at his hands. No need, I'm going to another place. Ning Qingxue turned back and was about to leave. Do you think you can leave? Girl, don't get cocky with me. Sherwei saw Ning Qingxue with a pale face wanting to leave, so he immediately threw his cup on the ground and folded his arms, standing at the door staring coldly at Ning Qingxue. Chapter 94, The Dragon Crossing the River and the Local Snake. On her way over here, Ning Qingxue hadn't really met any bandits and thought Xiao Lei had been exaggerating since, although this was the border, it shouldn't be so chaotic. However, now she realized how chaotic Flowing Snake was. She had been harassed in public, and yet no one even tried to put some restraints on that man. I'll give you 3 seconds, pour some wine for me and repent, or I'll strip you here in FCKU. Sherwei never had the patience to wait for a woman. For him, women were only for men to use. Ning Qingxue looked at the room full of cold glares and this Sherwei's ferocious complexion with a pale face and her heart shaking. Even if she died, she didn't want to be our pet here. Furthermore, she hadn't even met Yimo yet. Ning Qingxue, who had never been in contact with the dark side of the world, finally understood what unreasonable meant. She had thought that she was mature, but some things had to be encountered before one knew of its terror. I'm looking for my husband Yimo, he's in Flowing Snake, you can't touch me. Even Ning Qingxue felt that her tone was pale and weak. She just heard Xiao Lei had been saved by Yimo here, so she said his name out loud to see if anyone knew him. Haha, your husband will be me from now on, what Yimo? If he's in Flowing Snake, I will make him disappear. Sherwei laughed cockily and actually reached out his hand to grab Ning Qingxue. Extreme disgust flashed across Ning Qingxue's as she dodged aside once again. FCK. Sherwei was completely angry this time. There had not been a woman who dared to reject him. But today, this woman rejected him multiple times, making him lose a lot of face. Wait, Brother Wei. Can you listen to a word of mine? A young man in his 20s suddenly walked over and said. Everyone looked with surprise at this person who had dared to disturb Sherwei at this moment. Did he want to die? But when people saw who this was, no one added another word. The person who came up was called Rock, Fong Nan's personal guard. Although Flowing Snake wasn't 100% the land of the Pudao clan, there were no gangs who could rival them ever since the Vietnamese gang and the Philippines gang had been annihilated. Most people who came to Flowing Snake for business would give some respect to this local snake, the Pudao clan. Although Sherwei was extremely unhappy being interrupted, he still knew Rock. This young man had always been beside Fong Nan and had some power in the Pudao clan, so although he was a dragon crossing the river, he didn't want to overdo it. He had no choice but to say, Brother Rock, if you have anything to say, please do, but I'm having this woman for sure. Hopefully, you can explain fast so I can go about my business. Although his tone was slightly polite, that arrogance was undeniably there. Obviously, although he respected Rock a little, he was not afraid of the Pudao clan. Rock's face changed but didn't argue back as he knew Sherwei's origin. He could not only live well in Flowing Snake but many places at the border because he was a powerful person from the amphibian gang. For the amphibian gang, the Pudao clan could barely be called a local snake because the amphibian clan was the greatest clan at the border. Their activities were located at the borders of the Asian countries and did lucrative business. It was said that the amphibian gang belonged to Nanqing, and those part of the eastern underground world would shiver at the mention of this name. Flowing Snake was just a small stop for them. The consequences were imaginable if they offended the amphibian gang. So even when Sherwei wasn't too polite to Rock, he didn't dare to say anything. If I may ask, you said that your husband was named Yimo. Which Yimo are you talking about? Rock came to the door and asked. He knew that Sherwei was very impetuous. Just when Ning Qingxue didn't know what to do anymore, someone came to ask her. She immediately felt like she was someone who was about to drown but managed to grab a hold of a floating block of wood. It wasn't that she was afraid of death since she had already died once, but losing her loyalty was more horrifying than death. Otherwise, she wouldn't be throwing a fret about being looked at last time when she was treated by Yimo. When Rock asked, she replied immediately, I came to look for my husband Yimo, he came to Flowing Snake before. I knew from my friend and came to look for him. Then, Ning Qingxue described Yimo's appearance. Hearing Ning Qingxue's words, Rock was already sure that Ning Qingxue was talking about Brother Yi.
It was not surprising, only Brother Yi would have such a beautiful wife. However, Rock knew Wei's character and turned around to his follower. Tell Brother Nan that Brother Yi's wife came.
What do you mean?
Wei felt quite obviously that Rock's words weren't right. It didn't seem like he planned on giving her to him. Sorry, Brother Shi, this woman belongs to our Brother Yi, you can't touch her. Then, Rock waved his hand, and 3 of his henchmen came up. Wei's face sunk. This means that you're acting against me.
Does Fong Nan not want to stay here anymore?
I'm telling you, I'm having this woman today, and even if Fong Nan comes, I will still take her.
Brothers, take this woman away.
As soon as Wei had spoken, the 4 tattooed youth, who were originally just standing at the side watching, immediately charged up. Rock's face changed, and after a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and his henchmen also came. The 2 sides immediately formed a dichotomy. A mere follower like you dare to take my woman.
Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you? Wait until I break your leg and ask for an explanation from Fong Nan. Brothers, attack.
Wei's words were full of ferociousness and cruelty. With Wei's order, the 2 sides immediately started fighting. The hack swords they hid in their clothes were all taken out, and immediately, blood spilled everywhere at this hotel. Ning Qingxue retreated to the door in a panic. At this moment, she truly realized just how chaotic it was here. There was a crowd of people hacking at each other, but no one came to manage the situation. Because Rock had fewer people, they were quickly on the losing side. But just when Wei wanted to drag Ning Qingxue away and leave, another 20 people suddenly came to the door. Fong Nan's furious voice sounded, "Beat these bastards to the death."
Fong Nan, you dare to touch me? Do you not want to live anymore?
Hearing Fong Nan's words, Wei was worried and angry. He didn't think that the boss of a small place dared to touch him, since he was comparable to an ambassador of a big nation to a small country here. Although the local snakes here didn't have to circle him, they wouldn't offend him for a woman. Ishem, I don't mind you taking some benefits from my domain, but you dare to touch Brother Yi's woman.
Do you want to die? Beat him hard.
Fong Nan knew the consequences of offending Wei, but he was already respecting Emo like a god, and this woman was his wife. How would he let other people touch her?
Not only that,
he was going to show his attitude for Ning Qingxue to see, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Emo. Chapter 95, the second beautiful lady who comes to Flowing Snake. With the men Fong Nan had brought, Wei didn't have the slightest ability to resist before having one leg broken. However, Fong Nan didn't dare to kill him. Although he didn't need to be held responsible legally for his death, the amphibious gang was too strong. If he had killed Wei, there would only be a war between the two. The reason he broke Wei's leg was mainly to show some respect to Ning Qingxue. Take your men and PSS off immediately.
Fong Nan didn't hesitate to kick out Wei.
In this Flowing Snake, his words still had power. Although Wei was extremely angry, he couldn't do anything about it in Flowing Snake. If Fong Nan told him to leave, that was the only thing he could do. Even if he wanted his revenge, he had to wait until he reported the incident here with exaggeration. Wei took his few men and left this hotel. They just swapped for another one but didn't leave Flowing Snake. One reason was that it was already late, and he had a broken leg, so they had nowhere else to go. Another one was that even if Fong Nan knew that he hadn't left Flowing Snake, Fong Nan wouldn't go look for him. Fong Nan indeed knew that Wei hadn't left Flowing Snake. But he didn't dare to do things over the top. If it was regarding the incident with Ning Qingxue, he had the rights to, but if he were to kick Wei out of Flowing Snake, then he wouldn't have any justification. If he was stronger, then it didn't matter if he was being unreasonable or not, but no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be stronger than the amphibious clan. Ning Qingxue stared dumbfoundedly at the fight that had started because of her. It started fast and finished fast and left a ground full of blood. She didn't think that GMO had such loyal friends in Flowing Snake. She felt more confused about GMO, who spent his time growing flowers all day long. Then, she thought about how Song Shaoan and Song Shaotan were killed by him. Plus what she had seen today, it seemed that what Xiao Lei had told her was true. GMO really had great capabilities. Then why did she hear in Beijing that GMO was a completely useless human being? Fong Nan saw Ning Qingxue's face and was stunned as he thought that only someone like Brother Yi could have such a wife. This woman was a bit too beautiful. However, Fong Nan respectfully transferred Ning Qingxue to another special place and told her the things about GMO and Flowing Snake. He even didn't hide the fact that GMO had annihilated 2 clans. In his view, Ning Qingxue was Yi Mo's wife, so she must have already known about what Yi Mo had done. The more Ning Qingxue heard, the more astonished she was. She didn't think that Yi Mo had done so much in Flowing Snake in such a short period of time. He had beaten the bosses here to be respectful of him. However, what made Ning Qingxue disappointed was that Yi Mo didn't come back and seemed to have gone somewhere else. Ning Qingxue suddenly felt a little lonely sleeping at this borderline fort in Flowing Snake. She didn't know why she came to find Yi Mo. From the start, Yi Mo was just helping her. Even the marriage was fake. Did she love him, or was it because of something else? What if she really did find Yi Mo? What should she say? Was she going to say, "Sorry, I shouldn't have treated you like that before," and then no matter what Yi Mo replied, she would go back to her own life? Ning Qingxue suddenly felt lost. Love? What was love? Regardless of whether she loved Yi Mo, was she going to find someone else to marry afterward? She had no intentions of divorce after marrying with Yi Mo, but was she supposed to find Yi Mo and tell him that she didn't want a divorce? Was that all? Ning Qingxue sighed. The more she thought that she understood Yi Mo, the more she was confused, which was very contradictory. Although she didn't understand Yi Mo very much, she felt that out of all the people she had met, no one was as magnanimous as him, and perhaps he was the one she needed. Originally, she had a skewed view of Yi Mo, probably because she didn't really understand him. After he was gone, she didn't divorce, and perhaps at that time, she had subconsciously agreed to be his wife, but before this, she had to find him. Otherwise, if Yi Mo marries one day while she still calls herself his wife, then that would be too ridiculous. Ning Qingxue had her principles. Although she was willing to marry Yi Mo, she wasn't someone to cry and beg for the marriage if Yi Mo didn't want her. Ning Qingxue twisted and turned in the sleepless night. Just when she slept for a while, the day was bright already. She didn't meet Yi Mo in Flowing Snake and thus no longer had the intention to stay anymore. But before she left, she wanted to see that pagoda where Yi Mo lived at. Although it had all collapsed, Fong Nan had sent people to rebuild it. Ning Qingxue wanted to see where Yi Mo lived before, so Fong Nan brought a few henchmen and went with her himself. Flowing Snake was so chaotic, he didn't want Yi Mo's wife to have more troubles here. If this sort of thing happened, he wouldn't be able to say anything to Yi Mo. Not to mention Yi Mo saved his life before and helped him get back the ruling authority here. Besides, Yi Mo was not hesitant in killing, and his gang didn't even have enough people for Yi Mo to kill. Ever since she had done her last mission, Shi Wanqing no longer had the mood to stay in the military. Every few days, she would call Luo Tsang and asked her cousin Shu Man if Yi Mo went over. But each time, she received a disappointing answer. Yi Mo didn't go to the company her cousin managed in Luo Tsang. Of course, Shi Wanqing knew that Yi Mo lived a tight life, so since she had found him a job, why wouldn't he go? Was it because of his dignity? However, she thought that Brother Yi didn't seem like that sort of person. She thought about it a few times and decided to go look for Yi Mo herself. She felt that if she didn't go find him, perhaps this Brother Yi would never come looking for her in her entire lifetime. Although she was a bit bitter, she still decided to go to Flowing Snake and look for Yi Mo. Yi Mo told her last time that he was there. So since he didn't go to Luo Tsang, it meant that he was still in Flowing Snake. This was the first time since Shi Wanqing entering the military that she applied for a family visit leave. Although Lo Lin felt that Shi Wanqing wouldn't be visiting her family, it was Shi Wanqing's first time, so although Lu Lin was dubious, she could only allow it. Obviously, Shi Wanqing didn't go see her family. She went to Flowing Snake to look for Yi Mo. She had experienced a lot more than Ning Qingxue, so of course, she knew what sort of place Flowing Snake was, but she wouldn't be scared. With her expertise, she wouldn't be afraid of even a few bulky men. Plus, she still had her bear cockroach and knew exactly how strong it was since she almost lost her life when she had been bitten by it. If it hadn't been for Yi Mo, she would have been dead already. Although Flowing Snake was very chaotic, it didn't pose a threat to her. It was just midday when Shi Wanqing arrived there. Just when she got there, she saw two people carrying Shi Wei into a car to leave Flowing Snake. Although Shi Wanqing wanted to ask around about Yi Mo, she could tell that Shi Wei and these men weren't good people, so she didn't even plan to ask from them. However, Shi Wei's eyes were glued to Shi Wanqing. He didn't think he would meet two breathtaking women in 2 days. He still had such luck when he was about to leave. Fong Nan, so what if you robbed one away? I still met another today. As he looked at Shi Wanqing, his eyes were beaming. While still laying on the portable bed, he yelled without hesitation, "Take this woman away. We leave Flowing Snake, but I will have my revenge one day." Chapter 96, the old ginger song Yueni. Of course, Chi Wanqing knew how chaotic Flowing Snake was and wasn't even planning on talking with those hoodlum-looking people. She wasn't like Ning Qingxue, the things she had learned in the military weren't for show. She immediately kicked the two men who didn't even take her seriously and were kicked to the ground, and she didn't stop here, she went up and kicked twice again. Everyone could even hear the sound of bones cracking. Shi Wei was very annoyed that the women he had seen today dared to resist, but before he was able to release his anger, he found that his two men had their leg broken by Chi Wanqing. Before he was able to scream, Chi Wanqing kicked again right on his leg that had been just plastered. Shi Wei's howl could be heard almost a mile away, but in a place like Flowing Snake, no matter how much you screamed, no one would come and see. The remaining two men carrying Shi Wei were already shaking. They had never seen a woman with such strong power who didn't even hesitate when fighting. There were a few youths who had seen Chi Wanqing in the distance and wanted to harass her, but they immediately backed off after seeing this scene. This woman dared to beat Shi Wei. How could she care about them? In fact, if Shi Wei had immediately chosen to send all of his men to attack Chi Wanqing at the same time, perhaps Chi Wanqing would have some trouble, but only two went first, and these two had such a whimsical attitude that the result could be expected. However, even if Shi Wei took it seriously at the start, Chi Wanqing wouldn't mind. At most, she would have released Little Wolf, but if she did, people would die. Although Chi Wanqing knew how chaotic this place was, she didn't want to kill people so easily. Amidst the howls, Shi Wei didn't think the second beautiful girl would be so troublesome. Shi Wei, who was under unbearable pain, saw that this woman didn't seem like she wanted to punish him more, so he resisted the pain and called out, "Leave quickly." Chi Wanqing saw them leave but didn't care. She was prepared to ask someone, but unexpectedly, the person who walked up toward her was a woman even prettier than her. However, this woman had a few men following behind her and appeared to be the leader of a gang. Was the head of Flowing Snake a woman? However, this woman didn't seem to dress like that. She seemed more like a docile, well-educated girl. No matter what, it was better to face a woman than a man. Thinking about this, Chi Wanqing walked toward this woman. She wanted to ask about GMO. When Ning Qingxue first saw Chi Wanqing, she felt that something was strange but couldn't say what it was. However, it felt very real. Didn't they say that Flowing Snake was chaotic? How come such a pretty woman, not one bit inferior to me, is here? She was startled. Fong Nan and several of his men were accompanying Ning Qingxue, who went to see the pagoda, and when they saw that breathtaking woman, they started to wonder what was going on recently in this place, since two women of such caliber came consecutively in 2 days. Fortunately, they hadn't seen Chi Wanqing kicking the other men, or their impressions would have been different. "Hello, do you know if a man named GMO is here?" Chi Wanqing asked as she blocked Ning Qingxue's group. "You are also looking for him." Ning Qingxue was surprised as she looked at the woman in front of her. She was charming, yet had the look of a martial artist. It was not surprising that she had such a strange feeling earlier, almost as if she had a sixth sense. "You are?" Chi Wanqing looked curiously at Ning Qingxue, wondering what Jimo's relationship was with such an excellent woman. "Oh, she's called Ning Qingxue, Brother Ye's wife." Fong Nan saw the atmosphere was awkward, and obviously, this handsome-looking girl also knew Yimo, so he quickly introduced her. Meanwhile, he thought, Brother Yi is indeed strong, even the girls he knew aren't ordinary. "Huh, your Brother Ye's wife?" That. Chi Wanqing managed to hold back one who used Brother Yi as a shield. However, she no longer had a good impression of Ning Qingxue. Ning Qingxue also seemed to notice that she had some enmity toward her and didn't know what to say anymore. She didn't even ask what she was to Emo as she was scared that she wouldn't be able to handle the result. The atmosphere was awkward once again. Even Fong Nan could tell what was happening. The two seemed to have a conflict over Brother Yi, and he was immediately worried. Both of these women seemed to be related to Brother Yi, so it was not good to help either of them. One seemed to be the legal and the other the hidden. He couldn't let them stare off like this. If they had a fight, he would be the one to suffer. Thinking about this, Fong Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's already noon, and we're all starving. Why don't we go eat first? We can talk about Brother Yi after food." He was the gang leader and always lived his life on the edge, but now, it was really hard for him to be the peacekeeper between two women. Other than Chi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue looking for Yimo, the Song family was also discussing about Yimo. Although all sorts of signs indicated that Song Xiaotan's death was related to Yimo, it was not surprising that he could kill Song Xiaotan. However, it would be shocking if he could actually kill Hu Qiu. Thus, the Song family still couldn't be sure that Song Xiaotan was killed by Yimo. Can we confirm that the Shiring who suddenly appeared in Ninghai and disappeared is Yimo? The Song family had 2 of their third-generation children murdered. So Song Qiming's anger could no longer be described. Although Song Xiaoan was his son, Song Xiaotan was the brightest one in the third generation, yet he was killed in Ninghai. We can't be sure yet because even though he looks quite similar to Yimo, the face of Shiring is too blurred. The main thing is, Shi Ying's power is definitely higher than Hu Qiu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to beat Pu Dongheng in one move. The greatest point of suspicion is that Fang Weicheng first saw Shiring at Ningdu district, and that's where Yimo was living at the time. Song Hai reported every detail of his investigation. It doesn't matter whether Shiring is Yimo or not, he has a great connection to Xiaotan's death. Besides, Shiring kills with metal nails and, up until now, we haven't found any ancient martial arts family that likes to kill with metal nails. The old man who spoke was 50 or so, Song Qishan. He was called Uncle Shen. His status was just below Old Man Song and Song Qiming. Although Song Qiming was the leader of the family in this meeting, his status wasn't the highest. Old Man Song, also known as Song Yuanyi, was the real leader. Old Man Song could stay calm if Song Xiaoan died because even though Xiaoan was his direct descendant, he didn't have much of a future. However, concerning Song Xiaotan, it was different. It was the grandson he had the most hopes for, but now that he was dead, Old Man Song could no longer be indifferent. Normally, he rarely came to the family meetings, but today, he came. Although he was full of rage, he still appeared to be composed. After hearing these few people, Song Yuanyi opened his closed eyes and said, "Continue to investigate the relationship between Shiring and Yimo." "But we're only investigating, stop the hunt for Yimo for now." When everyone looked confusedly at Old Man Song, he said plainly, "It doesn't matter whether we have Yimo or Shi Ying's location, we just need to think of a way to make Qianlong Tu know." Yimo had already raised the attention of that Yi family. "What you need to do is to let Qianlong Tu know that Yimo killed his son." After pausing for a bit, Old Man Song continued, "And, you need to let the Yi family know Yimo's excellence, but don't reveal that Yimo possibly killed Qianlong Tu's only son. Other than that, we just need to enjoy the show. Besides, could it be so simple to kill Hu Qiu?" Near the end, Song Yuanyi's tone grew bleak. Everyone understood the old man's intentions and couldn't help to think that the oldest gingers were the spiciest. Making Qianlong Tu deal with the Yi family, and at the crucial moment, all the Song family had to do was give it a push. The old man's intentions were to use this opportunity to completely smash the Yi family to a point where they would never be able to recover. Of course, Yimo didn't know that 2 women had been looking for him in Flowing Snake, and he didn't know the shenanigans that the Song family was using against the Yi family. Even if he knew, he would pretend he didn't know since he had no relationship with the Yi family anymore. He had opened his little clinic but was still operating without a license. Not only was the position far off the center of the city, but there were only him and Yuero now. He chose this distant place because other places were too expensive, but the main reason was that this place was in an old private house, and when Yimo rented the old house, he had paid for 2 years' rent. There was a yard in the back of the house where he could grow silver heartgrass, which was exactly what Yimo wanted. For him, business came after growing the silver heartgrass. However, the 3rd day that the clinic had opened, they had their first patient when they least expected. Yimo and Yuero were awoken by a hurried knock in the middle of the night. Chapter 97, First patient. A 5-year-old kid was carried inside. Not only were his eyes tightly shut and his face was pale, but his body was also convulsing. "Doctor, please save my son. The ambulance is coming, but they still need 20 minutes before they get here. I'm afraid my Zangson won't last more than 10 minutes. As soon as Yuero opened the door, a middle-aged woman carried a small child inside screaming for help. Following close behind was a middle-aged man. His face was also showing how worried he was. Other than these 2, there was also a woman in her 50s behind them. Yimo wondered if the whole family had come. The child probably had a relapse in his condition and needed to go to the hospital. However, the ambulance could only arrive 20 minutes later, and the family was afraid that his condition would worsen before the 20 minutes, so they came to this clinic trying to save the child's life for now. They were doing all they could in this time of crisis, Master. Although Yuero learned Chinese medicine from his grandpa, he realized under Yimo's tutelage that his medical skills were far superior to his grandpa, so he called Yimo Master. Yemo was prepared to teach Uero medicine, so he didn't stop him from calling him master. The condition of the child now was obviously out of Uero's range of ability. Yemo walked over and said to that woman, "Put your child on the bed." The woman was panicking now, so hearing Yemo's words, she immediately put the child on the bed and didn't even try to ask Yemo any questions. Seeing that the child on the bed, Yemo took out his silver needles and was about to use them. "Wait, what do you want to do? We just want you to gain some time for the child to wait for an ambulance. Why are you taking out the needle for?" The middle-aged man had come back to his senses as he looked at the needles. They were originally so worried that they tried to get all the help they could get. From his child convulsing to now, it had already been a few minutes, but he was calmer now. Yet, the doctor of a small street-side clinic was going to use needles on his child, so he immediately reacted. This was only a clinic that opened a few days ago, and he didn't even see a certificate here. Yemo stopped the needle in his hand and looked indifferently at the middle-aged man and didn't talk. For him, since the child was brought here, he didn't mind saving the child. But if the parents didn't even believe in him, he didn't need to mind others' business. He was a cultivator, although he had spent quite some time on Earth. He still didn't weight the lives of normal people very much. However, he wasn't a heartless person either, so he would help if he could. When people believed that his money had been stolen on the train, they immediately came to help him, so he felt that he should also help other people. However, it was impossible for him to beg to treat this child. He had already scanned the child with his spirit sense. It wasn't a simple heart condition. His arteries were close to the bursting point, and if they fully exploded, this child wouldn't last long. Yemo understood the medical level here, and currently, the child's condition was incurable in this world. Seeing that Yemo stopped his hand, the middle-aged man didn't know what to say and was frozen. "Since you don't trust me, please leave." Yemo took back the silver needles. This set had been brought over by Uero. Uero had often been with his grandpa treating patients before. He really didn't like those people who didn't trust in the doctor, so as he saw the situation, he immediately said, "You are lucky that my master can help to treat your child." So, every time he and his grandpa went out to treat patients, people would be overjoyed and treated them with great hospitality. So why were they treated like this here? Do you want Zangson to be like this forever? Move over. After saying that, the woman pushed the man aside and suddenly kneeled down in front of Yemo. "Doctor, please save Zangson. He was already like this last time, and if we hadn't been right outside the hospital at that time, he would have lost his life. Please." Her intentions were very simple. The doctor didn't even ask about the condition and took out the needle to treat Zangson, which meant that he really had a great ability. Otherwise, he should be asking about his conditions at least. Furthermore, she had heard that those doctors who used acupuncture were usually very able, since ordinary doctors didn't know how to use it. Yemo waved his hand and said, "Get up, I'll look at your child for you, but you're affecting my treatment by kneeling there." Hearing Yemo's words, the woman quickly got up. The man who was pushed aside by the woman saw the child's face go from white to purple and immediately realized that the child was in danger. However, the ambulance still hadn't arrived yet, so he didn't speak anymore. That older woman stared at the child soullessly and probably didn't even know what to say anymore. Yemo, however, quickly pierced the needle into the child's body. He didn't even need to take the child's clothes off. These people didn't understand acupuncture, so they didn't know that usually, the clothes needed to be taken off. However, Uero understood it a bit, but in his opinion, Yemo was already capable, so it didn't matter to him if the clothes weren't taken off. Of course, Yemo didn't use traditional acupuncture. He was using the needles as a bridge to pass his chi into the child's body and gradually ease the damaged arteries. This wasn't a complete treatment, otherwise, he would have to repair the arteries. Yemo wouldn't dare to treat it now, whether he were able to or not. If such a troublesome condition was treated by his small clinic, he would no longer be able to keep a low profile like he wanted to. However, if he eased the condition, that would still be reasonable, so he shouldn't attract too much attention. In order to completely treat this condition, Yemo had to first reach the third stage, then use many other herbs, as Yemo used his chi. The dead arteries in the child's body were gradually recovering their functions. The purple on his skin was continuously fading and, after 10 minutes, the child's face returned to normal. Even those who didn't understand medicine could tell that the child was getting better. The man and woman were overwhelmed with joy and came up to grab the child's hand. Meanwhile, Yemo was left to the side. At this moment, the siren of the ambulance could be heard. Finally, the couple remembered that their child was saved by Yemo and hurried over to thank him. Yemo waved his hand. "The ambulance is here, take your child to the hospital."
despite knowing that the hospital couldn't cure this disease completely. It would be good to get a checkup. The couple didn't dare to waste time and took the child into the ambulance. They didn't even have time to pay the fees. Shi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue, who were in Flowing Snake, had understood now that both of them didn't know where Emo went. From Ning Qingxue's mouth, Shi Wanqing understood that Emo had offended the Song family, which shocked her quite a bit. Although her grandpa was a soldier and so was her father, compared to the Song family, they were far off. Wanqing, what do you mean Emo could have possibly gone to the desert? Hearing Shi Wanqing's words, Ning Qingxue had completely believed that Emo wasn't an ordinary person, even though she didn't understand why Emo was pretending to be a normal person and was even kicked out of the Yi family. I feel that he is definitely going there. I was by his side at the time when he found that ragged goatskin map, and I helped him interpret the Tibetan words on it. His expression at the time was very joyful. My guess is that he is probably looking for something there, Shi Wanqing said with certainty. Ning Qingxue believed Shi Wanqing's words. Yemo's actions were weird, regardless whether it was not sleeping at night but sitting under a tree, or sleeping on the stone floor. This wasn't something that could be explained normally. She was so heavily injured at the time, if Yemo really cured her, it couldn't be explained with simply some capabilities. She knew that she had an aunt who practiced the ancient martial arts. However, she had never seen her since. From what her mother had said, it was very hard for her aunt to come out. Ancient martial arts were something very mysterious. Many people hadn't even heard of it. Was Yemo also a cultivator of ancient martial arts? But even if he did, he shouldn't be able to treat such serious wounds. The more Ning Qingxue thought about it, the more she was confused, so she could only stop thinking and looked at Shi Wanqing. Do you still have that map? Shi Wanqing took out from her bag a map that she had drawn later and passed it to Ning Qingxue. I drew it afterward, but it's the exact same as the other one. Ning Qingxue took the map. It was very simple and just marked a few places of the Taklamakan Desert. There were also some lines with a few labels next to it that were obviously not on the borders of the desert, but at the very depth. Ning Qingxue had also heard of the Taklamakan Desert, the Sea of Death and the Fables, but she didn't understand what GMO was looking for over there. After staring at the map for a long time, Ning Qingxue said, "Can you give one to me?" However, Shi Wanqing said, "I remember the map very clearly, so you can take it if you want." Suddenly, Shi Wanqing thought of something as she looked at Ning Qingxue and asked, "You're not thinking of looking for him there, are you?" Chapter 98, Last News. Ning Qingxue nodded. Sometimes, ideas just pop out, just like how I came to Flowing Snake this time. I know it is dangerous here, but I always fantasize that I can meet Yemo and won't be in any trouble. If it had been before, I definitely wouldn't have done such a thing, but now, I can't help myself. I don't know if I miss him. I can't articulate that feeling. Hearing Ning Qingxue's word, Shi Wanqing asked more curiously, "Qingxue, didn't you fake the marriage with Brother Yi? You only wanted Brother Yi to block, and then divorce?" From Shi Wanqing's perspective, it was already very strange for Ning Qingxue to come look for Yemo and Flowing Snake, but now, she wanted to go to the desert. Did she not use Brother Yi as a shield? From the looks of it, why does she seem to have fallen in love with Brother Yi? Ning Qingxue shook her head bitterly, remaining silent for a while before saying, "I don't know why, it's just a feeling. Now, I thought I could hear about him from other people, but if there is no longer information about him, perhaps I will never see him again in this big world. I thought Flowing Snake was the last place I could find information about him, but I didn't think I could learn from you that he could have gone to the desert. If I just really lose my lead on him like this, I will regret many years later." Then, Ning Qingxue hesitated for a moment before continuing, "You don't understand me. If it were a few months ago, I would definitely not come to a place like Flowing Snake. Much less the desert. Sometimes, you wouldn't even notice yourself changing. When you understand, you will discover that some people you are fated to not forget. Indeed, I used him as a shield before, but when I understood who he was, he had already left without leaving me any opportunity to apologize. Sorry, Wanqing, the reason I said those words to you was because he must treat you differently. Otherwise, he wouldn't tell you about the fake marriage. Sometimes, I really admire you. He would definitely not talk to me about this, yet he had told you." Shi Wanqing looked at Ning Qingxue's expression and suddenly felt sympathy for her. She should be like herself, but a bit different. When Ning Qingxue had discovered Brother Ye's excellence, Brother Yi had already left her. Meanwhile, she was different. She had discovered his excellence when she was in contact with him. From his tone last time, he didn't seem to have the intentions of marrying her. No intentions of marrying Qingxue?
Xi Wanqing blushed and thought of herself, but she immediately shook her head. She had the same intentions as Ning Qingxue. If she didn't come to find Yimo, he would never go look for her. So this meant that Yimo had the same attitude toward her that he had with Ning Qingxue. They weren't in his heart. Does he have someone he loves? Xi Wanqing suddenly wanted to see what sort of person Yimo was in love with. Even excellent girls such as her and Ning Qingxue weren't in his eyes, so what sort of person would he like? Xi Wanqing suddenly stopped herself from thinking and raised her head to look at Ning Qingxue. Qingxue, it's too dangerous for you to go to the desert alone. And Taklamakan is the sea of death. It is countless times more dangerous than Flowing Snake. Perhaps in Flowing Snake, you could still meet Fong Nan, but in the Taklamakan, other than sandstorm, you get the scorching sun. It's pretty much certain death there.
Ning Qingxue shook her head. I know how dangerous it is, but did you know that not long ago I was someone who was mortally wounded?
I've already experienced death once.
I just want to ask him if I am really that bad and if it is so hard to just see me once. If he wants me to stop bothering him again, I will leave immediately. He gave me my life, it's nothing if I give it back. Ning Qingshua's tone seemed to get melancholic, and she couldn't continue talking anymore. Xi Wanqing looked at Ning Qingxue with sympathy and sighed before saying, Qingxue, are you being reckless for Brother Yi? He won't be able to see it. Why would Brother Yi want your life? My life was also saved by him, am I going to give it back?
And, perhaps it's not that he doesn't want to see you, but that he really is busy.
Maybe, he doesn't even know that you want to see him.
However, Ning Qingxue didn't talk, she was determined.
Reckless or not, she couldn't calm down unless she could see Yimo once.
Moreover, she felt that she was right. Perhaps this was the last news of Yimo and may never get to see him again if she missed this time. Even if it meant waiting on the rim of the desert, she would still wait. Seeing that Ning Qingxue didn't talk, Xi Wanqing knew that Ning Qingxue was really determined to do so. She suddenly thought about Ning Qingshue's words. This was perhaps the last news of Yimo. If he left the desert, then who would know where he would go next? The world was so big, who could find him? Thinking about this, Xi Wanqing suddenly said,
Qingxue, how about I'll come with you?
I have more experience in the desert, and I've stayed in the military for a few years.
You're also going to the desert?
When Ning Qingxue heard that Xi Wanqing came looking for Yimo, she understood that Xi Wanqing must have felt something for Yimo, but she didn't expect her to also want to go into the desert. Xi Wanqing nodded her head firmly and said, but before we go, we need to go to Luotsong first. I have a company there.
We need to prepare.
Going to the desert isn't like going to other places, we need to carry all the tools and medications with us.
Fong Nan watched as the two girls left before feeling relieved.
It made his heart quiver that these two girls came to Flowing Snake.
If something had happened.
But although they had left, the things weren't done yet. Because Fong Nan offended Shi Wei, he had to give Amphibious Gang an explanation, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Fong Nan knew exactly how powerful the Amphibious Gang was. Amphibious Gang was under Nanchang. A real estate business 10 years ago near High Point didn't take them seriously, and in the end, Nanchang didn't even accept their apology and compensation. They were annihilated by them in one night. Every gang at the border knew about this, so for the people from the Amphibious Gang, the gang leaders at the border usually had a good attitude towards them, now that Fong Nan offended Shi Wei. Although he was just a messenger for them, he was still someone of the Amphibious Gang. If they reproach him for it, he must be prepared to pay the price, and if they didn't accept his compensation, he still needed to prepare himself for war.
However, Fong Nan knew that for something as small as this, the Amphibious Gang would be fine with accepting compensation.
At most, it would make his heart ache a little. They shouldn't try to annihilate him. The things he had now were given by Yimo. If it hadn't been for Yimo, there was no way he would be able to take back Flowing Snake from the Philippines and Vietnam Gang. Plus, he was very respectful toward Yimo and felt that he wasn't an ordinary person. So he didn't regret that he had offended Shi Wei for these two girls. Compared to Fong Nan's trouble in the two girls' search, Yimo's clinic had received quite the notoriety, at least within the nearby region. The second day he saved Zhangxin, the child's parents came to Yimo's clinic to thank him. They also took out $10,000 as gratitude. Yimo didn't take the money. Instead, he actually gave $30,000 to the children's parents. The reason was simple, he wanted this family to help him get all the relevant documents.
the child's dad was called Zhang Pa. He worked at the taxation office at Luotsang and was a native, so it should be easy for him to do such things. As Yemo felt like he shouldn't show his face if he could, he had let Yuera follow Zhang Pa to make the certificates and clinic registration. Many things could be sorted with money. As for whether Yuera really had the skills or not, no one cared. With the fervent help of the couple, Yemo's clinic had a great reputation despite being open for only 10 days or so. This was all due to their promotional ability. This clinic was called Hui Chun Clinic after all the documents were made. Yemo pretty much didn't manage anything and just sat in the yard preparing the soil so he could plant the silver heartgrass. He left the clinic entirely in the hand of Yuera. Luckily, Yuera had experience in medicine. And with Yemo's frequent tutelage, the small diseases that the patients had were cured easily. Yemo gave $20,000 of the remaining 40 to Yuera for him to buy some herbs and kept the last 20 to prepare the tools needed for the desert. The small clinic didn't even earn money, but Yemo didn't care. His purpose was to grow the silver heartgrass, everything else didn't have priority. If he could earn money, that would be good, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter. The herbs Yuera bought were cooked into soup or pills by Yemo and put into jars, and then told Ero their functions. About medical skills, Yemo never kept anything to himself, so if there was anything he could teach, he would teach it to Eru. He even taught him a set of fist technique and breathing technique. Although Yuera was quite innocent, he was very smart and learned it quickly. Chapter 99, Luo Susu. Although Yemo had tried to reject the troublesome conditions, their clinic was still gradually rising in fame. Of course, it was due to the propaganda of the surrounding citizens, but it was mainly due to the discovery that many people only needed to come here once and their diseases were cured, which was different than going to the hospital. If you went to the hospital, you might need to go several days in a row. However, the only bad thing about Huichun was that its prices were a bit high. Normally, if a child went to the hospital, it would only be some over-the-counter medicine or needles, and the expenditure was around $100. However, the same disease at Huichun would cost $200. Nevertheless, since it was Chinese medicine, only one take of the medicine was needed, which was different to the 1-week recovery by the hospital. Many people still liked coming to this fast, effective clinic. Another saying was that Chinese medicine was neutral and more pleasant to the body than Western medicine. Originally, their business barely had any profit, sometimes there were even losses. But because of their astounding results, they became very popular. Luckily, not much people lived here. Otherwise, the clinic really wouldn't have enough people to treat every patient. Yemo had pretty much planted the silver heartgrass and barricaded it as he was prepared to go to the desert. However, he realized that his business was getting better and frowned. Yemo's idea was that it would be fine as long as the business could make some money, it didn't need to be too good. He understood the logic of keeping a low profile. However, Yemo wouldn't take the money and not cure the patients. This wasn't his character. After thinking for a long while, Yemo could only tell Yuero that the herbs were limited, and he could only see a limited amount of patients each day. The others would have to wait until the next day. However, Yemo hadn't learned about marketing. He didn't know that after he had made this rule, his business grew more popular instead. Yemo didn't have time to stay every day in the clinic and treat patients. Thus, he had no choice but to teach the basic means and recipes of some medicine to Yuero. At the same time, he hired a girl to help, and only then did he get free time. When Shi Wanqing and Ning Qingxue came to Luotsang, Yemo hadn't left yet. Sometimes, one looked very hard but didn't even realize that it was just right beside him. Ning Qingxue and Shi Wanqing spent almost 2 weeks to prepare while Yemo was still cultivating his silver heartgrass in the yard. When the two had already left Luotsang and went to the desert, Yemo was still preparing for food and equipment. Although she knew that Shi Wanqing hadn't contacted her own family for a long time due to the incident with the marriage, Shi Wanqing's cousin could no longer remain calm after hearing that they were preparing to explore the desert. In the military, they had connections and people would look after each other, but the desert was merciless, and Shi Wanqing was going to the Taklamakan. It was dubbed the Sea of Death, and its ethnic name meant place where one could go in, but not go out. So Shi Wanqing's cousin started to wonder if the two girls were crazy, and why they would go to the Taklamakan for an adventure. So as soon as Shi Wanqing left with Ning Qingxue, she called Shi Wanqing's mother. Tang Xianping, you state. Ning Qingxue's mother was talking to a girl in her 20s. What was intriguing was that the girl had a face cover and wore a pale yellow dress. However, her dress wasn't the same style as the modern-day style of young people. It seemed like a dress of an old era. This girl had long, black hair that was casually held up by a water blue clip,
and a few loose strands of hair beside her ears gave her an out-of-the-world sense. Susu, this time, Qingxue was mortally wounded, and we had thought that she would die, but we didn't expect that she would suddenly be cured in a single night, otherwise, I wouldn't have called you out. I know how hard it is for you to come out even once, sigh. Lan Yu regretted calling this woman out now because she knew it was hard for her to leave, so she couldn't bother her with trivial things. This time, her daughter was heavily wounded, and thus, Lan Yu thought about it before calling her out. However, she hadn't expected her daughter to be suddenly cured. She really would have had nothing to do if she still looked for trouble with the Song family when her daughter was perfectly fine. It doesn't matter, Sister Yu, if it hadn't been for you before, I wouldn't even be here anymore. Although I went to the hidden doors, I still remember Sister Yu's goodwill, so I would be able to come out a few more times for you. Much less this once. Besides, something happened to Qingxue, so it is my duty to come and help her. As for that Song family, I will go have a look. The girl who had a face mask on had the voice of a charming bird, yet sounded spiritual. Just when Lan Yu wanted to stop Luo Susu from going to the Song family, Li Mumei suddenly ran in and said, "Auntie Yu, Qingxue went to the Taklamakan desert." When I called her, she had already arrived. I tried to convince her, but she said that she knew what she was doing and then actually shut her phone. Lan Yu suddenly stood up and spoke coarsely, "What? You said that Qingxue went to the Taklamakan desert? What is she doing there?" She said that she was going on an adventure with her friend. When I asked who she was going with, she only said that it was another girl. Two girls going to the Taklamakan. Even Li Mumei didn't know what to say about Ning Qingxue. Taklamakan, many people have been lost there. Qingxue, this child, why can't she let me worry less? She was very good when she was in Beijing, but why did she change so much ever since coming to Ninghai? Sigh. Lan Yu suddenly sunk back into her seat speechless. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Li Mumei deeply felt the same. The original Qingxue not only had her own opinion but would never be impulsive for something. In the company, she organized everything, and she would cooperate very closely. But ever since she married Yemo, she changed too much, and now, even Mumei could no longer understand Ning Qingxue and didn't dare to guess what Ning Qingxue was thinking in her heart. Now, she was really naive sometimes. This was greatly discordant with the original Ning Qingxue. Who would block a stick with their own body for a small blade of grass? Previously, she wouldn't have believed that Ning Qingxue would live alone at a far-off house by herself, or go to the desert no matter what. Had she fallen in love? They all say girls who were in love became foolish. The things they do are incomprehensible. However, Li Mumei didn't believe that Ning Qingxue would fall in love with someone either. Li Mumei still didn't know that Ning Qingxue went to Flowing Snake. If she did, she would have perhaps gone mad. Sister Yu, don't worry, I'll bring her back from there. Luo Susu suddenly stood up, speaking in a very soft tone. How can that work, Susu? Taklamakan is the sea of death. You can't go. It doesn't matter how strong you are, the dangers of nature aren't something a person could defend against. I'll tell her dad and get professionals to bring her out. Lan Yu immediately rejected Luo Susu's proposal. Don't worry, Sister Yu, trust me, I can find her and bring her back. I'm going there. Luo Susu's tone was full of confidence. Just when Lan Yu wanted to respond, Luo Susu was already gone. Lan Yu looked at Luo Susu's back and eventually didn't say anything. She knew Susu, she would rarely talk, but when she did, she would do it. Aunt Yu, is she Aunt Susu? Li Mumei had always heard about this aunt but had never seen her before. Lan Yu nodded. Luo Susu was a little girl that she had picked from the side of the road when she had just married and had gone to the temple to pray. Furthermore, because Lan Yu wasn't pregnant at the time, she had raised Luo Susu like her own sister. However, when she was just 5 years old, a friend of her father-in-law saw her and said that she had the root of wisdom and could enter the hidden doors. Then, they took Luo Susu away. Luo Susu didn't like to talk much since she was young and grew to be extraordinarily pretty. Although Lan Yu didn't want her to go there, her father-in-law said the opportunity was extremely rare. Besides, Qingxue was already 2 at the time, so she listened to the words of her father-in-law. Unfortunately, not long after Luo Susu was gone, her father-in-law had died, and they've been disconnected from her since. It wasn't until 12 years later that she came back and told Lan Yu the way to contact her, and if they ever had any troubles, they could go to her. Weirdly enough, the last time, she was wearing a mask too. Lan Yu also asked if Luo Susu could visit often, but she said that it wasn't easy. Although it was just one simple sentence, Lan Yu knew that it would be hard.
So unless they had to, she wouldn't prefer to ask Luo Susu for help. This time, it was because of Ning Qingxue that she thought about finding Luo Susu. It was customary for the boys to take the father's surname and the girl to take the mother's surname, so she gave Luo Susu her mother's surname, Luo. Luo Susu had a thick white scarf around her neck showing only 2 eyes. People almost couldn't see her covered face, but her unique dress and astounding posture still attracted a lot of attention. There wasn't a direct plane to the Taklamakan Desert, so Luo Susu took the plane to Wolamuki and then changed there. At the airport of Quirliai, not long after getting off, Ning Qingxue and Qi Wanqing were stopped. Ning Qingxue subconsciously took a few steps back. The experience at Flowing Snake gave her a deep impression. Dad. Qi Wanqing looked at the man who stopped her and called out. She hadn't seen her father for a few years, and this sudden meeting took her by surprise. Qi Yujun, who was planning to be furious, suddenly had his anger dissipate when he was called Dad. His serious face also relaxed and looked at the daughter he hadn't seen for 3 years. Wanqing, come home with Dad. Chapter 100, stopped. Yemo had prepared everything and gave the task of caring for the silver heartgrass to Uero. He was prepared to go to the Taklamakan Desert. If he were successful this time and found large amounts of purple heartvine, then he would be able to reach the 3rd stage of Qi gathering, and as soon as he did, he would find Chen Longtu, forcing him to hide to survive. Chen Longtu had been marked by Yemo. He was a cultivator. If he could let it go, he wouldn't be Yemo. It was because of this that he desperately wanted to go to the desert and find the purple heartvine. Just when Yemo was about to leave, Lu Xiuzhen rushed in, her face full of worry. Lu Xiuzhen was the new nurse Yemo recruited. She had graduated from a nursing school and often liked to play with Uero, calling him brother under the same master. What? Yemo looked at the anxious Lu Xiuzhen and asked. Just then, brother, you took in a patient but just diagnosed through feeling pulse and gave him a small cup of heart-appeasing serum. Then, that man fell unconscious and started frothing, Lu Xiuzhen said in one breath and was still puffing for breath. However, the worry on her face didn't lessen because if a small clinic caused the death of a patient, it would be different to a big hospital. The big hospital could deny, but the small clinic had to be fully responsible. Yemo put down the bag he had packed and hurried over to the clinic. He had already told Uero not to take the troublesome patients. If they couldn't cure it, it would affect their reputation. But if they did manage to heal it, it would attract too much attention and wouldn't be good for Yemo either. The clinic had opened for more than 20 days, and this was the first time this situation had arisen. Before arriving, Yemo had already scanned with his spirit sense since the clinic was just in front of where Yemo lived. When he came to the clinic, he saw Uero sweating, trying to save the man on the bed and was obviously very worried. On the bed laid a man in his 40s, who still had froth coming out of his mouth, but his eyes were closed. Obviously, his condition wasn't light and should be out cold. Beside the man stood a teenage girl who looked like a high school student and another woman accompanied by a young man. Other than these 3, 2 others people in the clinic seemed to be patients here, while 3 people were enjoying the show at the door. Uero, come down first. Yemo, with only one glance, knew that Uero's method would not be able to save and wake up the man. Master, you're here. Hearing Yemo's voice, he had finally calmed down. In his eyes, his master was capable of everything. Yemo had already seen that the man being unconscious had nothing to do with the heart-appeasing serum. It was due to other reasons. So Yemo didn't go there to treat him. He wanted to see first what the families would say. If they tried to blame it on him, then he wouldn't be nice anymore. Seeing Yemo look over, the middle-aged woman rubbed her eyes and said, Doctor, my husband has always had this disease, so I don't blame you. I just heard that many people say that you could cure some incurable diseases, so I came to try my luck. However, I didn't expect my husband to have an outbreak again. Sorry, I'll call the ambulance right away. Yemo sighed. This woman had a good character and didn't try to blame him like some other people would, which gave Yemo a good impression of her. Her husband fainted in this clinic. And yet she was still the one to apologize to the doctor there. Yemo remembered when he was in Ninghai, he had read in the newspaper that an old lady fell down, and someone tried to help her up, but she actually blamed that person for knocking her over and even wanted him to pay her compensation. Compared to that, this woman's characters was infinitely better, and Yemo decided to save her husband just because of the woman's character. Thinking about this, Yemo waved his hand and smiled. Don't call them. It's useless to go to the hospital unless you want them to do an open brain surgery on your husband. However, that would still be detrimental. Coincidentally, I have a way to cure this disease. So I'll look at it for him now. Ah.
This woman was shocked on the scene upon hearing that EMO could cure her husband. Although her husband's disease wasn't incurable, it was very hard to cure. This was the conclusion they drew from seeing so many doctors. They came to this clinic because they had heard that as long as they took you in, you would be treated. Originally, they came to try their luck and, of course, Uero rejected to do any treatment. However, he was too kind-hearted. Seeing that this man was in pain, he gave him to drink a cup of heart-appeasing serum, but he didn't expect a problem to arise out of that. Uero wanted to help this man, so Lu Xiaojin hurried to get GMO. Although this woman knew her husband's problem, she hadn't called an ambulance because she had thought that Uero would be able to save him. However, she hadn't expected Uero to be unable to save her husband, even when his master came out. Thus, she decided to call the ambulance. Nevertheless, she would have never expected this younger-looking man to say that he could cure her husband and was immediately stunned. By the time she had reacted, Yemo was already saving her husband. Yemos knew this man's disease with a scan of his spirit sense. His disease should be called a hereditary hemorrhagic telangiectasia, 1, which was a small pink-red spot in the blood vessels of his brain. Even open head surgery wouldn't be able to fully remove it and might instead cause more severe consequences. Thus, Yemo said that hospitals currently wouldn't be able to treat such disease. However, this disease only tortured people. They would feel headaches all seasons of the year, and the more time passed, the higher frequency it had. Although this disease wouldn't cause people to die immediately, it would be very hard to live over 50 years. An illness that was hard to treat for a hospital was very easy for Yemo. He only needed to pass his spirit chi into the brain through the needle and remove the red dots. This was even easier than curing the purple coral poison of that old man. After all, he was currently in the late phase of the second stage of chi gathering already. It had only been half an hour, but Yemo was already done. When he was finishing up, the man actually sat up. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yemo and wondered how there could be such magical doctor. He had only needed half an hour to make a person who looked like he was about to die lively again. The man sat up and was in shock, but soon, he reacted and touched his pain-free head with joy. That joy was so intense that he was ready to call Yemo Dad. A few decades of headaches suddenly disappeared? Anyone would be delighted. Miracle doctor. This man said and was about to kneel down and bow his head. However, Yemo stopped him. I just happen to know how to cure this disease. If it had been some other illness, I wouldn't have a way. He showed too much of himself healing this man, so he quickly found an excuse. At this moment, both the wife and the 2 children understood that Yemo had really cured the man. The woman was so happy that she was going to kneel down with her husband. Nobody knew how much trouble this pain had brought upon their family. Yemo looked at this family full of gratitude and felt emotional. He thought that the sooner he killed Qianlong Tu, the sooner he would be able to help people by curing some heart diseases. His simple actions could make a family happy for life. The reason that Yemo would be able to stand out in the open after finishing Qianlong Tu was because if he could do so, the Song family wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He had already heard from Wu Shueming that Qianlong Tu definitely had more power than the Song family. They were incomparable, and he believed Wu Shueming's words. If he had the power to kill Qianlong Tu, the Song family would be wise if they didn't look for trouble. However, Yemo thought that if he could live without hiding, he wouldn't have the time to practice medicine either, so it seemed that he should teach his skills to Uero. When Uero learned everything, he would be able to cure people instead of him. Although Yemo didn't want to take too much money, the family still handed over $20,000. Yemo wasn't short on money now, and the clinic was going well, so he insisted on only taking $5,000. However, no matter how Yemo tried to explain that he just knew how to cure this disease, the clinic was still rising in fame and popularity. Nevertheless, Yemo didn't care about this. After briefing Uero, he left for the desert. After getting off the plane, he found a distant place and recovered his usual appearance. He was about to go into the desert and didn't want to go in as Moe, so he switched back to Emo. After all, if he was suspected of anything there, then he could use the identity of Moe to cover up. Emo wasn't planning on taking the bus into the desert as he didn't want anyone to know what he was doing. Besides, his cloud shadow step was not slower than cars, and actually, it was much faster than cars in the desert. As soon as he had left Quirlii, Emo felt that he was being watched. He realized that it was 3 people and, although Emo didn't know why they were monitoring him, this was at the border of the desert, so he wasn't worried at all. If he went into the desert, it would be very hard for them to find his track. Wait. One of the men rode on a motorbike and stopped Emo.
Seeing that Yemo had stopped, he asked, "There's a car, why don't you take it? Why are you running?" Then, he waved towards the two men behind him. One of them took out two photos and, as he looked at Yemo, he frowned. Seeing this, Yemo immediately knew he was suspected. He just didn't know what picture they were looking at, so what if I run? Move aside. Yemo estimated that things would get dirty today. I can't tell about the face, but the figure looks really similar to Shering, and that man is called Yemo. The person looking at the photo said, "Take him away first." The man riding the motorbike said. At the same time, he took out a big knife from his bag. 7.